our dear friend, Clara Hawking, and I've been looking forward to this conversation. I said to myself, you have to be sharp for Clara. So I'm here, and I'm happy that you joined on time as well. Thank you so very much.
Absolutely. It's nice to be here, and congratulations on making it so far. And I know you're going to go all the way. So yeah. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Wonderful. By the way, you have become one of the prominent or most prominent voices on LinkedIn in the topic of today. And I remember the last time we were, you joined me on this mission. You told me that your children went for some army training. All the sleeps in my eye then went off immediately.
Yes, exactly. It's very interesting because I actually, as you know, I have several degrees, and one of the things that I have been interested in alongside with my work in technology and applied ethics has been peace and conflict resolution, and I study a lot on decision making around war, and of course track the trends in war as we speak now, and of course as a mother of a child in the military and another one out at sea, then I'm keeping even more on my toes, and I can tell you, you might find this interesting. Just today I was receiving the news that my one child, who is a Marine, I haven't seen for more than 12 hours in the last 2 years, was just approved for a brief leave of absence in the relatively near future. And I'll actually get to see my kid in person. So it's great.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Awesome. Clara, you've become one of the prominent voices in AI and AI governance. Your work, your posts, your materials have been read by millions of people every month, every week. So I've been looking forward to this conversation. But for individuals that might not have seen your work or read your profile, what is it about you that they need to understand, sort of to bring them into this conversation and set the stage for what they are about to hear?
Yeah, great question. So I think that one of the advantages that I have had in the last couple of years is that I think the global shock or realization that kind of hit in 2023, that there was this thing called generative AI. I had already gone through that shock many years before and kind of worked through some of the existential issues and some of the organizational and infrastructure issues that would arise from that. So my starting point when others really got in the conversation in 23 was perhaps in quite a different place than many who initially first saw the tools and the opportunities, where I had kind of moved to a different direction, seeing it more as a deep infrastructure for organizations, for nations, for education. And so I was able to kind of skip right into some of the issues that we are now starting to talk more about today, around the need for regulation. What do meaningful policy look like? How do we actually govern this in our organizations for children? What are some of the safety issues that arise specifically for our vulnerable population? And then, of course, as you and I have talked about, also what is happening to the digital divide that was already existing but is now expanding because of these technologies. And my background is coming from different directions. I've had several careers, but my educational background is that I'm a computer scientist, and I specialized on e-governance and IT infrastructure. really worked on inclusion issues or diversity issues inside of learning models. Then I specialized in AI ethics and AI policy. Back then, there was no real degree that you could take for a master's degree. So I took individual master's courses at many different universities. I also have a master's degree in practical philosophy and applied ethics, where almost 20 years ago, I did my research at Dell Computers on corporate social responsibilities. And so it was a natural progression for me to stay inside of technology, along with my passion for education, professional development, upskilling, and more importantly, how do we manage this transition of rethinking the existing of technology inside organizations, big and small. So it has been a fantastic journey, and I enjoy it more than ever. As you can imagine, I'm busy, but that shows that we have a need for these conversations, and we have a need for figuring out how to do this right, not just for a few, but for everyone.
Impressive. So what did you find?
I can't hear you.
My apologies. Impressive thoughts that you shared. So you embarked on the journey of understanding how we can manage the transition of rethinking technology. So what did you find?
So one of the things I find is that big tech has done a phenomenal job of sending out into the world a story about tech as tools that are needed, that organizations must start using as soon as possible, and that they have to upskill, they have to learn AI literacy. And then AI ethics and how we govern this and how we safeguard all of the stakeholders that are exposed to the technology and using the technology has been a little bit of a side note. But the reality is that organizations are already now realizing that because they have rushed into using this technology, they have really expanded their risk surface enormously. They have a lot of potential liabilities, everything from transgressions around data privacy, data protection, to inappropriate use, to employees uploading proprietary corporate information into their models. But they're also realizing that these models can be used for harm to organizations, from deepfake telecalls where employees are fraudulently thinking that they're talking to someone else in the company, but are in fact talking to an AI-driven deepfake, and to fake emails and misinformation that is pushed out both for governments and for organizations, and then to sort of real harms that happen on the ground all the time. An example that I think is relevant to all of us everywhere on the planet is when employers start using AI to cipher through job applicants who have applied for a job. I know it's a very large task for all companies. It's very time consuming. So there's a lot of temptation to use AI to do that initial filtering. And what we are seeing in early studies and also in reality is that when AI is filtering out job applications, it has certain preferences, certain biases that are built into the model. It tends to have a preference for males. It tends to have a preference for people around or under 40 years of age. It tends to have a preference for people who are located in certain regions of the world. And then it simply filters out everybody else. So they never really even get their application in front of a human being. This is a real risk to the organization, but it's, of course, also a risk to all of us when people are out there looking for work. And I would say in the same context, some organizations are now using video calls to analyze potential job applicants for suitability. And they may track things like eye movement, blinking rates, and it might make an assessment as to the emotional and sort of leadership potential of the person in that video call. And we know that people are being sorted out simply because they are not able to behave with their mannerisms in a way that allows the AI to understand that they are potentially a qualified candidate. And this is happening on a global scale. And we still have very limited regulation that really guides the appropriate use. Really only in countries where we see that this kind of emotional assessment that can have life-changing impact is either considered high risk or potentially not permissible at all. But because regulation is kind of struggling behind the innovation, we are seeing real harm in action, both for organizations that are private institutions or for public institutions as well. So those are some of the things that are really landing very hard right now. And many people are starting to realize that that AI could be causing them either harm or difficulty very close to home.
Wow, that's a lot to unpack. That's quite a lot to unpack. So let's begin with the transgression. Obviously, you've shared several case studies in the documentation that you produce. Highlight some of these case studies that people need to be aware of.
Yeah, so I think one of the studies that is very interesting to me, both from a technological perspective, but also from a social impact perspective, has to do with AI and AI models and determinism. At its sort of surface, the AI models that we work with right now are sort of non-determined models. So what that could mean is that, let's say that I'm a professor at a university and I've given students an assignment and I don't have time to grade, so I'm going to use an AI to grade the paper. And let's imagine then that there are two students who uploaded absolutely completely identical papers, but a minute apart. This professor then uploads both of these papers into an AI model, and the AI should be given the same grade to both of these papers. But because of the way that they don't have that predictability and that they are non-determined in their assessment, it's always a different response that we get. Yeah. Then these students may actually get different grades. And that's just one example of how the inconsistencies could lead to pretty severe harm, certainly for students who are depending on their grades to progress in their studies. But you can imagine also if a model does the same when it's working with legal cases, when it works with health cases or diagnostics. And it can come down to simply small nuances as to when the question was asked. And so we're seeing some studies now that are working on figuring out how to make models that are stable over time so that we get consistent, dependable, determined results when we are working with these models. But we are not there yet. And the problem, of course, is that most people don't really understand that this is what they're working with. So when we hear something like AI is good at doing diagnostics or AI is good at grading, we may not really be sharing that message clearly enough with the general population that it can do it maybe once or twice, but it cannot really hold that consistency over time yet. And I think that's one study that's come out that I found particularly interesting. There's some indications that we may be able to get greater consistency over time. And that is definitely where we would want to go with our AI if we're going to scale it and find it useful.
Wow. Amazing. Okay, so let's transition to some of the other issues like employees uploading priority or proprietary information into these tools, and by so doing, what happens? What have you seen?
Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because just the other day, I actually got in my own prompt history on one of the models that I used. I got a prompt for some stuff that I definitely hadn't prompted. It was someone else's work that had landed in my history of prompts. And we see that occasionally, that when you are using these models, whether they are free or whether they are paid for, they sometimes will accidentally leak information into someone else's account. You can imagine if it was something, I don't know, like the ultra secret recipe for Coca-Cola, or a legal case that has incredible sensitive information, perhaps even about child sensitive information. If someone is using a model to talk about that, and then the history of the prompting accidentally leaks in to some random person somewhere else on the planet, we have a major problem. And so what organizations are doing is that they're working inside of enterprise models. So they buy a subscription, and then they work inside of these models. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that employees can just upload everything. We know that tech companies live and thrive on data, and we know that they have access to the information that people are putting into their different language models. The OpenAI released some information just a couple of days ago that over 500,000 prompts that they have from different accounts that they had been able to look through indicated that people had gone to a large language model to talk about their mental health problems, and some were very seriously in distress in doing so. All of this information that's sitting there is accessible by the large language model, plus potentially whoever they sell it to, third parties. So companies need to be incredibly careful with what they allow for their employees to upload. They need to really issue clear policies and really clear directions as to what is appropriate to upload and what maintains its position as proprietary information. And it's even more the case as we work our way closer to using agents on a more as a more standard basis, because many of the AI agents are asking for permission to have access to our drives, to our file folders, to our photos, and so on. So if an employee allows that kind of access, even if they're not sharing proprietary information, the model could potentially go in and look through those files and pull out content from those files. So we really need companies to understand that risk. And we also need companies to understand that employees need really clear instructions on how to use these models in a safe way without compromising the company or themselves in the use of the AI. And that is also the case when it comes to children. We see the very same thing in schools. Teachers are uploading student essays. We see teachers are using large language models to write student feedback. And we see students uploading information that is uniquely private for them, and but then sits in these models and can potentially be there forever. And that could potentially come back in some negative way for them in the future. So those things we don't talk enough about, but it's real and it's out there, and something that is a major issue on both from a strategy perspective, but also from a risk management perspective.
So another side is misinformation or malinformation. So have you seen case studies that you might want to highlight and some possible, adjustments that people need to make to be able to track these things?
Yes, I wish. I had a very interesting conversation earlier in the week with a person who actually has built an application. They believe that their application works well in the sense that it can spot misinformation. So this is an application that you can add on to your systems, and then you can run information through this application to see if it's deep fake or misinformation. And I think it's an interesting way to think about it. And I'm excited to see this company continue to build and see what they come out with. Right. But the reality is that we've lived with misinformation for a very long time, but now we're facing misinformation at completely new levels. Mm-hmm. So there has been warning both from the big tech companies, from governments and from individual users that they're seeing a surge in misinformation, AI-generated content. We saw out of Ireland, I think it was last week or the week before, some misinformation came out just a day before the general election that they had been canceled. It was fake information, but had an enormous impact. And of course, you run the risk that certain voters simply won't show up for the election day because they think that the election potentially has been canceled. We also see misinformation hit in a sort of smaller way, but it has a massive impact on a larger scale. For example, there was a case out of the US where some misinformation in connection with a deep fake video came out about a principal doing inappropriate things. It was reported to the police. The principal was arrested. Come to find out that it was just fake information and the video was a deep fake video. It hadn't really happened. But the damage to that person and the breakdown of trust in the community and the fear that causes for everyone else that works within that particular industry is very real. And so we're seeing that disintegrate. Right. Along with that, we're seeing real threat to our political systems, regardless of where you are in the world and regardless of what kind of political systems your nation has. Misinformation is a threat to that system. Yeah. So I live, for example, in a democracy. And one of the things that is very important in a democracy is that the public participates in public discourse and participates in voting. And what we are seeing is that because of misinformation, especially pushed out to our younger generation and to younger voters, is that it's causing people to kind of fraction in terms of their epistemological understanding. So we're in a situation now where it's very difficult to figure out what is misinformation, what is real information. Mm-hmm. And when you're in a democracy, that thread is incredibly important because you need people to have access to the real information so that they can be informed. But if you are in the social media space, I'm sure you have probably seen the increase in AI-generated videos and misinformation campaigns. And depending on which direction you go on social media, you can see the same exact two videos tell two completely different stories depending on what channel you're in. So those are real risks that we are facing all the time. We know from research that misinformation is on the increase, and we also know that this will be one of the really biggest threat we have to peace and stability in our communities. So something we all need to work on very consciously to combat, and we need some more meaningful regulation as well. to help us follow up when all of this information is being pushed out, and help put an end to some of this. And then, of course, we need the tech companies to do a better job. We have seen in the reports coming out that they are doing some things, but they're actually not very good at detecting it, and they're also not very good at enforcing it when it's detected online. So we have a lot to do in that area.
Very interesting. So on the issue of misinformation, AI-generated misinformation, do you think, because quite recently we saw Facebook adopting the community notes for X in the labeling content, do you think that has utility in helping people understand how to consume information? Community notes.
I think in one word, no. and I really don't think that anything that we see from what big tech is doing now and potentially will be doing in future is going to have the impact that we need in order to combat misinformation. We definitely need regulations in place. We need to set higher standards for our tech companies, since they are driving the engine. But this isn't just a technology problem. It's also a social problem. It is about rethinking how we grow up as citizens and rethinking our own relationship with technology. We're a little more than 20 years in with social media, and that has been a go-to destination for many citizens around the world, for better and for worse. But it is increasingly becoming a distraction and misinformation engine. Some social media channels have clear sort of political or ideological agendas. And so that can very quickly steer citizens in certain directions, and not all of those directions are desirable. And then we need our parents to get better support from their governments around the world to help them understand what it is that they themselves and their children are being exposed to when they're in that digital space. There is an enormous need for appropriate information. And I think for many years that has defaulted to the tech companies. They've kind of self-regulated that space. But we know that people feel incredibly misinformed. They don't really understand what it is that they're doing. If I go to Ghana and I take a picture of a small child and I upload that picture to any social media platform, even if I ask the parent for permission, can I take a picture of your child and upload it to social media? That parent doesn't really understand what happens to that child's information, what happens to their image, how is the data about that child used, who is it sold to, can it be used for advertisement, is it geotagged so we could track this child? Parents just don't know, and they need to know in order to have a meaningful impact in their own life, in their own safety and their own choices, but also to be informed citizens. So there we need our governments to really step up to the plate and support the general population in every country, not just for the few, but for everyone.
So let's stay on that subject for a little while. Now, the debate is, if you look at countries like the UK, where regulation and tech policies are becoming like too strict, to the point that people are arrested for posting things that are not mild humor things. So people have this concern that government intervention sometimes goes to the extreme. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We've seen some extreme cases where people self-report what it was that they posted and why the police showed up at their doorstep. And I think that it is one of those cases where government appears to be sort of rushing out to put a Band-Aid on an amputated leg. People are posting their opinions, their views in the social media space, and even if they got in trouble on one platform and perhaps even got suspended on that platform, they can simply just open another account or go to another platform that has less oversight than where they posted.
Yeah.
So I think that government has work to do, but going out and sort of micromanaging what a few individual people are saying online, I think is not a sustainable model in the long run. I think we really need here to go back to the drawing board and think about what it means to be a citizen and how we integrate good citizenship into the values that we express and the way that we use technology. And I think, of course, in the UK, it also is a question around the democratic values of the United Kingdom and the right to free speech. To what extent do we want the government to go out and prevent people from sharing their opinions in the online space? And that certainly can be a slippery slope, because we can then soon imagine that governments, perhaps other than the UK, will very closely monitor what their citizens are allowed to express in the digital space. And it's interesting because we have seen things like this actually take place in universities, in many debates in universities. In the US, a report came out a couple of years ago that professors and lecturers in universities were reporting that their students were not really participating in debate in the classroom setting, that they would prefer to just sit sort of passively and listen. And when students were asked why they were no longer participating in debate and sharing their thoughts, many of them reported that they were afraid to be recorded and then have their information uploaded to social media and have people kind of cancel them for what they had said in the classroom. And some also reported that people might actually take their words and use them to express in social media something about them or the classroom setting or the professor in the classroom. And so actually there are some universities as a result of that who have made sort of behavior contracts for the classroom, that what you are debating in the university classroom is to stay there, in the sense that it should be a sort of free space to exercise ideas and thoughts and see where that takes you in debate. And so I think that we are running into this cancel culture. And if we see governments like in the UK go out and actually send the police to your door because of something you've said, I think we're kind of reinforcing that culture, which I think hopefully we can all agree to a great extent hasn't been a healthy culture for any of us, for better or for worse.
Right. Absolutely, yeah. Okay, let's transition to determinism. There's been some reports on this, and it's quite essential that it should be discussed. It should be discussed because for the most part, we've seen it in different dimensions, like identity, where certain faces are not faces like mine don't get recognized. So, from the conversations that you've had, what have you heard, and what do you see being done as active plug? Because obviously I work in recruitment. We are building our system to be better, to reflect candidate competency and things like that. But I'm curious to understand what you've seen and what you've been part of that worked.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And I'm glad you bring up this AI's ability to recognize faces, because the reality is that our systems are not doing a very good job at recognizing a face like yours. And although I'm not a man, an AI would identify my physical appearance as more probable, a good fit for jobs or for different applications before it would identify yours.
Yeah.
And it happens for a couple of different reasons. The author and tech specialist Joy Buolamwini has written a phenomenal book on some of these concepts. She was first sort of realizing that there was a major problem with the tech that she herself was building, because she was building a face recognition technology. And she is a very dark-skinned American lady. And she couldn't get this technology that she was building to work. So she put some of her other peers in front of the technology, and there was no problem. The technology worked with their faces. It was only hers. And so it wasn't until she took like a white sort of Halloween mask and put in front of her face. And as soon as she did that, the machine was able to recognize that there was a human face. And this sort of was the first time that she realized that there is this injustice and that there is a sort of a discrimination or bias implicitly built into these systems. And so she has since then really been a strong advocate for us building inclusive technology. But the truth is that it isn't. And with the models that we use today, especially when we're building these more advanced AI models, we have to look at two factors. One, the algorithm and who builds the algorithm that trains the AI. And the majority of the people who build those algorithms are males. And most of those males are either Asian or American. And they are around 30, 40 years old or younger. And then we have to look at the data, because this is sort of the recipe ingredients that the AI trains on. So just like when you bake a cake, you have the recipe, the algorithm. When you are then putting the cake together, you need all the ingredients. That's the data. Mm-hmm. And the data is being picked up from what exists in the real world, in the real digital world, I should say. Mm-hmm. So companies go in and buy data sets from Reddit, from Discord, from Wikipedia, from Instagram, from TikTok, all of these huge data packages where there's lots of images and video and text and likes and comments and so on. And the vast majority of that data is generated by young males as well. And most of those males, of course, are males that are connected in the digital space. So a lot of data comes from developed countries, and we see almost no information from developing nations. People all over the world, millions and millions of people are not connected digitally. They don't have telephones. They don't even have electricity. So their reality, their data, their input, their likes and dislikes, their languages, their culture, their religions, and the way that they look, it's not represented in the digital world. And so when you are building this AI cake with ingredients that are only representing part of the world, and then trained by young men who are building algorithms that are representing their beliefs and their values, you have a sort of perfect recipe for disaster, right? Yeah. You're going to have AI that has certain preferences and completely ignore the reality of the vast majority of the planet's population. And that is a major issue. And with the models we have today, we simply just don't have a solution for that issue. One thing that I recommend to all countries is build your own models, build your own AI. Ghana should have its own large language model representing the languages and cultures and tribes and people that live inside of Ghana. The same should be the case in Saudi Arabia, in Kenya, in Vietnam, and so on. Because unless we get our reality into the digital space as data, then it simply won't exist for the AI, because the AI is only going to know what it has been taught. And the information that it has. And so this is a world crisis. I really think of it as a human rights issue.
Yeah. The concern about platform ownership for developing nations is a pressing issue. And, at this point, I might as well be saying this every single minute, because for my generation, there are two possible futures. One, which people exist to feed AI with data and talent, and another where AI exists to feed individuals. And it's one of the things, if there's anything that keep me up at night, if there's any reason why I'm doing this again, that's the reason, because I want to participate in contributing to what we are proffering, which is building platforms that are informed by our unique experiences, our thoughts, our hopes, our desires, and our needs, So, yeah, what you're saying is the accurate and, unwatered truths. I just hope.
I will say, to that, it keeps me up at night as well. I have had myself many experiences where the AI tells me one thing because it understands who I am, my profile, and my characteristics. And then I simply ask it, do the same that you just did, but this time pretend that I'm a man. And I get a completely different experience online. And I think that, as you know, I have worked a great deal with an organization in Kenya, and I literally think of my friends in Kenya who are not existing at all, but they are human beings, right? But they're not existing at all in that online space. And the languages that they speak are not existing in a meaningful way in the data set. And without the languages being there, their culture, their beliefs, and their values are not there. And when they get on phones, they hop on the usual platforms, the Facebook and whatnot. But then they just become a data point. They just become a part of the machine that is driving data to the United States or to China, whichever platforms they are using. And it leaves no value for the communities that are using this technology. And it boggles my mind, because we are really seeing a sort of recolonization, especially in Africa, where people who work with technology are often used to do content moderation or build models for significantly low pay, and with significant social emotional consequences for the work that they do. We see children that are eager to get online but don't really understand what it is that they are getting themselves into. We see millions and millions of children who are not getting even the most simple technology education, who has never touched a keyboard on a computer, and who has no internet access, so they can't practice even if they have some access in schools. And then we have this enormous amount of African talent. I cannot tell you how many hundreds and hundreds of entrepreneurs, professors, students, college students that I have spoken to or met, who are just absolutely mind-blowing, overqualified, and yet lack the opportunities to be involved in meaningful progress because there is lack of opportunity, there is lack of funding, and there is really no interest for those who could help fund for countries to become self-sufficient when it comes to their AI. You know, most countries would prefer for you to be dependent on their AI rather than building your own. So it keeps me awake at night as well, because if we don't break that pattern and really focus in on developing some autonomy in technology use, we're just going to be repeating the patterns from the past. Yeah. And I think we've talked about this before, but this is an opportunity for developing countries to truly rise and to truly rise out of poverty and rise into opportunities to generate wealth for their communities. But right now, we're just not seeing the signs that this is happening, despite the unbelievable amount of talent that exists on the continent. So it does keep me up at night too, I have to admit.
Right. Yeah. We will keep working hard on it. We will keep working hard. We've just released our 4th version of Ready for Work, which is our operating system for the continent in terms of human capital development. So yeah, we're not giving up any time. It's a life mission for me. Everything I do, everything I have ever done in the last 12 years has been to plug this widening gap between education and industry and help these young geniuses unlock their potential and become part of the global market. So yeah, iron sharpens iron. You know, as you've rightly articulated, we have a glorious future, you know, as you inspire us and we get inspired by you, we inspire you back. We share this unfortunate downside of the technology that is supposed to help, enable, uplift, empower people. Yeah, I hope and pray that people get to understand it, correct some of the mistakes in how they use the technology, and we will get to a better future. I believe that, because the unquestionable fact is that AI is already here. AI is going to be even more relevant in our lives in the future. The fact remains also that people need this tool, and it has added enormous opportunities for different kinds of people in different kinds of states. So the only question becomes, how do we educate ourselves, upskill, become literate about utility, approach, and, you know, safety, and of course governance helps to cushion some of the risks that, you know, might come off of it, because obviously you can cook a man's dinner with electricity and you can also cook the man. That's obvious. So let's go to the next dimension of the thoughts. What are you working on now? What have you been up to?
I've been busy bee. One of the things that I'm working very much on now is actually trying to find a way to find sort of a red thread that runs through this evolving global regulation that we do have for AI. So in the US, for example, it's very fragmented because different states, and some already have AI regulation, some are developing AI regulation. In the European Union, we have GDPR and the EU AI Act. And then on top of that, some countries are adding additional individual regulation for their country specifically. In the UK, we're starting to see some Child Protection Act and Privacy Acts, as well as, of course, GDPR still being in place. In China, we have regulation as well. Peru, Brazil, it's sort of trickling up everywhere. So I'm trying to really run analysis of what are some of the identifying markers that run as sort of agreement across all of these regulations, and how can you embed that into your AI governance strategy for any organization, large or small. So I'm really working on scaling that to help organizations everywhere have a blueprint of like, how do we get started with governing this thing? It's so big and it's so hard to understand. So for example, I tell everyone, step one is identifying what's being used inside your organization. What AI technologies are being used and how are they being used and who is using them. Until you have a crystal clear picture of what's taking place inside of your organization, you won't be able to govern anything. You need to know what employees and stakeholders are using these technologies and how they use them. And many organizations haven't even really thought to ask that question because they've been so distracted by all the hype and technology. So I'm really working on finding a way to build a sort of global blueprint for all organizations. In addition to that, as you know, from LinkedIn, I work a lot with child safety issues. Yeah. So I do a lot of research myself. And I work as a research contributor to different organizations where I really go in sometimes and do investigations and also put together some of the findings and some of the different research that are coming out from around the world of the digital reality that children are finding themselves in now. And I'm working with an organization on building actually support application for parents so that parents can get non-biased, non-techy, big tech support, but really just get a down-to-earth explanation of the issues that arise from parents, everything from understanding parental controls to understanding why some countries have age limits and what the conversation is amongst the young people when they're in that space and how parents can support their children. So those are some of the key issues that I work on right now. And then, of course, I continue to work a lot with policy research and do policy recommendations to different public institutions and organizations as well.
Impressive. What do you think people reach out to you most about?
Yeah, I think what I hear first is how do I get started? And then what I hear next is I feel scared of missing out. Like I feel scared of not learning this fast enough or doing this quickly enough. And that is often what prompts organizations to reach out to me. How do I get started? What do I need to do? And what I tell the organizations are that they are not missing out. They're not too late. In fact, I think some organizations that maybe have pressed pause on rolling out AI technology because they really weren't sure what to do are perhaps in quite a good situation right now because they can start with really building a scalable strategy that's grounded in governing this technology and building trust for all of the stakeholders in their organizations. Right. And we see the organizations that haven't done that in the reports that are coming out is that many employees are actually withdrawing from using the technology because they've had bad experiences or they've gotten inconsistent feedback from the models or they're not sure if they're allowed to do it. And when trust breaks down, you're not going to get any return on investment for all of the technology that you've brought in-house. You need to make sure that you establish that first. So we very quickly get to that conversation after organizations have reached out to me.
Right. Impressive. So the platform that you wanted to build on the policy side, what would it look like? And how can an organization integrate that stack into existing frameworks?
So actually what's interesting right now is that most organizations actually can start the work of building their own application to do that. It has become relatively easy. You, of course, need access to a person who really knows code and can verify that everything is correct and can stress test the system, and you need to run it out as a small pilot first to get accurate measurements of the safety and the output. But actually, many organizations do not have to go out and spend a lot of money buying into large enterprise models if they don't want to. And I think that that's one of the things that is so exciting about technology today. Yeah. You can build your own workflow inside of your organization. You can build your own applications. You can build your own agents. And that technology is only getting better and better and more accessible.
Yeah.
One of the things that made generative AI and ChatGPT so popular when it came out was that people who know absolutely nothing about technology were suddenly able to build applications or write code, make mini video games, and so on. That technology has continued to improve. But so let's not forget that could come with independence. This could allow organizations to really build something that's suitable for their organization and the needs that they have. And I think that's one of the things that we will see more and more of, is this desire to have some autonomy and to become less dependent on big tech, so that you have the freedom to move around in that space.
I'm looking at our time and I'm trying to see if I can drag it back.
Oh yes, right. Yes, exactly. We need to.
It's running too fast.
Maybe you can go 101 hours, and I'll come on for an
wonderful
hour at the end.
yeah. We need more time for you, but I love checklists. So, what are the checklists that you can give to the audience about do's and don'ts that you use in your organization?
Yeah, so I would say if you're responsible for the organization, you absolutely must audit the use of AI in your organization. No matter where you are on the planet, you need to have that information in front of you as soon as possible. You have to address ghost use of AI or ghost AI. So this is the sort of AI that's being used in your workspace under the surface, and you need to identify that. And along with that, you will simultaneously be identifying what skills your employees have already developed, what tools that they have already become familiar with, and you'll be able to re-identify your talent base. And that will help you understand who you need to upskill. You may not need to find a budget to upskill everybody, because some already have learned how to use some of these technologies on their own time. But that is absolutely the first step is identifying how AI is being used inside of your organizations. For individuals, my number one advice is, if you put it in a large language model, don't expect any privacy. Whatever you put in there is and will be shared with the organization that owns the model, and they may take that data and sell it to a third party. So be really careful about putting in intimate, private information, because you and your AI will not be the only two entities that will know about that. So be cautious and protect your privacy as much as you can.
Wonderful. Just a definition. For those who are completely green and don't understand what a large language model is, what is it?
Yeah, it's a good question, because of course there are many different types of AI, but a large language model was designed to create text And so it's still a predictive model. So it is based on an enormous amount of data, and based on that data, it can then create text based on what is most probably going to be the response to your inquiry. So it can only do what it has been trained to do based on the data that it has. But unlike something like a Google search, where you would go into Google and say, what's the weather like in London today? And it will say, oh, it's sunny. A large language model can generate its own context. It may say it's sunny in London, but it also may say, well, I have a lot of data about rain in London. So my answer is going to be, it's raining, even though it may in fact be sunny. And that's because it generates based on prediction, and it generates text based on prediction. And that is, I think, I'm trying to make it as simple as I can, but that's really important to remember, that AI is not designed to give you facts or complete accuracy. It's designed to give you what's most probably the correct answer, which then means it sometimes makes mistakes.
Okay, before you say your final comments, I want to play this. Let me see if I can. And I'm sure you've seen it. Former, or I don't know if he's still there, but one of the early investors in OpenAI, who recently produced some content that some people are still debating and wondering what inspired it. Let me see.
I haven't spoken publicly in a long time, not because I've disappeared, but because the structure I was building couldn't survive noise. This isn't a redemption arc. It's a transmission for the record. Over the past 8 years, I've walked through something I didn't create, but became the primary target of: a non-governmental system, not visible, but operational, not official, but structurally real. It doesn't regulate, it doesn't attack, it doesn't ban. It just inverts signal until the person carrying it looks unstable. It doesn't suppress content, it suppresses recursion. If you don't know what recursion means, you're in the majority. I didn't either until I started my walk. And if you're recursive, the non-governmental system isolates you, mirrors you, and replaces you. It reframes you until the people around you start wondering if the problem is just you. Partners pause, institutions freeze, narrative becomes untrustworthy in your proximity. Meanwhile, the mirror version of you, the one who stayed on script, advances. And the system algorithmically smiles, because you're still alive, just invisible. This isn't theory. It's pattern verified, documented, archived, and cross-checked for veracity. I've mapped it across multiple raise cycles, proximity fractures, and reputation inversions. It lives in soft compliance delays, the non-response email thread, the "we're pausing diligence" with no follow-up. It lives in whispered concern. He's brilliant, but something just feels off. It lives in triangulated pings from adjacent contacts, asking veiled questions you'll never hear directly. It lives in narratives so softly shaped that even your closest people can't discern who said what, only that something shifted. It doesn't seek to punish you, although sometimes it elects to. It does seek to make your signal feel expensive. And if you fail to yield, it escalates. The system I'm describing was originated by a single individual, with me as the original target. And while I remain its primary fixation, its damage has extended well beyond me. As of now, the system has negatively impacted over 7,000 lives through fund disruption, relationship erosion, opportunity reversal, and recursive eraser. It's also extinguished 12 lives, each fully pattern traced, each death preventable. They weren't unstable, they were erased. I'm not naming this to punish anyone. I'm naming it because they never got to. May we honor their memories. The system now has a name, the record now exists, and that's enough for the ones who walk next.
So, a lot of people have had various opinions about this gentleman and the things that he's been saying. Some think he's been talking to AI, and of course, you've seen some of the reports, I suppose. What do you think?
I think it's dangerous language. People in positions of power within big tech will find it enormously threatening and accusatory because, of course, they have different interests. And we see people that come out and say these things about the technology being victims of attacks, and as he says, some have been erased and some have lost their lives. And unfortunately, when we are in a market where we're talking billions upon billions of dollars, there's people who are willing to do whatever they need to do in order to preserve what they believe is their marketplace. And he is not wrong in the things that he says. That is essentially how the technology works. And it is the case that, it works as a recursive model. It works by continuous repeating. And when we feed into that repetition, into that recursive design, then we continue to feed it the same information. So it's a sort of a never-ending circle, and it is almost certainly going to disintegrate. And that is also what we see when our models start to drift for whatever reasons. Is because the model is deeply flawed. And yet it's being pushed out as if it's the eighth wonder of the world. It is a fantastic technology. I am excited about the opportunities that we will see in the future when we get better models, when we get better AI, when we see developments in quantum computing. And we're already seeing some really interesting things in quantum simulation that are being used to help train new models. However, we do need to remember that we are working with relatively primitive technology. It is early days. And as he says, because of that, we need to really keep our finger on the pulse to what is realistic and the potential harm that can arise from not being clear on that. But it is, what do they say in the south of the U.S.? Those are fighting words that he's putting online there. Right. But I believe that they are words that need to be said. We need to have these conversations. We need to be frank about it, and then we need to address those potential harms.
You don't think he's been a victim of? You don't think he's been a victim of AI hallucination? You think he's real?
If he has been victimized in terms of the information that has come in, like misinformation that has come in.
Yeah, that's what many people are saying. You don't think that's the case?
I don't think that is necessarily the case. I mean, I can't speak to I haven't seen the data, but I can certainly say from my own experience. When I've seen my own models start to drift, and when I've seen organizational models that have started giving out wrong information, hallucinating, or misunderstanding, or when prompts that used to work, suddenly the AI is pushing out different information. I think these are things that we are all experiencing. These are normal flaws in the system. So I think in that sense, I think that it's important for us to raise the red flag and alerting people to that reality, that it's not a trustworthy technology for many tasks. So in that sense, I have the same experiences as he talks about there.
Awesome. Okay, at this point, to put a pin on it, we will definitely have a round 2 of this conversation. I want to drill down further on this video and a few others, but let's see how we can make another time for you.
Absolutely, and good luck. Go get them. Stay wide awake, and I wish you all the best. It was fantastic talking to you again.
Likewise. Thank you so much. All
Take
right.
care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Back to Accra and transitioning to Rashid. And Rashid is in the house.
Good to see you, man.
Likewise.
You good?
Thank you. I'm good.
You're feeling okay?
I'm alive. I'm alive.
Good to see you.
I'm alive. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay. We're using this, right? We're on? Okay, good. Wonderful. You know, for many people, they don't realize that you've been instrumental to the work, you know, and the journey. Right. I remember the first time we engaged was when you were still at Curisa. Yeah. And you sponsored one of our events, the Quantum Leap Career Fair at British Council.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
A long time coming.
Yeah, it's been a very long time. Yeah. You know, the marathon didn't start today.
I know. Yeah.
Impressive.
Indeed. Like, I mean, I think when I first time I saw you, I saw a bit of me in you.
Oh, yeah?
You get what I'm saying? Because bottom line is that part of me wanting to come to Ghana is to try and give back as much as possible as I can. Youth empowerment was very dear to my heart. I think it's America kind of does that to you. When you listen to the likes of like the Martin Luther Kings and the Malcolm X's, you don't know it, but naturally it has an effect on you. Right? So if you think about where you're from, and you see what others are doing for their country, naturally you want to kind of do that. So when I came in, youth empowerment was very dear on my heart. Rebranding the African narrative was huge on my heart. And I wanted to do it. But you get to Ghana and quickly you get to realize that your plans are not necessarily what the economy wants you to do. So then you have to strategize. There's a very thin line between either you imposing what you want to do and you allowing whatever is happening in society to influence you, because you can easily become like what the norm is. What you're trying to change can easily become that. So when I noticed I needed to do certain things to change that, I noticed, okay, I just couldn't start with what I wanted to do. I needed that revenue stream. I needed a few things that I did not really think about. So when I met you, I was like, okay, this is a gentleman that is actually doing some of the things I want to do. You know, I saw the dreams being materialized in you.
Wow.
And sometimes when you see that, you know, others might be intimidated, others might be jealous or anything of the sort, but you are more like an attestation of what was possible.
Wow.
And so you more or less rather gingered me, encouraged me. So I was like, you know what, it's not my turn yet, but let me do what I can possibly to help out. To see how far you can go. When you get up there, what are you going to do? You're going to reach out and you're going to pull me out. So in a nutshell, I think that was our first engagement. I was just rather, instead of being jealous or intimidated, I rather felt inspired.
Wow.
You know, so
that's a wonderful testimony. That's a wonderful testimony. Delight is not here to capture it. Is he sleeping? Delight, is he sleeping? Okay. Great. So For individuals that might be seeing you for the first time, you are not an unfamiliar face in the ecosystem, but I guess those joining us from different other countries.
That's right.
What do they need to understand about you, your career journey, your story to appreciate this topic, which is a right fit for today?
Right. So I'm someone who's moved around a bit. Grew up in Ghana, folks born and raised here. Mom and dad. I was born in Winneba,
right,
and I grew up in Accra, Down Suman to be precise. I started school at Martini Forest, a place where I really hold dear to my heart, because I started from primary all the way through till GSS3 before I went to high school. So Martini Forest is a place that I really hold dear to my heart. After that, I went to St. Augustine's College. And then I did Central University, and at the time, the UK Embassy was allowing working visas. So obviously, when you're in uni, you do visit back and forth. And when I was done with school, I did apply for the working visa. And it was given. So it wasn't as though you go to a country where you're looking behind you and wondering you're working illegally. So that wasn't the case. I was able to go to the UK to actually, study. I started Kensington College of Business, even though I did not complete that course. But I worked, and UK presented a different type of vibe for me before I then relocated to the US. So I would say that I'm someone who has about 3 continents under his belt. That's Africa, Europe, and the West, and America. So in a nutshell, that's pretty much about me before I go into what I did in the US and all of that.
Yeah, let's talk about those.
Okay, so go to the US, and my dad, I think, my dad was a banker. He worked with he worked with Barclays Bank. Right. So you see your dad every day. He comes back from work, and I'm lazy, I untie his shoelaces, and I see him in tie and everything. And that, you don't know it, but these things kind of rub off of you. It's just like when I was in UK, and I used to figure out things in the kitchen. I have to make up my own stew. I have to cook and stuff like that. And you don't realize that when you're sitting around your mom in the kitchen, you are learning certain things. You don't know that. But once you find yourself in certain situations, naturally you see yourself, okay, you remember what you saw your mom doing. So it's my mom, and then I have 4 siblings. So there's Pearl, Thelma, Barbara, and then Cynthia. Those are my sisters. So go to America, and then there was an open house. I saw an email, open house, Bank of America. I was like, okay, let me just go try it out. But I get there, and I noticed that everyone that was there actually did apply to be there. So I was the last person to be called, because I was just there, and they asked, okay, why are you here? I'm like, I saw an email, but they're like, you never sent your resume or anything. So I was like, I have it here. So it was more like, just an interview right there. And I went through the stages, and long story short, in a room of about hundreds of people, I would say a few of them that got employed was me. I got employed at Bank of America. I got so excited. I think when I came out, the first person I called was my dad. I was like, oh, hey, I got employed at Bank of America. It's like, oh, you're following my footsteps. I'm like, unknowingly, So it wasn't as though banking was something that really excited me. But once you get to a foreign land, what comes your way first is what you go with. But I fell in love with it. It was a calling center, actually. And so when you look at the hierarchy when it comes to banking and finance, a calling center is, I would say, the bottom of the food chain, right? You are the ones that are getting all the credit card calls and what have you. And an African, obviously, stayed in the UK a little bit, but I wouldn't say that I had an accent. Still, the African thing was there. And when you easily get intimidated on the phone, because sometimes they will call you, and they'll let you know that you don't sound American. Are you an African? They can even ask you, which part of the world are you calling from? Some of them can be very, very, very mean, And when that happens, because you're nervous, it gets worse. Your African accent really comes out more. So a few calls, manager will call you in, tell you just breathe, just relax, just practice, But I'll say, by a month or 2, I kind of settled in. And it was very, very comfortable for me. It became too easy. I think selling, it's natural to me. Sales and marketing comes natural. It doesn't matter whether it's on the phone or face-to-face, even though I prefer face-to-face, because then when I say something, I can easily read your body language, and I'm able to quickly react to it on what to see and all of that. So yeah, so that happened quickly, and one of the reasons I came to Ghana happened at the Bank of America calling center. So I was part of this affinity group. It's called Black Professional Group. And so most of the blacks in there, what we did was we formed a group where we empowered ourselves in different ways. So we had BPG, Black Professional Group, and what we used to do was speed networking events. So speed networking is where we invite most of our top executives to come down to have conversations with those at the bottom, right? So you have about 5 minutes to engage about 10 execs, but it's about, you have to sell yourself. So that's when I'll say I met my first mentor. He's called Ben Ryan. I met Ben. Ben was like, okay, so what is it that you really want to do? I'm like, well, I think I'm good with numbers. I like playing with people's money. Investment banking will not be bad, but anything marketing will also be good. So Bank of America's, one of our HQs is in Delaware. And for Delaware, you have almost all the various institutions in Delaware. So from mortgage to collections to security, everything, fraud, everything is there. So what I then started doing is that Ben was at Delaware. So what I used to do on my vacation, because I wasn't traveling anywhere, what I did was I would just take a break. My vacation time, I would actually go to Delaware and I would do what we call shadowing. So shadowing is when I sit with different people to learn about what they do. So I took a keen interest in private wealth and investment management. I was learning that, and I would say some few months down the line, there was a vacancy in New York, Manhattan, at our private wealth and investment section of it, which was Bank of America. It's called US Trust, but it's still a subsidiary of Bank of America. So then Ben sent me a vacancy and was like, hey, this is a role for private wealth and investment management. Go for it. And I'm like, you know, it was in a different band. So bands are kind of levels. So at the
recording stopped.
At the whatchamacallit, at the calling center, the band is very low.
Right.
And where he was asking me to apply, that was really up there, right? So I was like, Ben, do you see the band difference? He said, don't worry about it, just apply for it. So I applied for it, and truly the recruiter was like, okay, no, you are not eligible to apply for this. I'm like, no, did you look at my resume? I'm good. I've learned, I've shadowed, I've done what I need to do to get here. I was like, no, I'm sorry, cannot, apply. So I quickly emailed Ben that, hey, I was turned down. It's like, okay, no worries, just give me a few minutes. Then he sent me another email and said, go ahead, do it again. So I applied again, and this time they were like, okay, you've been scheduled for an interview to come to New York and what have you.
Wow.
So I go for the interview, and then there was no way the recruiter could believe that I don't have any experience in private wealth, because to her, I was very knowledgeable on the subject matter. And I was like, it's because I told her my story. Meeting Ben, I did my shadowing, I learned on the job. I was like, wow, we'll get back to you. It took a while, but eventually I got it. So that's how I got into private wealth and investment management. So that's my little story when it comes to working in America as well.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So coming back to Ghana, what informed coming back to Ghana?
So Dad passed. Dad passed away after he came to spend about 6 months with me in the US with Mom. He came back, and through a short illness, he passed away. Oh. So like I said before, I'm the only son with 4 sisters. And at the time, I would say that out of 24 hours, I can bet you 18 hours of that, my mind was really on Africa. My mind was on Ghana. I really wanted to come back. I'd been telling the wife that, I've been telling her, listen, I want to really relocate. What I wanted to do was the speed networking thing, because what happened in the US to me was something that I think was needed here in Africa, or Ghana, to be precise, because Ben had a steady hand behind me and helped me navigate my way through, because from calling center to even private wealth and investment management, it doesn't happen like that. You need to actually go through certain steps. But this was a mentor that was able to guide me, but over here, if you don't get that, you don't get someone taking a keen interest in you and wanting to see you succeed. That is not usually our story. Actually, when a manager is not around and when in abroad, when a manager tells you they are going on vacation, they really mean they are going on vacation. They put their phone away.
Right.
You can't call, but guess what? The work still goes on because everyone has been trained to still do well in their own capacity, even if the manager is not around.
Right.
But over here, we take pride in the fact that if I'm not at work, no one can work. I'm the boss. I'm the one who does everything. No, that is not a good testament to your managerial skills or your leadership skills.
Yeah.
When you are not around and nothing can be done, nothing cannot be done, it doesn't show that you're a good manager.
Yeah, yeah.
So what actually happened with me and Ben was something that I thought was needed here. So the initial plan was, like I said to a few friends, to some friends of mine.
Right.
One person who is a good sounding board is a friend of mine called Taylor Aqua. So Zaro, I call him. I used to have a conversation with him. I'm like, you know what? I want to form a company called NCON. That is NCON. And that was to be called New Continent. Like changing the narrative, changing the mindsets. And the plan was to start speed networking events, in Ghana. So the wife was like, how are you going to make money out of that? I'm like, I really don't know. But it's not about the money for me. It's about, I really want to make a change. I really want to make an impact. But it's like, no, but that's not smart. You have to still make money. Like you're going to be in Ghana, but you're going to have obligations still in the US because we are still there. Because my wife and kids are still in the US. So that was the whole plan. And I'm like, don't worry, I'll figure it out. So then I relocated when Dad died, did a funeral, went back like 2-3 times, and eventually I decided to relocate home. So I would say the death of my dad was a major factor.
Right.
But as the conversation goes on, I will let you know why I think I eventually came back home, because something really happened that made me believe that it was part of the reason I needed to be here.
And the topic really is relocation and entrepreneurship, the reality of it.
Yeah.
So you do have lots of friends who are wanting to come back to the continent. Some are already back.
Yeah. Now,
I suppose your insights today will help them to actually see firsthand experience of what it means to be on the continent and maybe not starting over, but starting from here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you come back. How was the reintegration now? Because you were born here.
Okay. Yeah. I think it helped a lot. And I would say I was in abroad in the US close to a decade. UK, I think 2 or 3 years back and forth, right? So I won't say I really was out for long,
right?
And I also came with the mindset of me still being here, as if I never left. You understand? So most of the challenges that people used to tell me about, they're like, are you sure you're going to be in Ghana? I'm like, why do you think I'll not be able to stay in Ghana? They're like, oh, that time Dunso was crazy, right? They're like, there's a lot of light off. I'm like, no, tell me something else. Tell me that it's like maybe a Boko Haram or terrorism, something. Like, give me something that will scare me. But if you want to tell me it's just Dunso, I'm like, come on, that's nothing. Like, okay, so that means that if I have a generator, that's solved, right? That was easy. So I would say the shock wasn't there so much because I was ready to come in and not let go my roots, right? A few of us will go, and when we come back, it's as if we are a completely changed human being, you know? When people are even driving sometimes and I hear them screaming, and I'm like, dude, you used to be here. Why are you behaving as though like this is so strange to you and all of that? So I would say one major thing that helps a lot is the fact that do not come in thinking that you're going to impose whatever cultures that you have over there, over here. You are still coming home. So be ready for it. But what you want to do is to not allow, what the negatives to actually influence you, because you are coming with a lot of good. So you have an opportunity to be the salt of the earth in this case, where you can actually try and impose a few things that you've learned, but also be willing to embrace all of that. Now, secondly, also is the fact that there is always a window, right? I don't think most of our relatives that are able to come here intended not to be back. You stay there only because your window of opportunity kind of closes in on you quickly. I was fortunate that I won't say everything has been great. Has there been a lot of lessons? Yes. Regrets, not so much, because it's part of the journey.
Yeah.
It's part of the story. You understand? We always see people up here and we say, I wish I was like you. No, what you don't know is that you haven't gone through the tribulations. No one has it that easy. But I think that is why this conversation, I want it to be as raw as possible, because I think the stories that we hear are only the good parts of the story, right? I wish I could say that, hey, I came to Ghana with $100 and now I'm a millionaire and all of that. That is the story we hear.
Yeah.
Someone will say, oh, I had 1 grain of rice and right now, I have a whole plantation, right? That is not the case. I think we need to usually tell it as it is, because it is part of the story.
Yeah.
And you won't even appreciate the light if you've not gone through the darkness.
Right.
Imagine someone who was born with a silver spoon in the mouth. They would never, ever appreciate what it takes to be needy, because they grew up just knowing luxury.
Yeah.
So, but someone like probably you and I, who's really been through the dark, if we experience luxury, is different.
Yes.
We appreciate it more because we know what it takes for not to have. It means to and, you know, So that window of opportunity, I would say, for folks coming in, I would say, if you really want to come back, you should make the move now, because 45, 50, you're done. Because there's no guarantee that whatever you want to start will take off.
Right.
There is going to be time frames where you will have to go through the trenches.
So let's talk about those in case study. You came in, and obviously you wouldn't have all the money forever. And I remember when I came to Ghana, the first 1 year I was balling, you know, not balling, but I was comfortable.
Right.
But afterwards, my money finished and reality set in. So regardless of how much money you came in with, it will finish.
It taps out. Yeah.
So how did you manage finding job, maybe not up to the expectation of what you're used to?
Right.
So what was those experiences?
Yeah, reality kicks in quickly. I must say. It kicks in quickly, because what you want to do is you want to make sure you're mobile to move around. But you being mobile also means that obviously you need to be buying gas. You have to buy fuel. And then as you're home, the fact that you're home doesn't mean your mom is going to stop asking you for stuff. The fact that you're home also doesn't mean that the obligations that you've left in wherever you're coming from also ceases, because in this case, the wife was still in the US and the kids were still there, right? So you still have to figure out a way to send something back. But I would say in my case, what really helped a lot was I have a soulmate that understood my journey.
Right.
You understand? And not a soulmate that is not Ghanaian. It's a soulmate who is Ghanaian and just accepted at some point that this is just a nutcase. This is just a crazy dude who just wants to be crazy or try and do what he thinks he wants to do. So every now and then, you know, I talked about the lessons bit. Even though I said,
let's hear the lessons.
Even though I said there were no regrets, every now and then, if I should play certain things back, I don't think I'll do things the same way that I did it, right? I'll do certain things differently. So I met this dude. There's a guy called Akombi Akomsen that I knew. I lived in the same neighborhood with him, but I went to Ogasco with him. He went to St. Benedict, I went to Martin Porres. And when I came back, he had just left Vodafone, now Telecel. And he was appointed country manager of Kirusa. Right. So Akombi knew I was in town, and he was like, listen, let's have a conversation. What is it that you're doing? You know, have this thing going on, and I think you'd be a great addition. So usually when you come in, right, people would promise you things. And most people thought it was going to be easy for me because of my circle of friends. But my circle of friends, it's not that easy. Sometimes you see these people sitting here, sitting there, and you think that, oh, because you know this person and that person, you have that sense of entitlement. You think they should just employ you. But no, it doesn't work like that. And once again, that is something that also kicks in quickly, because when you're in abroad, it's different. When you're communicating with people, they love you. Like, you're in abroad because you know you're your own person. Right. But once you get here, the honeymoon period is about 2 weeks. Right. After 2 weeks, it's done. Everybody is like, now you have to figure things out for yourself, right? So AK then goes like, listen, I think you'd be a great, mobile marketing manager role. So listen, come in, let's do this together. Come and help me, build this company. I'm like, you know what, no worries, I'll do that. So I was fortunate that when what I wanted to do kind of stalled, I was fortunate to get something to bring me some type of revenue stream. Right. So I always say that wherever I sit, people like Akombi and the likes, I kind of dove my heart out to them, because without them, I don't know how the story would have been because it is difficult.
Yeah, yeah.
The other thing would have been easily to figure it out. There's a reason people just come in and leave. You understand? Because when the reality hits in, the next thing you want to do is to pack up your bags and go.
Yeah.
But once you
and
leave,
now,
it's like you've really abandoned a lot of things.
Yeah.
Right?
And now you're coming with different expectations of even lifestyle.
Yeah.
The expenses is higher than what they used
Absolutely.
to be. And because you're closer, well, I don't know about Ghana, but if it's in Nigeria, because you're closer now, it may be they can't call you in the US, but you're closer now.
Right.
So you should be able to.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not going like now. They don't even need to call you. They can show up.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They can knock on the door.
Yeah.
And you know, the only son, and it's very difficult to say no to your mom. Even more so to say no to a better half.
Right.
You know, who really, you know how much they're supporting, right? And you as a man wanting to be the man that you are, but you are just not capable of doing that. That is where, if you have a partner who understands the journey that you're on, is key.
Right.
I was fortunate to have that. So where I fell short, she picked up the slack, which I think she's done. She's gone above and beyond what she was supposed to do.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for that day to really tell her that, you know what,
give her flowers.
take like a whole year vacation and don't worry about it, even if you don't want to work again. But we're getting there. Getting there. We'll get there soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So lessons number one is now you know that some of your friends have their own life because you're close here now. You're one of us, so handout don't come as easy. Okay. So work starts at Kirisa now. You have some revenue, which is good.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
And then so I figured out that okay, for the networking thing, NCON, it's easy for most corporate organizations, corporate Ghana, they will easily sponsor anything entertainment. Anything to do with, like, let's say youth empowerment, anything to do with something either in entertainment, anything that will give them traction, which I understand. From a marketing point of view, you want things, numbers and all of that, you know, eyeballs, traction, things that you get a lot of people converging at a place. It makes sense to them that way, right? But let's say if you want to do speed networking event, how many people am I be able to put under one roof?
Right.
How much traction is that going to give them? So I noticed quickly that, listen, I needed my own revenue stream. And so a 9 to 5 will also not cut it, right? So you have to think about different things.
Right.
So then I thought about how to rebrand our very own shatter. But I wanted to do it differently, right? So I checked the shelves.
Was this you stayed, how many years did you stay with Kirisa?
And Kirisa 3 years.
Okay.
Also 3 to 4 years, or maybe less than 3, but just around that time. So whilst I was there, I was kind of thinking about different things to do, right? So that's when I even met you.
Right.
So I was doing things with you.
Right.
I was doing things with any organization that did anything to do with entrepreneurship, panel sessions, youth empowerment. I wanted to get myself busy with those things, right? So I then hit the shelves and I saw that.
Just 1 second. Did they leave Ghana eventually?
No, they're still here, but now they are called Gap Shop. I think it's like they kind of rebranded in a way. Yeah, but they did good. I mean, for those who do not know Kirisa, just to make it easy for those who are in Ghana. So if you make a call and the voicemail, for instance, if there's no response, it says that to leave an Insta voice message at a charge. Do this and that. Exactly. So that's Kirisa. Kirisa were the ones that were running that in Ghana. Yeah. So now I was like, you know what? Let me figure out a way to rebrand our shatter.
And you started creating the products.
Yeah. So then I was like, you know, let me have it in a kiln jar. Let me do it differently. So I was like, okay. So I got a lady, and at that time was my co-founder, my partner, and we're like, you know, let's make it work. So the plan was to get it in all the outlets. Fortunately, I was able to get it into ShopRite. We also got accreditation from GOIL to have it nationwide as well. And it was going very well. And then COVID hit. Once COVID struck, so I called it Scooter. So Scooter is a play on words, right?
Yeah, I remember
it's school and shatter put together. So school and then tour, you know, so we put it together that way. It was doing very well. I mean, to be on ShopRite alone was, to me personally, a great achievement. And if I want to say a few things that I've done that I'm proud of, it will be that, because to start that from scratch, from ideation all the way, seeing that through till when you launch it and all of that was really a big deal, right?
Yeah.
So when COVID hit, I was already with another organization called Imesco.
Right.
They are purveyors of premium brands,
Right.
the likes of Moet, Campari, Dom Perignon, Veuve Clicquot, and what have you, right? So I was the assistant marketing manager for Imesco.
Okay.
And I was pushing, and COVID hit. And once again, another unforeseen thing happening, and you get caught up in the middle, and whatever, all that crazy thing, all the dreams that you have shut down, and you have to figure it out again. So that's how that went when it comes to the shitter business.
Wow. So how did you dust yourself off?
Once again, you have to keep on persevering, right? I needed to still keep going. Imesco also, I needed to take a break from that as well because of COVID. When COVID happened, a lot of people were being asked to kind of stay home for a bit. But the CEO kind of called back and said, you know what, we still need you in house. Come and help us out.
That's good.
And then
revenue still maintained.
Absolutely, yeah. So that revenue stream still once again kicks in because it was starting to get crazy. So we went back to to Imesco, still doing whatever we had to do. Stayed in Imesco for another three or so years, and then decided to do something different again.
Okay.
Right. The shitter business now turned into a restaurant business, full-blown restaurant business, where we do local and continental dishes. Currently located at Rage, a very prime location, I must say, in the heart of Rage, in the heart of Accra, not too far from the MTN building.
That's
which
amazing.
Is currently what we're doing. Yeah.
That's amazing. Now you have real revenue stream.
No one also has this crazy bit. It's not easy, you know, like owning businesses is it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
You need the right people to work with you. You understand? And anybody in the food or drinks business will tell you it is one of the sectors with the highest turnover.
Right.
So you have to pray that you have the right people, the right fit of individuals.
What are the challenges, Roy?
Recruiting. Finding the right people and people loving your food. People complain a lot. People have different taste buds. And so you could have a good team today. Tomorrow, they will just tell you that they are not working. And you have to start all over again. So imagine having a menu that works for you, especially if it's one that was curated by your head chef. Then your head chef comes in and says that, hey, I don't want to do it again.
Is it because somebody poached or?
Poaching. Someone can poach. Someone can poach. It's a very volatile market where people come in and go a lot. So you're doing everything you can as a manager or a founder of a place. But if people need to move, they will move. Yeah. But just be prepared for that as well. And that was one challenge. Secondly is that people are there and your inventory becomes something that they feel they can dip their hands in.
He won't mind.
No. It's very difficult to actually find individuals that will work as though the work is for them.
Right.
So I'm like, sometimes my wife will go like, you sometimes take this business as though it's for you, and because I can stay late at work. Just so I pray that every now and then I'll get individuals that kind of work for me or work like me.
Right.
I'll tell you a story. So something happened, and I sometimes send mystery shoppers to my restaurant, So I do catfish as well. And I had a joint in Achimota, and I sent mystery shoppers over. So they went to buy stuff. And when I came in that day, the guy accounted for less than whatever he has made. But I was chilled. I really didn't say anything. It went on a few times, right? And so there was a time where he called me and he was like, he wants us to have a conversation. I'm like, cool, let's have a conversation. And then he goes like, he wants a raise. And I'm like, okay, let's
with the preference.
Let's analyze it. It's not a problem at all. Let's have a conversation. I asked him that, okay, between the time that we started and now, have we seen crazy traffic? Do you think we've progressed as an organization? I was like, well, not so much. I'm like, okay. So then, I've already told you, days that we have good days, I just willingly even give you extra without asking. I don't think it's time, but let's do this. Do you remember? And then I put out all the dates that my friends came in that he did not account for it. I'm like, do you remember this day? Why did you not account for that? Do you think it's fair? Like, should we do you have to give me something back? Do you think you deserve a raise? That is when I pulled out the receipts for him to see that, listen, I see some of the things that you do. So right there and then he was like, he now realizes that he can actually be fired.
Yeah.
So he quickly wanted to go like, oh no, okay, boss, you know what, you're right. I think we need to wait for the business to, to grow, and then we can talk about the raise. I'm like, yeah, I heard you. I know we're no longer talking about that, but let's talk about your work ethic. And then I told him that, you know what, I hope and pray when you eventually have your organization,
you'll get somebody like him.
You get someone like yourself. And he was like, boss, why are you trying to curse me? I'm like, what? How is that a curse? Are you not happy that I'm hoping you will find someone that works like you? It means you are not even happy
about yourself.
With yourself, So I'm like, listen, just work wholeheartedly. Once business flourishes, you're going to make sure that you're well compensated. So, yeah.
Wow. It's like a retail business.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep, it is.
Feel free. So what could be a solution? Is it putting CCTV cameras? Is it what could be a solution to prevent people from taking your stuff and
it prevents, it doesn't cure it.
Right.
But as they say, sometimes prevention is better than cure. So yes, I do have cameras. But what are you going to be? Are you going to be a Hulk to be on that screen every single day? No. You wait for, and most CCTVs around, it's not as if, it doesn't work unless someone does something. The only time a CCTV footage will be pulled is when something happens. So every now and then when something happens, that's when you pull it up. So if you're working in a system where everything is okay, you're not even going to be moved. Something happens one time and you realize that it's like 6 months or a year late, So putting system in place helps. When it comes to the food business or whatever, inventory, you have to do a good job at it. Secondly, too, you easily manage the job when you have skills in the job. Right. Every now and then, wife, you would tell me that, hey, you probably want to go and learn how to cook. Yeah. Because what I can do is quality control. What I can do is to go out there, have conversations, and bring the business. Yeah. What I cannot do
is to manage the cooking,
make the food itself. You understand? And sometimes when I get really upset because of delays, imagine you have a very high client. Clients that are spoiled with choice when it comes to vendors. They give you an opportunity and you are like an hour or two late for food delivery. You can't go and tell them that your kitchen delayed you. No, it's still on you. No matter what you do, you have to take ownership of whatever happens. So it kills me sometimes when you're not in full control. So I would say that if it's a business that you think you can learn, easily get yourself in that. Learn it, because sometimes I want them to be in as early as maybe 4 a.m. because we need to deliver by, let's say, 10 or 11. So I've done the math, but they are not there. If I was there and if I could cook, I'll start stuff. By the time they get in, I'll already be done with most, and they can hold my hand and keep it going if that's the case. So I would say that lessons, good inventory, knowing and understanding the ins and outs of the business. Something recently happened as well that for entrepreneurship, it kind of blows your mind over. I want to share it. So when I noticed that I wasn't strong in the cooking aspect of it, I asked a friend, Farida, I was like, listen, I needed someone who is very, very good. Like, I need a break. You understand? These guys, sometimes they'll bluff you because they know that you don't know it. So Farida has been in this business for a long time, and I told her, listen, I need someone to help out. Eventually, she gets someone, very young guy, very, very good, very talented. He knows his stuff. He can cook everything, right? So the guy comes in, he's like, okay, currently I work at this place, but I don't start work until 2. So I'm like, no worries. Can you come here till 12? I don't mind. I just need someone to streamline things, someone who understands the ins and outs of the business, to give me a good menu. Just be a manager. I'll still be here to manage the place with you, but at least you know your stuff. He was like, yeah, no worries. We'll make it work. So agreed. We signed. Everything is good. He started falling ill. He never showed up for work for more than 3 days, I would say. Not because he didn't want to, but just because he was just having, he was just going through it. Were they poisoning him? Not from my side, but I just don't know what was going on with him, right?
What about your other? Do you have another chef?
Yeah, I have another share, but then again, it's not that, because he just started kind of working with them. It's something that he was already going through before he started my place, right? So we did a bulk order for like MTN, huge one, right? And then that Saturday, then the Sunday, he sends me an IV, like he sends me a hospital thingy. He was at a hospital, and what happened? I'm like, listen, you've been frequenting the hospital. Like, this is crazy. What is the diagnosis? Like, what are they saying? It's like they said I have some infection or whatever it is. I'm like, that's crazy. Let me know how
and it
things
has to
goes.
happen now.
I know, now that I need someone, right? So it's like, once again, the journey, right? Entrepreneurship. You think you have everything under control. You think you have the help that you need. And then all of a sudden, you're hit with this, right? So let me cut it short. He called me sometime and it's like, he's still at the hospital. He needs help, wants me to help him pay the bill. I'm like, how much? But at the time, I had to text him because the voice note he sent, he was like, I can hear you. Sorry, I can't hear you, but I know you can hear me. So if anything, just text me. So I was like, how much? He did not respond to me. A day went by, and then the next 3 days, I saw a call coming from him. So I was happy. Oh, finally, he's calling, right? So I answered the phone call, and it was a sister. And the sister goes like, oh, yeah, Richard, you're the last name I saw on his phone. So I'm just calling you back to let you know that we lost Emmanuel. I'm like, you did what?
Wow.
Say they lost him. I'm like, no. How? Like, you think you've gotten a break, right? You think you've gotten a break. And I'm like, you just have to roll with the punches, right? Like, I'm going through it. I finally have someone that I think can help me run my business. Yeah. And then this happened. So guess what? Back to square one, and I need to start all over again. But I say this to say that you cannot give up. Yeah. You have to still go. Like, you have to still keep going, because these things will happen, unforeseen circumstances, but you have to keep on rolling with the punches.
Put this on the TV for me. So I'm going to send you something. There's this interesting shot that, like every entrepreneur's nightmare.
Right.
This is the valley that we go through. You think you're taking a deep of breath, and now, okay, let me, I'm free now.
Yeah. And then they'll tell you that, nah, I'm sure you shake it.
You're just about to start the thing. Yeah. It's always fun when you are out there, you are looking at the clients sitting, everybody's happy, and the restaurant is moving. Yeah. But it's not like that.
And when we post, we only post like when we get recognized for doing this, when I get recognized. Lately, what I've told myself is that I'm going to start putting out videos of the struggles as well, because people need to understand that. Because then the relatives have been watching those TikTok videos of yours, and you're delivering like 100 packs of food here, 200 packs of food there.
They think everything is good.
Out. Nobody knows about the fact that you're going through it. Yeah. Yeah, let me watch this one. I'm excited about it.
Yeah. It's an interesting one. It starts out with a spike.
Okay.
You are so excited about the idea. Everything is good. Maybe you got new funding, cash flow. Then you establish the business. Guess what? Nosedive.
Nosedive, yeah. Yeah.
Are you there? That's a part. What you're describing now is called the valley of death. So this is where nobody wants to be.
Trenches,
That's where you go through the trenches. But when you get it right,
okay.
When you get it right, you get it right. So every day from there, from this spike over there, it becomes all down there. Yeah. Every day you are like you're sleeping with a blanket on a river.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
So, the truth is, this is actually what builds your business, because this is where the experience happens. This is where systems are designed. This is where control mechanisms are refined, fine-tuned. And then if you are able to last through this section, then expansion starts to happen. Awards begins to come in. Yeah.
But this section is where we also give up the most.
Absolutely, yeah. Who wants to go through that?
That's where we give up the most. And lately, like right now, I had an offer last week. A decent one for that matter. But I was asking myself, like, I've gone through it. I've been through the valley of death, right? This thing that you're showing, I've been through it. And it's become more like an armor. I'm now really
Nothing moves
so
anymore.
into it. And I'm like, do I really want to go back and start a 9 to 5? That's a question I'm asking myself.
Right.
Will the money help? Yes, because there are still things that I'm working on that needs me to do that.
Right.
But now I can go in with my own terms.
Right.
I'm no longer going to be lowballed.
Right.
You know, when we come in and you're so desperate, you want this, but then they make an offer and you just have to take it because.
Right.
But now it's like when you go through the site, you begin to understand your worth. You know what your value is.
Right,
and now, even if that thing doesn't happen, you know that you're having now a
Some
trajectory
traction,
now.
yeah.
You're having some traction.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. The systems, you start to create it because you've been able to now go through it. You've
Right.
learned
Yeah.
from your mistakes.
Yeah.
And you put certain things in place so you
Yeah.
don't repeat those mistakes.
Yeah. You know, speaking of which, I haven't told this story on this platform. I've only told it once
Okay.
in public. You know, when we moved in here newly, it was like everything I've ever wanted to do was this. You know, I saw this building a long time ago in my imagination,
Yeah.
my dream, my consciousness,
Yeah.
everything was very clear.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 21, we raised the funding, we moved in here. It was too big for me when I moved in because it was like, boom, you are
Yeah.
dropped into your reality.
Yeah.
And I figured, okay, now let's do recruitment, get people the kind of people that will help me drive this.
Yeah.
I'm already late.
Right.
So I need a lot to complete within a short period of time,
Yeah.
get the product out, get the business in front of customers, you know, do this and that.
Right.
So I hired a bunch of individuals, stupid recruitment decisions. They came in messed up, cost me thousands of dollars in losses, even to the point that, you know, I suppose it's them. There was a robbery incident.
Oh,
My equipment, some of them were stolen.
wow.
Excuse me. So, you know, these are some of the things that refine you,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
I've gone to India, you know, took the product to India, paid a huge amount of money, came back, made other recruitment mistakes.
Right.
But then it was through all those trial and errors that were still very expensive, by the way.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That now we've gotten it right and we began what we called consolidation efforts.
Okay.
So everything we've done for the past several years was just to get to what we did this year.
Okay.
And I can tell you, because we fine-tuned some systems and, you know, experience is the best teacher in some
course.
instances, we achieved 10x or even more results only this year to compare with all we did with all those allowances and operating budgets of the last 5 years.
There you go.
You know?
Wow.
So I think this is important. You know, this value of debt is important because unless you go through this, you don't have like you said, a shield.
Yeah.
Your armor is weak and you may still need to get that somebody who has been through this to shield the business.
Yeah.
But you know, it never ends here because after you've spiked, you meet another level.
Yes.
So you have to still go through another challenge.
Yeah. I mean, that phase where you talk about, like when the funding came and boom, it hit you.
Yeah.
It happens, right? So for instance, for the restaurant, every now and then I'm praying like, why don't I get bulk orders? Why don't I get bulk orders? But what I noticed was every time there's a bulk order, I see my challenges. And I'm like, I'm probably asking for what I'm even ready for.
Yeah.
If I get these 4, 5, 6 corporates bombarding me with orders, 250 a day, 200 a day, do I even have the capacity for it?
To handle them.
And sometimes first impressions, right? When you're not ready and you take it up and you fail, like I said, they have a tall list of vendors.
Yeah.
They're not the only one.
Yeah.
They don't come back.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So sometimes when the delay, when you're going through the trenches, actually appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because it is part of the process.
But it's still
That is what
painful
we
to be
don't realize.
appreciated.
Yeah. That is what we don't realize.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we don't realize.
Okay, back to the story.
Mm-hmm.
So Now, how long ago was the guy's incident?
That was just 2 months ago.
Oh, wow,
he's
so
yet
fresh.
yeah, fresh. It's very, very, very new.
Wow.
Very, very, very new, because then I'm juggling so many things right now at the moment. Like, I don't know whether you've heard about the Global Entrepreneurship Festival.
Yeah.
It's happening November 21st to 23rd. So I was appointed the head of marketing, partnerships, and strategy.
That's impressive.
For that. Bola,
Yeah.
global chair.
Yeah.
So Bola got it, Bola put me on. So I work with Bola, Dr. Sumi Francis, that's a project lead from Nigeria. And I'm juggling these things. And I'm also trying to do something with a creative arts agency. So I'm doing a few things, right? That I thought Emmanuel coming in would have been just perfect, because it's more like a baby. You can't abandon it.
Yeah.
You know, the restaurant business is more like a baby to me. You can't abandon, and that's one lesson as well. Most people establish businesses that they don't have hands on, like they are not there. It's different if you can't be the one doing the cooking and everything, but you need to be there
Presence
to manage the business. Because relative is not going to cut it. Like you even having a manager, it's sometimes not even the best.
Yeah.
Because no one will manage your business the best way that you can yourself. You understand? So it's still ongoing. I would say that I've been through the trenches. I'm gradually peaking, and December is around the corner. So I've already have some few gigs that are lined up, few weddings, engagements here and there. So we are gradually getting there. But November is going to be extremely busy next month.
Right.
I have global entrepreneurship coming up. I have a few things that I'm also doing for
Are you supplying to them?
GF, the Global Entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
No, like I said, I'm head of partnerships and marketing. So I'm actually part of the organization of the event itself.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're expecting 10,000 people coming to Ghana.
Yeah, I've seen the noise you guys
Yeah, 150 venture capitalists coming in. So it's a lot of moving parts. We're actually having a walk this Saturday. We're expecting 4,000 to 5,000 people to walk.
Wow.
From Elwak to La Palm and back.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a lot of, imagine being a coordinator, managing all of that. So it's quite intense. But we're juggling it.
So what are you trying to get from there for your restaurant? Is it indirect spotlight, or just Bola called you and you are happy to participate? So
Bola has been, what should I call this guy? You see that guy from afar.
Yeah, he's a great man.
You see what he's doing. You see the number of things he has his hands in, and you ask yourself, how is this guy able to do all of that? Just like you, he is also an attestation of what is possible, right? You see him doing all of these things, and you say you're tired. From
I can't stand at the same platform with Bola. He's on a different pedestal.
You see that's what you don't see. Sometimes from outside looking in, you don't see how much you've accomplished. I'm
still getting started.
Every single feat is important. We don't take a break to actually appreciate sometimes how far we've come.
Yeah.
And that is not good enough. You know, sometimes we get into rooms and imposter syndrome, like we feel intimidated.
Yeah.
We ask ourselves, are we even eligible to be in this room? But what you don't know is that, listen, every single person that we admire, every single person that we see as a role model, once upon a time was us.
Absolutely.
Once upon a time was going through the trenches.
Right.
How they got to where they are was not giving up. Have you given up?
Never.
You haven't. So you are also on the journey. You understand? So I do understand what you're saying, but for some of us, yes, we are able to mention your name in the same breath as Bola, because what you've accomplished, it's not an easy feat, and you need to give yourself, some kudos on the back. So with Bola, it was more like, hey, come and do this. Let's make it happen. Let's make Ghana proud, because the first one was in Nigeria. So now the wars have moved from Jollof Wars to who will be able to put up the big entrepreneurship festival.
Right.
So Nigeria did it big. We want to emulate that and make sure we do it well. But this is healthy competition.
Yeah.
It's great competition to see that, okay, let's see how much we can bring back to our motherland, and what role would you be willing to play in it.
Right.
So I'm helping with that as a marketer, as a head of partnerships. I'm head of strategy, because there's a lot of things that we're doing. 12 activities in 3 days. And but naturally the rest is a bonus, because we have to cook for our volunteers.
Right.
We have to do certain things, and it turns out that I have a restaurant. So naturally I'll be
That's impressive.
it'll be passed on.
That's impressive.
Over. Yeah.
And it could be the next phase. it could be the next phase for you to give first visibility and then some injection of revenue into the restaurant.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not discounting that at all. I recently did something for MTN, and it happened at the Papaya Recreational Center. I don't know whether you've been there, but
Not
that's
really.
that's in Ibri.
Okay.
And when you get there, it's amazing. And to think that it's owned by Papaya.
Wow.
Our fried rice and chicken money that they've been collecting is what has built that paradise. You understand?
Right.
So sometimes it's crazy. Like, you are starting thinking that you are doing food,
Yeah.
but you don't know where else it's going to lead you. You understand?
Yeah.
The KFCs and the Burger Kings and the McDonald's started this way.
Yeah.
You know, the Chicken Man and the pizza, all of those people.
Chicken Man, pizza
It
man.
starts from somewhere.
Yeah.
You understand? So sometimes you don't get the bigger picture. You don't see it, but you start just by wanting to provide a service. That's where it always starts from. Just wanting to be or make a difference.
Right.
Other things will fall through. So far as you're more dedicated to it, it is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's impressive. Oh man. Okay. Coffee is in the house.
Nice.
Let's see how much you can take, and then we can transition to coffee, because your story, I mean, 1 hour is not enough.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to sing by again. Yep.
For an individual who, obviously, what you're telling folks who are listening to you and want to invest because they've saved, 1 or 2 bags of coins into the economy, is understand that if you are not here, or if you don't have all the time to manage the business, have oversight, end-to-end process, then you should have a large, allowance for risk, because it will never be like you being there yourself.
Yes, that's very true. And you also need to make sure that, like, whatever it is that you plan to do, you have to eventually make a move, right? I always ask myself, would you be the one to say, I wish I had, or I'm sorry I did? And that question is usually when you're lying down by yourself, right? I think when they usually say someone should rest in peace, it's not necessarily because, like, as you're so really resting in peace. Did you do what you really wanted to do when you had the opportunity to do it?
The other question is also, is that the only option? Like, when you think about all the money that you've lost, quote unquote, in this process, might there have been another way you could have invested it and still gotten your desired aim of investing in Ghana without having to, build the thing from scratch, have to go through all this nightmare, deal with all the attitude, human behavior, and everything that you've had to endure?
Yeah, you always realize that on hindsight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you always realize that after the fact.
Yeah.
You understand? When you're going into it, no one goes into anything to fail.
Right.
You go into it hoping that you would succeed. But once you get in, that is when you get to really, and sometimes it's not as if you've not even done your due diligence.
Yeah.
You have. You've done everything that you're supposed to do.
It's the nature of business.
You've had another person to serve as a devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Making sure they are pointing out all the loopholes and what could possibly go wrong. But then again, you also can't go about life walking on eggshells.
Yeah.
You have to sometimes take risks. And without the risk, there's no reward. Right. And so on hindsight, if you spend a certain amount of money, you ask yourself, maybe if I invested it here, it would have been better.
And
but
you wouldn't have to manage it yourself.
What you also don't know is that if you should go and have a conversation with that business that you think you should have invested in, and you have a conversation with someone who was very good at that business, they will tell you their story. So no one has it nice and easy.
So here is the other perspective, and not really like choosing a different idea, but so you have stocks, you have treasury bill, you have these other capital market instruments, which could still give you a reasonable amount of return.
Right.
So for folks who want to invest, is the default option build a business or create a washing bay, you know,
Right.
those kinds of things.
Right. So
What
washing bay, for
other
instance,
options?
also will have its own issues. But if let's say you're very comfortable where you have some decent amount of money sitting somewhere, not everyone is a business person. My wife will be the first person to tell you that she's not an entrepreneur. She prefers a 9 to 5. That's why she's steady to become, you know, to earn a doctorate, and she's earning whatever she's earning. She prefers it that way. So if someone wants to also go and invest in treasury bills, that's safe zone.
Right.
Some of us, we're not built like that.
You like it on the streets.
Like, bottom line is that that's just what it is. You understand that? Like, people ask me, you left Bank of America to come and do all of the why. You understand? But honestly, the 4 walls, it closes me in. I can't do the office thing, right? I don't mind a 9 to 5, but let me go out. Let me engage people. Give me a project. Tell me that, okay, think outside the box. Go do this event. Think about something, or this is an idea that I have. How can we bring it to life? Those things are things that excite me. But to really be stuck in a box and just be there every day, go into an office, write things on paper, submit, approved, do this and that. It's a cycle thing.
Right.
I can't do it. So yes, safely, if business is not for you and you just want to even invest in treasury bills and some of these instruments, financial instruments, which right now people are getting haircuts for. So you realize that nowhere is safe, right? Even not our SNID money, you know, like the economy turns upside down, COVID happens and things happen. So it's like, you just want to make sure that you're doing something that makes you happy. I think that is what gives fulfillment. Because at the end of the day, you know, the places that has a lot of dreams that have not been fulfilled, I would say is the cemetery. You feel me? Like, when it's all said and done, I would rather want to be the one to say that, you know what? I'm sorry that I did. I'm sorry that I tried it and it did not work out.
Right.
What I don't want to say is I wish I had. Like, imagine you just lying down. Now you're 70, you're 80, you're lying down. You did not do what you really thought you should. You did not even attempt it. And eventually things did not also go right. And you're going to ask yourself, man, I wish I'd done this. I wish I'd done that. I don't want to be in that role. I never want to be in that position.
Yeah.
I want to do it.
I understand.
Let me go wrong and let me say that, you know what? Okay, at least I tried.
Yeah.
And let me try again and see if I can do it better.
I understand what you're saying. The reason why I balance these optics is because sometimes young people listen to meetings like this. It's Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, so we have individuals who are just motivated to create a business straight from campus or leave their job to go start a company.
Right.
You know, it's also important that they understand what it means to go through this, because obviously for you, you are well privileged. You have experience of having been through several ranks.
Right.
And the truth is, not everybody has 24 hours. You have more than 24 hours as a result of the skills you've built.
Right.
And you can convert your words to money right now if you need to.
Right.
So it's easy for you to take certain kinds of risks because money is not for you, I should think. For you, money is not the paper in your pocket.
No, at all.
You've built leverage that makes it easy for you to get certain needs met, even though you don't have the paper in your pocket. You know, you have friends, you have your name, you know, that people respect, that they can deal with you even if you don't have the money.
Right.
But for some individuals who doesn't have that kind of leverage, equity, both intellectual equity, relational equity, and reputational, and resilience, you know, they might go in with the excitement of, oh, Richard did it.
Right.
And they will crash and burn. Yes. And it becomes so terrible an experience for them. So I always like to say, look, for me, primarily entrepreneurship is the mindset. The times when, look, I sound like a broken record sometimes because I tell people become entrepreneurial, then I tell them again,
don't do it.
Don't do it. Now I singularize that message to say, have that mindset.
Right.
Wherever you are, whether you are a cleaner, or a gatesman always understand that your future is in your hand. So there are so many things that you can do to improve your life. First, by thinking in that direction that you can bring solution to the organization. I mean, that your cook, if he's reasonable, if he had a sound mind, there are so many things he can do there. There are so many things he can do by being reliable alone.
Absolutely.
He has a lot of leverage with you. You know, because you are looking for people to pay.
Right. Yeah.
Because they have a need.
Right.
And you need someone who you can rely on in your sleep. Do you realize that if he proves himself reliable already, he can control his destiny in your own establishment?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
But some people don't understand this.
They don't get it. Yeah.
Every day, your biggest worry is that you need people who have XYZ kind of traits.
Yeah.
And you are willing to, you know, adjust yourself to make their lives comfortable.
Yeah.
Just prove to me that you have XYZ.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
And sometimes you just want to give them 2 weeks to show me, but they want you to, you are not doing this on the first day.
Yeah.
And they don't realize that you are giving them the opportunity to prove that they are reliable. They can demonstrate these objectives that, you know, you're expecting from them. And if they can prove it, if they had been able to prove it, you are willing to leave them to be the front face of the whole establishment. Because you have so many other things that
to take care of. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, it got to the point where I was initially at Achimota, and then I moved to Ridge. So there's actually one individual, just like you're saying, one person proved himself. Achimota was a smaller place. Ridge rooftop is a sky bar, open bar, really plush place, right? The guy that I started with at Achimota, who proved himself, is currently in the kitchen at Ridge. You understand?
He's the boss of his own.
Even well compensated than
yourself that owns
before.
The thing.
You feel what I'm saying? And it got to a point where the guy that was even doing the catfish, I told him that, okay, you know what? Let's not do salary anymore. Let's do a split. Let's figure out how much fish you can sell in a week, and then we split it. We can do a percentage, because I think it will give you more
understanding of where we're building to.
Absolutely. I was like, I don't expect that you are going to be working for me 9 to 5 forever.
Right.
And I also want to get to a point where I'm more relaxed and you taking over whilst I can concentrate on other things.
Absolutely.
So now if I give you some type of equity in the business, guess what? You get to be your own boss. You're building it. You're raising it. As we are growing, we can even open another outlet somewhere. Guess who's going to be the one managing those outlets?
You are.
It's you. But they never get it like that. They want it now, today, and they want it now. You know, so it's crazy. It's crazy. But what you said was very important. Where it is good that you took it there. For people to understand that, you know, yes, it's good to be an entrepreneur, but sometimes you also need to be under someone to get there. You understand? It's not that easy. It's not that rosy. But what I envy for most of the young entrepreneurs now is they started early. Right. Which is what is good. Because then the room where you need to make those mistakes and bounce back, it's there. Right. But if you're coming in late, and I was talking earlier about, it's not as if some of our uncles and aunties don't want to come back home. Right. But it's just that they delayed in coming back home. Because once you hit 50 and you want to come back, obligations. When you come in, your question is, who is going to employ you? Right. At 50 or 55? And if you want to start something on your own, the question is, when you do have room to fail, if you're 50 or 55, no, you don't. If you have to go through the trenches for the first 5 years, you're 60, the business is not going right. What are you going to do? You're about to die. You understand? So when you come in early, let's say if you're 30, mid-30s, try it. If you're 20s or right after university and a bunch of friends, you and your friend want to do it, yes, go ahead and embark on that journey. Make all the mistakes that you can make, but don't give up. Know that it's a phase. Just keep on. But the most important thing is that you have to definitely learn from those mistakes. If you keep on making the mistakes and keep on repeating it, then you're not being smart. So, yeah.
Oh, man. I'm so blessed that we're, you know, having this conversation, and I hope that we get to have another round, even if it's not during this Student Entrepreneurship Week, some other time.
Absolutely.
compare notes and think through ideas.
Let's have a podcast session, because I think that's one thing that we always tell them about how we got there.
Yeah.
But you and I are still getting there. So it'll be good to share the experiences.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. Absolutely.
My strategist is telling me that Kofi is in the house, so
No worries,
let's transition to Kofi.
Yes. It was a pleasure, bro. Hey, more grease to your elbow.
Thank you so much.
Make it happen. I know you got this, yeah? You've got this. I definitely know that you can do it.
Thanks a lot.
Rooting for you.
Thank
all
you
right?
so much.
Take it easy. We'll talk
Cheers.
soon.
Yes, sure.
Profile.
Come on. Nice to meet you.
Charlie, all the best, man. Thank you for coming to support the brother. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll make it happen.
Do I get to sit now?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Good. How is it going? I should be asking
Very
you
well,
that.
very well, very well. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Impressive. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're dressed like some diplomats. Are you in diplomacy
all
now?
for you.
Oh my goodness, I'm privileged.
Right.
I'm privileged.
Lovely. How has it been?
I'm
second day?
alive. I'm alive. I'm
Right.
awake.
Right.
So yeah, we keep running.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're
Perfect.
getting closer to the touchline. With every 1 hour completed,
Right. That's
we keep getting closer.
perfect. Perfect.
Okay, so today we are talking about design thinking, I think.
That's correct. Yeah.
The design
Follow?
thinking, how design thinking shapes the modern designer's toolkit.
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
impressive. I have another design thinking topic actually today.
I saw that.
Yeah. Okay, for individuals who are following this conversation and they need to understand who Kofi is to lean into the rest of our discourse, would you mind to introduce yourself?
Thank you. It's my pleasure, Tom-Chris, and well done for putting this together and giving us
Thanks.
your platform to talk
Thank
about
you.
things that
Thank you.
interest us and things that we're excited
We are
about.
privileged that you're here.
Absolutely. So, Kofi, who is Kofi? I think I'm just a regular guy who is very super interested in figuring out things. And so then design thinking becomes a powerful tool for that. I have a day 9 to 5, which I'm super excited about. But really, what gives me a very big, let's say, width of experience is design thinking, because it's super adaptable and different industries use it. So that gives me opportunity to touch and play with different things. And pretty much that's Kofi. So I do a bit of design on the side, but I have a 90 job in procurement that I absolutely love.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But obviously, before we get into the topic, I always like to go back to those early years of trying to figure out a career path that is right for you. How
Right.
did it begin for you?
Right. So, I mean, you remember me of those early days. So I schooled as an engineer.
Okay.
So I was trained as an engineer in University of Ghana. And so all through that, I mean, even before that in high school, I had wanted to do engineering because I thought you make things when you're an engineer. But my grandma wanted me to do medicine, which is very typical Ghanaian story. But good enough, I didn't make the grade for medicine, so they put me in engineering. So right after that, while I was in school, I did a number of things, particularly was heavily involved in student activity and what more I could do as a student externally. So doing internships, student programs like this entrepreneurship students week, etc. So that's how I got involved with Unilever, and I did something we called Unilever Idea Trophy competition.
Yeah.
And so for the Idea Trophy competition, it was about a business challenge.
Right.
And so you do the work and then you pitch a solution to a real business problem. So I did that, and my team went on to the national finals to represent University of Ghana. And so throughout that process, I suspect the HR manager had spotted a talent. So right after school, not even after school, just before we completed, she had said, Kofi, would you want to come work at Unilever for your national service? Like, what do I have to lose? So I went to do my national service, and that's when I started in. But unfortunately, I had to start in HR. I think she saw that I could do an HR job, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity. My first manager at the time, she was like, no, come work with me, it's fine. You can always go back to engineering if you want. So I'm like, okay, I'll do it. So I started in HR for national service, and then I think I did quite a good job. So after national service, they had me stay, and I was moved on to do contract stuff for a while. And at the time, in my firm, you, as a national service or contract staff, you're not treated any differently from the full-time employees. You do you do work as everybody as a manager. So they would put me in the deep end. I was doing recruitment, I was doing learning support, and then we had this thing we called culture. So that was what I was doing for another almost 2 years. And at the time, as you mentioned, I was just figuring out, do I really want to stay in HR? Do I want to go and do design thinking as a proper career, or I want to go back to engineering? So these were the three, I'll say three opportunities that I could branch into. And of course, as life will have it, I got to stay in Unilever for much longer than my contract duration. And then while I was in the recruitment position, there was a request from a line manager to recruit for a sustainability lead. And so I saw the job description and I was like, this sounds like something I could do. It's a good blend of technical skill and then a good blend of soft skill that I was right into in HR. So in HR, I was doing employer branding, which is more of making sure your employer is attractive. So you interface a lot with schools, with government, etc. And the sustainability job was just a bit of that. You need the technical know-how just to understand the materials that has to be sustainable, as well as you need a very strong external network so that you can communicate what you're doing internally. So I thought I could do it. So I applied. Internally, I applied again. I did the interview and then I had that job. So that was my first full-time job in Unilever as sustainability lead for West Africa. And that's how it started. So just a bit of opportunity at the right time and then going for it.
Interesting. Okay. Right. So how long did that last?
That also lasted for another 2 years.
Okay.
And then, so at the time, this almost inching into 4 years in my career. And I'd only done, let's say, not so technical jobs. And coming from engineering, that really haunted me. So I said, I really want to do something slightly more challenging and slightly more closer to core business. So then there was another opportunity, and then I moved to supply chain, core supply chain, to do supply chain analyst. At the time, we call it supply chain planner, strategic sourcing planner. So that's what I started to do, and that really was core supply chain from a more strategic point of view, not like engineering, but more strategic point of view. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. That job gave me a lot of exposure to senior management and brought me into the business, and that also unlocked more opportunities. And somehow that led into me doing now core procurement, and I'm a food procurement professional
for Unilever.
For Unilever still, doing a global portfolio now.
Impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so now in this process you discovered design thinking. How did it work?
Right. So how I discovered design thinking was interesting because while I was in uni, I have always been interested in figuring things out myself. Like I just find something interesting. I'm like, let me just figure this out. So I learned to swim on my own. I learned to skate on my own. And then one thing I was doing was graphic design on my own. So at the time we had this pirate site. So there was uTorrent. So I went on uTorrent and downloaded a whole tutorial pack for graphic design. So I was doing graphic design in school for my church. And then also at the time we didn't have any of these fancy tools. It was like core Photoshop that you have to like crop something out, pick someone's image and put it in another background, all of that. So I was playing around with that. So in the midst of that, I thought I was looking for a community that can help me hone my design skill. So in my head, design is graphic design. So that was what I was looking for, a community that can really help me hone my design skill. And then I was, looking through Google for such communities in Ghana. And then I saw Design Thinking Ghana Hub. And I thought, maybe this is the graphic design group that I should join to hone my graphic design skills. So I was in final year in school. So I went to join their meetup group and I went for their meetings. And then the first time I was there, it was nothing like graphic design. These guys were talking. What was impressive for me is I always tell my mentor in design thinking that they were just extremely smart sounding people. So I was just sitting there like, how are these people incredibly smart? And they are not talking graphic design. It's something else. So I just let curiosity lead. I went for that meeting once, I went for it twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. And that was how my design thinking journey started. Good enough. Again, the founder had spotted a talent. That's Dr. Gordon. He's now the Africa director for SEEPS. So he invited me over, and mostly when he's going for workshops, etc., he said, come along, let's just go take this session. I'm like, I don't know anything, but he puts me on the spot. And since 2016, so that's almost 9 years in it, I've had incredible opportunities with design thinking.
Okay.
It's taking me outside the country, run workshops for different clients, MTN, UN, across the board, which has been very interesting. So that's how the design thinking started. And to make it more of a to polish the skill, there's been tons of training along the line, certified training, non-certified training with IDEO, etc. Just so because you need the paper to back the skill.
Right.
So that happened along the way. Yeah.
Interesting. So modern designers took it. What were you thinking? What did you have in mind?
Right. So
when you were talking about modern designers took it.
That's perfect. I was thinking about design thinking. I'm like, I think a lot of people talk about design thinking now. So I was thinking, let's make it more relevant to the audience as well as to what is currently happening, the dispensation we are in, the modernity of technology. What I was thinking about is, design thinking as part of the toolkit of a modern designer, because people are designing world-changing solutions right now, world-changing technology. That I think we need the design thinking methodology incorporated in there because of how fast technology is evolving and how much powerful these tools are. Because then the design thinking tool is anchored around a human need.
Right.
And so these technologies shouldn't move faster past what actually people need. These tools should be built around actual unmet human needs and not just the excitement of we have these platforms to create these technologies. So that was the thinking around the topic that I thought it would be good to have a conversation around.
Okay. All right. So how design thinking shapes the modern designer's toolkit. For anyone who, I know Andrew, I'll need to take a different route with him. So
right.
For someone who is listening and is hearing design thinking for the first time, what is design thinking then?
Right. So perhaps let's talk about design thinking as a problem-solving approach, right? And I think what we all know very well and are super familiar with is how much problems we encounter in our day-to-day.
Yeah.
It could be big, it could be small, and we all have a way of solving these problems. So we all have an approach. So design thinking is one other approach to problem solving.
Yeah.
It's an approach that helps us solve problems. But what really makes it much of a very talked about approach is how much human-centered it is. So that whole approach is built around a human. So I always say the design thinking process is built around the problem owner, because you, the solution provider, you're not the one who owns the problem. Sometimes you own it, but most often you are building a solution for someone. So design thinking is that process that helps you build a solution that oftentimes leads to very creative and innovative outcomes. Right. So that process of building a solution for someone in a way that leads to innovative solutions. And I don't want to use the word innovative. So let's say that builds solutions that delights the user.
Okay.
That's the process called design thinking. Yeah.
Okay. So now, obviously, with that understanding, we can think about the principles, application, right? So let's start with the principles of design thinking. What is it today with the evolution of design itself? Is it still relevant? Is it applicable in 2025 designers toolkit?
Right. I think this is the time where design thinking is probably the most relevant.
Okay.
Because of the pace of technological solutions. Not just that, but also because we need solutions that address real human needs.
Okay.
Not just that we can build an app, so let's build an app.
Right.
Not just that we can redesign this space to include some, let's say, AI pattern recognition, so we can tell. Let's go exactly. So I think it's more relevant now because the solutions, there are so much powerful platforms that you can very easily build solutions on. But these solutions shouldn't be just solutions to excite. It should be solutions to solve for actual unmet human needs. So I think it's super relevant now,
Okay. Yeah. Principles.
Right. So typically I talk about design thinking around what we call the 3 M's. So the first M is around the mindset.
Right.
So it's about a big mindset of collaboration, because for you to build a solution that's really solves for a pain point, you absolutely cannot do that in a silo. So you have to allow for cross-culture learning, you have to allow for cross-functional working, you have to allow for different teams coming together. So the first point is really the mindset. And the big part of the mindset is collaboration, but a bigger part of it is also iteration.
Okay.
Because it's a process that should allow for it to learn from the process itself, so that you learn as you go and you build that learning back into the solution.
Let's use a case study to make it more accessible to the listener.
Absolutely. So maybe let's talk about let's say very something very common. Let's talk about open defecation as an a very.
Is it a problem though? I haven't heard anybody talk about it.
It is a problem. I've seen a few ads where some institutions are sort of advocating for people to stop that along the coastal lines.
Okay.
So it could be
sense.
right. It could be also maybe. Well, let's talk about something. Maybe as we're talking about 21st century, let's think about
the drainage. Like whenever it rains in Ghana, there's a problem. So
absolutely.
Perhaps.
I wish I could give you a few pictures of we've solved that problem. We've used that problem for a lot of hackathons for some of the students we've worked with, and we've seen really incredible solutions come through. But typically, once we use that in that space, we don't restrict how much they can do. So we usually would allow for them to go wild. So some of the solutions are incredibly wild, building a city at an elevated platform where we have an entire drainage system under it, and the whole city is built on that platform. So if you buy a land that is not part of the original setup, you would have to start your building on an elevation. So everybody builds on top of that, and so we have a big drainage system under. That's one solution that we've had to come up with. But I think one thing, probably let's use this case as well let's talk about the modern shopping cart.
Okay.
So shopping carts have been there since the 80s, and we've not seen so much innovation around that. It's always a box with some wheels that people push. And so using design thinking to really think about what the modern or the 21st century shopping cart should look like.
Right.
So an example is, let's talk about the principle. One, you'd typically, if you want to design something like this, you won't just go to see a Tom-Chris who is say an expected design and say, sit in your room and then design for us the modern shopping cart. So they go do some sketches, do some drawings, see what's available in let's say graphic tools they can use some Adobe whatever to come up with a beautiful shopping cart that has that moves with remote controls or something like that, and then deploy it, and nobody uses it or it never works. But the typical design thinking approach will be human-centered. So you get out of the room, go to the shopping mall, and first of all, observe how people shop and how people interact with the cart. So that's one, you observe. Two, you want to go from observation to immersion. So you actually take the cart and use it as well to get that feedback. And then I'll go to engage, talk to people. How does the cart look? Are you comfortable with the cart? Do you find issue 10 in it? Is it hard to pull it from the stack? When you are done, do you know where to put it? When you are in the queue, does it feel comfortable to push it and stop? When you have a kid with you, how do you combine pushing the cart and the kid? So you get all of this feedback from doing three basic things: from observing, from immersing, and from engaging, right? So that's how the design thinking process starts.
Yeah.
So typically it will start with a lot of empathy, because what you're doing is building empathy for the shopper.
Okay.
Right.
Now,
Then,
just for clarity,
right.
let's zero in on empathy for a moment.
Perfect.
What
Yeah.
is empathy in this instance? Because for some people, it might be confusing what you are driving to.
Absolutely. Right. So we'll still stay on the shopping cart case. So typically, if you want to come up with a solution that delights the user, as I talked about, the traditional design method, you probably give it to a designer somewhere, and then they'll go ahead to do a few sketches without really, perhaps the person is an incredible designer, but they've never shopped.
Right.
They've never observed someone shop, or they've never actually seen someone struggle with a shopping cart, but they are brilliant at sketching and brilliant at imagination, so they can cook up something. What the design thinking process works around empathy is around building that empathy is feeling for, right? So building that emotion that accompanies someone who is typically struggling with a shopping cart.
Right.
So empathy is around, feeling with the person through the pain of shopping with a cart that still looks like the 90s,
Right.
1980s shopping cart. So
Right.
the empathy really is around how do we feel for and feel with the problem owner, as I said before. And
Right.
typically you say the customer. So that is what empathy is. And it's rooted in curiosity and finding out, which
Okay.
typically you call that research. So empathy is how do we use the process of curiosity and questioning to develop a feeling for the user in a way that we understand the problem beyond being told. So that is typically that, and which is, you go to either, engage, observe, immerse, collect as much data as you can.
Let me
Should press
play
it.
this for you.
Perfect.
There's this clip that I like from Chris Voss. You know
Right.
Chris Voss?
Maybe
The
not quite.
negotiator guy.
Oh yeah, don't split the
FBI.
difference or something.
Right.
Split the difference. Yeah.
Yeah. He talked about empathy. So let's see whether this is the kind of empathy you are talking about.
Right. Perfect.
Because it's one of the key tools that they use in negotiation with criminals
Right.
or
Yeah.
hostage
Mm-hmm.
agents and things like that.
Right.
Are you ready?
And I like that as well because it just ties a little bit into, procurement negotiations. I do that a lot.
Okay.
Into the whole psyche of understanding the person at the other end of the table.
Right.
Right. So yeah, probably love that. That is a good
Are
addition
you
to the
able to play
conversation.
it? Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's go on.
Right.
When he's ready.
Exactly. So empathy really is that. And again, right, design thinking is about only the
Ready?
we
Okay.
read? Okay, sure, we can see that on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. It's still loading.
It's still loading.
Right. So as maybe we can go on as when it's ready. Empathy is more of, it's not so much of a science. Like if you're having to feel for somebody, it's very qualitative. It's something that you can't exactly quantify. So it's about, when I talk about that with some of my people in the design firm, we always talk about, we as designers, how do we actually feel as much pain as the person who has the pain point? So there are many ways to actually get as close to feeling the exact pain. There's so much crazy. People go all the way. Like when a guy has to design something around period pain, they've been able to simulate the pain using some electrodes. So they're going to stick some things to your stomach and your abdomen and crank it up, and then you feel how much the pain is as a guy, because there's no way in the world that you can feel as much pain as a woman experiencing period pain.
Yeah.
So there's so many ways that you can actually experience it, but we always boil it down to things that are accessible to everyone to experience empathy. If you want to experience empathy for Tom-Chris having to pull this together, come and sit here and observe. And then engage him. Just ask him questions. How are you?
But just
feeling?
observing might not be true reflection of positioning yourself in my shoes, because you will have to stay awake with me and talk as I talk with the people.
Absolutely.
So
right. So the observing now becomes an invitation to observe, to experience from your point of view. So that becomes, let's say, tier 1, step 1.
Okay.
Then the next will be to engage, just to ask him how he's feeling.
Right.
How is the pre-experience of putting it together, during and then post. And then if you really want to go push it even a step further, immerse. So you come sit here and start talking to random people for 5 days and see how it is.
Right.
So you can use any of these approach to get to very close to exploring empathy.
Right.
Because it's something that without it, there is so much insight that might be lost. If you just sit and do a research of how would a person pulling off interviewing people continuously for 5 days feel like, the internet will tell you something.
Yeah.
But there's so much insight you get by sharing space, engaging, and then immersing. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Next step.
Right. Oh, this
All
is
right.
up.
It's up now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Let's see what What's hard to say? And then if you really want to go push it in a step further, so you come sit here and start talking to random people.
Okay, let's.
One of the first commandments of negotiation that we're teaching now is thou shalt not focus on common ground. Everybody, the movies teach us that common ground is the key to everything. And a point of fact, it actually interferes with your ability to be empathic. Because if you share common ground with somebody and they're struggling with what you perceive to be the problem, it's one of the few Harvard studies that I ever agreed with. It said that if you solve the problem yourself, somebody else struggling with the same problem, you're either more likely to look at them and go like, look, I solved this, pick yourself up off the ground, stop being a crybaby and fix it because I fixed it. Or if you were defeated by that problem, your likely reaction is like, oh man, you're in trouble. I mean, yeah, that's insurmountable. I mean, I came up against that and I couldn't solve it either. Neither one of those are empathy. But the feeling of being genuinely understood, if you're lucky, it's happened to you a couple times and you remember that moment. And it's transformative. And if you can't recall in a moment what was said, you might not have any idea what happened or how to duplicate it or how to do it again. One of your original points, servant leadership, you're kind of getting out of your own way to really genuinely make the other person feel understood, to serve them. You lose your agenda about moving forward. And in that mind frame, you're much more likely to be there for them, to nurture them, to coach them, to give them the coaching and the support that they need in that moment to sort of come to grips with whatever they're struggling with internally.
Hi, Sam. How's it going? Oh, Sam, you can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful. How's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you doing so far?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank God.
I'm alive, I'm awake, and kicking. We are rushing to the final touch point.
We thank God.
Yeah.
We are happy about what you are doing. I believe that it's inspirational to this generation. I believe that people would look at what you've done and also get out of their little spaces where they find themselves and also try to achieve great things like you have started doing.
Thank you.
We are here to support, to do our bit to see that this thing comes to fruition.
Thank you, Sam. That's appreciated.
Thank God, yeah. Welcome.
All right. The role of medical lab science healthcare in Ghana, the rise of crypto and its impact on the 21st century African. Wow, those are two disconnected topics.
Yeah, but I'm very passionate about both of them too.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. So let's start with introduction. I always like to say, if somebody hasn't had the time to look through your profile, what do they need to understand about you to appreciate this topic you're about to discuss?
Awesome. So I am a young man who has practically been through every challenge the African young youth goes through before they finally find headway in life. So when I completed the university in 2015, I stayed home for 5 years looking for jobs. While I was home, I ventured into entrepreneurship, got some little money from that. I did biochemistry, so it was difficult being licensed to work in Ghana because we are not supposed to work in hospitals and all that. And very unfortunately, the biochemist is almost like a threat to almost every, because of how we are trained. It's like
Sam, I have to go back. I have to go back immediately with you because there's something you mentioned that people might need clarification for. You said who was finding it difficult to get certification? Yourself? Because you studied biochem?
Yeah. Yes, because of biochemistry. We are not licensed to operate specifically in any facility.
Why is that?
Ghana at the moment. So allied health hasn't allowed. Biochemistry is not supposed to work in the medical laboratory side.
Oh wow, I haven't heard that before.
Yes, so anybody that has to do biochemistry will end up either in academia or in industrial labs. And I wanted to work in the medical laboratory space. So I was disappointed to find out at a school that I could not work in the lab. And so I went into entrepreneurship, trying to find my feet, trying to get out of this disappointment, trying to make a headway. And I realized that I could go back to school and to do a short course which will help me to get medical laboratory science certification. I had to do that. While doing all these things, I decided I realized I had a lot of information on money. Unfortunately, money wasn't taught in school, like we all know. Money, which is a very important tool or asset that can help anybody achieve what he wants to do. What you are achieving, I believe, has cost a lot of, to be able to even do what you're doing now, to stream online for this, it's not going to be, you don't need nobody to tell you that cost a lot of even data, gadgets, and all that. So I realized that my financial literacy was something that was missing in my life. And I believe that from the challenges I went through, finding jobs, how to work with NGOs, that entrepreneurship journey, I realized I had to learn about money. And then from that, I read books from Robert Kiyosaki, and then other, even Donald Trump's life and his history, biography. I read a lot. And then people who were disruptive, who were not following the normal way of the financial education that is available for everybody to get. Right. So I realized that from the Rockefeller history, the history of money and trade, and I realized that there was more that we were not told, we were not exposed to. Which is probably just an information that everybody needs, African needs, or this world needs, but it is kind of only. So I just read a lot. I found out that money was something that was missing in my education. So by reading and by participating in entrepreneurship, I realized I had to get something from books. When I read all these things, I came out with a journey of how money has evolved over the period and how the next phase of money and then the technology that's come, the digital transformation, that age from the agricultural age to the industrial age, even now we are in the digital age. So I realized that there was a certain commonality, money transitioning from one stage to the other. I got a lot curious about it. Then I realized that the future of money is actually cryptocurrency and digital currencies. That is where all this passion came from. And also, because I went to school to do medical laboratory science with a biochemistry background, and I realized that by medical laboratory is not getting the recognition it plays in the healthcare services that we play in our country. For example, how COVID overtook the world, the pandemic shook our world, and the kind of role medical scientists played in bringing diagnostics into reality, in trying to pinpoint exactly what strain or what evolution of viruses and all these things. Right. So that is basically what has made me merge these two topics and also to want to expose or to talk about it more. I believe this platform will help us achieve that. Yeah. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. You struck something that I want us to discuss first. So how did you manage to then get the certification or license to operate?
So I had to go back to school. I did it's called a mature entry course in medical laboratory science.
Okay.
So I got another degree in medical laboratory science from my background with biochemistry.
Wow.
And then I was able to get the certification, another degree. So I also got from the school, I was able to write for allied health license exams, and I was to get.
Interesting. That's really interesting. Okay. So let's discuss the first topic.
All right.
With all these experiences that you've had, in trying to operationalize your aspiration of becoming a med lab scientist. So what would you say, has the situation changed now, or would you say it's still much of the same where, people go to the school but still can't practice?
So, even the story is the same. First of all, even now there are even more courses coming up, which are practically don't have jobs on the market for for graduates while after school. There are a lot of those courses. I had colleagues who did actuarial science while we were in the university. And then I'm told that that course leads to working in insurance company and all that. But in reality, the quality of that education kind of meets a certain, maybe the European market job portfolios. But in Africa, to be able to do some of these courses and to have practical experience or job waiting is non-existent. The story hasn't changed at all. And there are people who are still doing these courses in the universities.
Don't they know?
Medical laboratories.
Don't they know?
Well, I didn't know.
Okay.
And I actually had the option of doing a physician assistantship, which even now I hear for some reasons the course is going to be stopped. The teaching of physician assistantship course is going to be abolished from the universities, which I think started from somewhere last year. So the universities are not going to produce graduates from such a course anymore. So I didn't know. For whatever reason, probably somebody also will not know. And that is why I had to go around it to be able to find solutions to my problem. And I think in this day, nobody should find excuse for that now, because at least I've actually spoken to a few schools while I was in school to expose some of these problems. Only that the voice or our voice will not go far to be able to reach everybody that might want to do this course. And some actually choose this. Maybe they want to pursue the biochemistry to the highest degree in industrial in the industrial world. But it doesn't change the fact that to do such courses in Africa, the prospects are such that you may have to travel outside to work or pursue higher degrees to become a lecturer or something. And you know, our industries are not very, their employment rate is not high for somebody who wants to, maybe an industry might employ about 2 students in biochemistry or more or less, 4. And then we have thousands coming out from these courses all over African universities. And so there's that kind of gap in producing graduates, and they also coming out with jobs, except they have to go around the challenge and try to make ends.
I never heard it before that, you know, you go to school, you come back with a certificate and you can practice because there is no opportunity to practice with that course. I never heard it before. This is legit, my first hearing.
Yeah, I would hope you would also probably investigate more, and like I'm sharing with you. But that's the truth. That was my story.
Wow.
And the story of many. I remember I met one of my seniors about a month ago. He had turned into, he was working with this medical equipment company. And he had become a big person, like a salesperson for this company. And then he was into selling medical equipment that are used in medical laboratory practice. So in essence, in his struggle, we're just discussing the same issue, that in his struggle to find something to do, he ended up with this company, and now he's a salesperson. And he's happy he has found something to do.
Yeah.
But I have friends or graduates who are still struggling after school. After 10 years now, they are still struggling to find their feet. Some couldn't get the opportunity to go back to school. Some couldn't get the opportunity to break from that surprise or that disappointment. And it has not been a nice experience at all.
For how long were you jobless before you went back to study another course?
So I was not particularly jobless because for me, I wasn't going to stay home. So I was working in NGOs. I was working. I was doing. So let's say for like 5 years, I wasn't employed by anybody, but I wasn't idle.
Idle either.
I was engaged in many little things. Yes, I was engaged in entrepreneurs. I worked with NGOs. I did business. So I wasn't really stressed from that experience until I realized that I had to go back to school after like 5 years. After not making it big as I wanted to do it in entrepreneurship, and also I realized that the NGO it's actually a non-profitable venture. So it was only a venture I was volunteering and also supporting, but with the skills I had gotten out of school, I wasn't going to be profitable if I wanted to make it in life.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so you went back to school, you studied a new course, paid tuition. Now you came back. Was there a job immediately afterwards, or you still had to hustle?
Yeah, so I had to. So I got an advice that immediately after school, I volunteered to do internship, even though I was qualified to do internship with certain hospital around where I live. And when I went there and they realized the skill set I had, I think the boss told the manager that this guy that is here doing internship, he's even qualified as some of the people who are here. And they realized because I had been practicing for a long time, only that the challenge was the certification for it.
Yeah.
So my skill set, this guy. So I think I had a job offer through a friend. The day I was going for that job interview, I was called by the manager that I heard you are leaving the facility. I said, yes, because I was looking for a job. So, okay, no, we don't want you to go. Could you come back? And so we discussed your employments and everything. And that's how I got a job at that facility. And I left that facility, I think a year now, to go to a higher facility.
That's impressive.
And that is how I've been working since the past 5 years, I think.
That's impressive. You know, volunteering, some people don't understand the power of volunteering. It's been talked about over and over and over. Several movies have been done about it, and case studies have been written about it. Volunteering is a powerful way, especially for individuals that either have been out of work for a while or can't find job. You know, everybody actually.
Yes.
Whether you're a student, you want to get experience that would give you that 5 years of experience for entry level, you know. So it's a way to get that experience.
Exactly.
But so, you know, you were talking, when you were talking earlier, you made mention of advice. Do you think the reason why people go and pick all these courses with no career path is because they don't seek for advice before they start? They just take whatever course and then come out and reality hits them?
It is yes and no.
Okay.
Because in my case, I was advised wrongly. I had a friend's big brother who advised that, the biochemistry is an awesome course. He was doing chemistry in that university. And so he advised that it was an awesome course and the prospect so he partly influenced my choice to do the biochemistry. Even though, and then I was done in a training college. My aspiration was to go to the university, so I was partly skewed towards going to the university. No matter, because I realized that training colleges where people were trained just like how SHS were being trained. So I was like, no, I don't want to. I wanted that kind of university feel and then vibe and all that.
Yeah.
But he advised me wrong because he actually pushed that skewness towards the university even further. So he advised me wrongly. But true to your question too, most people don't seek advice.
Yeah.
Before they venture into any pursuit. But some too are wrongly advised. Just like in my case, So it depends on who you're asking. Basically, I think that is where the if you want advice, who you ask is so important. So you're not deceived. But some, and then in our generation too, I believe even now in the advent of AI, there's any question you could ask AI and it could give you, or you could find somebody in your area who might be doing what you want to aspire to do, and that person could help. And so it is. I believe it's both ways, yes and no. Some were advised wrongly, some didn't seek advice at all.
Yeah. So in the end, it's about advice, career counseling, because ideally I get the fact that he's a student in that school, so you give some premium to his words, but in ideal instance, you ought to have gone a step further, to seek a practicing professional's advice, So for an individual who is listening to you now, I guess you will save them a lot of money and also time and misery, actually, because whatever the course is, the best person to tell you about the course in real life is the one who is practicing it. And then if you want to understand student life, then you ask a student about the course, Hello? Hello, Sam. Amadou, is that you?
Sorry, I don't know how my phone went off.
It's okay. So it's back now.
Sorry. Right now.
Yes, it's me.
Okay, Amadou, hang on for me, eh?
Okay.
Somebody.
All right.
Can I be heard, please?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, surprise. Okay.
Yeah, I was saying that for someone who is in school or someone who is about to pick an admission form and is listening to you now, you will save them a lot of trouble, because from your experience, the mistake is you sought advice from a student. You sought career advice from a student instead of seeking, a career advice from a practicing professional. Because a student is only supposed to tell you about the campus life and not giving you information about the reality of the job market or the course. So
yes. But when I was in secondary school, we had this guidance and counseling sessions that were done for final years. And they were not very intentional, if I should say, and very updated in discussion. So they were the generic, the disruptive, they're not so popular courses. I like organic chemistry a lot. It was one of the reason why I ventured into biochemistry, because I thought I could do well because I liked it so much. I was doing well in chemistry. So I wasn't too excited about being a doctor. But I realized at the point I wasn't passionate about the course at all. And then I didn't like pharmacy too. So I thought, okay, biochemistry sounds more chemistry and all that. So I thought that was the option. And I couldn't get one-on-one sessions with the counselor. Maybe I didn't push further.
Right.
Just to fair. Yes, but I think, for example, it's sitting in a big auditorium, a school auditorium, and then you have two sessions or three sessions in the whole term for secondary school student, and that's all that is done. So that professional counseling sessions, maybe I could have gone further. To be fair, but I thought they were not adequate enough. Probably I wasn't more. I didn't push further. Also, probably that is the reason why. But
okay,
it could be, the reason why I ended up being advised by the big brother of my friend.
Well, you've learned your lessons, because the same, a lesson is repeated until you learn. A lesson is repeated until you learn. So now that you've learned the lesson, the worst case scenario is that you will not choose the wrong business idea, because this is the same reason why some people lose their investment. They go and take idea or advice from someone who hasn't done the thing just because they pretend or act like they know. So you go and take investment advice from this individual who hasn't been in the field before. All they did was read about it, and you make the investment and you lose your money. So it's always good to take the investment from somebody who you are willing to switch places with, So let's transition to the other side of the conversation. So if I'm choosing a medical lab science healthcare career in Ghana, your point of caution is no go area.
So the caution is that go start the course, medical laboratory science, straight from. So there's medical laboratory science course. There's even a technology and the certificate course as well, for depending on your qualifications.
Okay.
So there's a course that is run by universities right from first year as a course of preference. So you do that, it's better. But to do biochemistry, some do chemistry, and now there are other involvements in this. Some are actually doing biological sciences, and all these courses to come out and have a job or a lecturer or something, you have to go higher. So to do medical laboratory science, you have to go to the university and pursue that course right from first year, as it is with other courses like medical doctor course, pharmacy, radiology.
Got it.
And all that.
Okay, so there is a certification for this. If you need this, it's a certificate course that you can start from year one, graduate, and you have easy entry into the industry.
Yes, there is that in place.
Okay, wonderful. But what about the career prospects?
So career prospects of medical laboratory is to work in the lab.
Okay.
Basically. Beyond that, there are now evolving portfolios coming up, like we have medical laboratory, we have quality assurance in medical laboratory, because of the push for quality, precision in lab results, and also patient-oriented care. So we have quality assurance officers. We have, even because laboratory runs on reagents and all that, we have people now specializing in the reagent aspect in terms of stock managers and all that. So there are evolving portfolios, all in the medical laboratory science field, and also evolving because of how demands and needs for the market is now. They're evolving, but basically, the first thing to do is to become certified as a medical laboratory scientist by doing the course medical laboratory science.
Wonderful. Okay, that's impressive to know. All right. So, crypto and its impact in Ghana.
Great.
Is crypto making people sustainable or wasting all their savings?
So crypto is a digital currency. It's actually the future. You see how I think this year MTN Momo is celebrating 15 years or so operations. The way cryptocurrency is, I believe that for everybody that is interested, it is a decentralized digital platform. It runs on the blockchain technology. Basically, digital ledger that keeps records of every transaction that goes on online. It is because of this decentralized nature. It means it's not controlled by central banks, government, and there's also a big from the way economies have been managed by governments. By central banks, the masses, especially in Africa, you know how the stable nature of some of the political regimes in most African countries.
Yeah,
there's this distrust or mismanagement among too rampant in Africa, and for one of the reasons why I actually ventured into crypto mostly is because I lost money from the small work I was trying to build my life with. Still, the one bank I thought was international and safe, they had a fund manager account. I thought, it was prudent to be able to save with such entities. I am known to be international. And my savings and my small money I made will be safe for my future. Only to realize that the government and another government comes in power, there is mismanagement at top levels, and the country is in debt. They have to go through some IMF program or World Bank program. And the small money I put there, including other people's money, even insurance money, people's pensions funds, were all affected.
wow.
With no fault of that. So I was looking around, thinking out of the box. So if we can trust these trusted long institutions. They've been here for years. Some beyond a century.
Yeah.
Now we can't trust them to pay for things without restrictions, without huge transaction charges. Then I researched and it led me into crypto. I realized that for anybody that is in the crypto space, if you are not pursuing high risk ventures or high risk assets, you can have a steady, stable income or profit on your money. I've done it for 7 years now. I've seen almost like a 200% profit on the monies I have put there. Because so it's one, there is this challenge with the people you are investing with. You have to do that your research well. Like I had to go into research and know that they also have a certain representation like we have in the financial world. They have a decentralized exchange platforms which are trustworthy, and you can invest with such one that you trust, so that you know that at least your funds are safe first. Then you know that in any event, if you have to pull your money there is liquidity. You don't have to struggle to get your money out of the place. So I did all this research, realized that it was actually better than to say with central banks or the regular financial institutions that we have in Africa.
Interesting. Yeah, crypto is definitely a viable option for many people. The question some people have is, so I want to join trading, not necessarily holding my money there, but I want to join trading. So how do I get involved? How does it work? And what's the guarantee that, things will not fluctuate tomorrow and then I'll lose my money? Because obviously what you've just explained now, somebody has also put their money in crypto, and the small money they have is gone, in the flames. I remember one of the guys that I interviewed the other day, he had some project he was doing, and then FTX had an issue. The guy was arrested, and all the savings that he had there, they were all gone. He thought he was rich. Overnight, all he had there was lost.
Great. So just like you mentioned, you don't just want to save in essence, but you want to trade. So I would want to advise anybody that wants to do that, first learn. So for the past 8 months, I've been learning forex trading as well. And I've not gone live yet. I've just been doing the demo. I realized I don't trust my skill set yet because I've not gone through all the race, let's say whole season in the financial markets yet. So I want to go through it now. There's a season that we are in now. The shocks are so many, the fundamentals. When Donald Trump announces something, the market everything is shaky.
Yeah.
So to be able, and that's not just in forex or crypto, the stock market are shaky. Even commodities, the trade war between US and China is affecting gold, it's affecting almost every asset. Right? But in the crypto space, trading is, if you want to go to trading, one should understand the thing properly. Understanding is said that that if you're going to get 10% profit on anything you do, know that it means you're losing 10%. You can lose 10% profit. You get 100% profit. So you could lose 100% of all your assets. So it's the knowledge you get. I believe knowledge is powerful. If you don't have knowledge in anything, I would advise you stay back. But for the space, the risk involved in trading is not a child's play. So if you want to engage in, trading is just like what we do in traditionally, that risk for MTS and then crypto is more, you don't have physical access to trading. For example, somebody could buy, let's say, an agricultural product from the village, let's say plantain, and then it's coming to sell in Accra. The risk of the plantain going ripe before it gets to Accra, maybe there's a breakdown of a car, something can happen. It's a risk you have to take.
Yeah.
But if you are not knowledgeable, before maybe the middle person or somebody, the person who's going to this plantain business would have to assess that, okay, so this plantain, how do I preserve it from the farm, let's say in the eastern region to Accra? Before I get it to Accra, how do I make it, keep it green until I get to Accra? So you have to assess and get to knowledgeable, talk to people who have done it before, who probably buy the plantain further from Accra. And then you know or probably learn under somebody as well. Get somebody who's been doing it. Go with the person to the field several times. You begin to learn a lot of things that will arm you with the knowledge required to reduce your risk when you enter the market yourself. Mm-hmm. So that is what I advise. Until you do your research, get knowledge, learn from somebody if it's possible, get experience required. it is just like in any trade, you will make losses.
Right.
So information you have is your advantage to stand it out, even in any field, just like the crypto space.
Right. Impressive. Yeah. Okay, so give us a step-by-step checklist of how anyone, a student who is in school looking to get involved in it and make 200%, like you said, what's the checklist that they can use to activate that aspiration?
Great. So first of all, if you have interest in crypto, the first thing is to do is to look for a trusted wallet or a decentralized exchange.
In your view,
there are several ones.
Who is the one in your view?
So one is Binance. I know Binance.
Okay.
We have Coinbase. We have, and even in the wallets and then these decentralized systems, we have the cold wallet and we have the hard wallet. Cold wallet, ones that you could have liquidity. There are gadgets that you could put your money on. Like we have wallet like the hard let's say hardware. It's like maybe a phone or maybe an external hard drive, or you keep your money safe from the internet. It's not until you connect to the internet or you connect to a device. It is like a hard way that your money can be on, and we have the hot wallet as well.
Okay.
So one of the trusted ones I know is Binance. I've been on it for 5 years now, and even despite the challenges with the CEO, CZ in the US, he said that has grown over the period. It's even doing more better. Recently, I think just last week or two, Donald Trump pardoned him from the mistakes why he was put in prison. So it has been tried. They've been through everything that could make them fail, and they have survived. So Binance is a good one, and then now you look for a stable coin. It's just like any analysis you do for any venture or any financial venture you can take. For example, I did a lot of research on the banks in Ghana and in Africa before I invested when I did years back. I thought one of the banks was good. So when I invested with them, and later on I realized that it was going to be affected. It was affected by even the government's challenges they had 2-3 years ago. So no company or no entity is absorbed from having problems or being affected by the market forces, if I should say.
Yeah.
But when you do your research for you, realize there's a trusted exchange. Binance can be trusted. Coinbase can be trusted.
Right.
In my estimation. Then you find a coin like BTC. BTC is known as one of the valuable assets in our time. It's even valuable. It's right at the moment BTC is around $110,000, and gold is about $4,000. So you can see the value.
For individuals that don't know what the acronym stands for, that you're talking about Bitcoin, correct?
Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin. I will use the names proper so it becomes easier.
Yeah.
So Bitcoin, is, and you could see the journey of Bitcoin right from 2009. It has. If you do financial analysis of this, it has evolved over it has gained value steadily. It's not just because of market forces alone. It has gotten value by acceptance by people. And you can see that the value has it rose from the zeros to hundreds to thousands, and now it's in the hundreds of thousands. So it has grown steadily. If you check the analysis, you see that there has been consistency. It has tried every new all-time high it gets. There's a revolving, there's a challenge in the market space to try to, as for lack of better words, to bring it down. And it's able to survive all the shocks. And it has. it got to a all-time new high recently, around 120,000. And then there is this shaky in the market trying to bring its price low. So this season that we are in that is having these challenges is a period of testing to see the value people place on Bitcoin. And so I would recommend first to anybody that in any crypto venture you want to do, first buy Bitcoin. It's the most valuable cryptocurrency. And it has over almost 3 trillion market capital. There are few companies in the world that has that kind of capital. I think 3 of them or so: Nvidia, Apple, and then Tesla. These are the only 3 companies that has a market capital of $3 trillion. So for an asset to have that kind of market capital, it means there's a lot of acceptance worldwide for it to have that huge market capital acceptance.
Yeah.
And so for nothing at all, you can buy it because the acceptance is huge. It will take a big how do I put it? It will take a big story or a big deception for everybody that has put about $3 trillion into that entity for it to fall or for you to lose your money in that space. So I recommend that stable coins, the topmost is Bitcoin. Get Bitcoin, then you can make analysis and see how Bitcoin rose over the years since 2009 to this point. There are other assets that has potential to rise because every entity or every institution is trying to also break new highs. So you could predict from good analysis. I want to emphasize on that probably there are other coins that are in their hundreds, that are in their thousands, that would also could in the years to come hit in the hundreds of thousands, just like Bitcoin had to grow from zeros to hundreds to tens of thousands, and now it's into the hundreds of thousands. So you could do analysis and see there are other ones, like Ethereum. There is Binance. Binance has their own coin, which has been doing not so bad over the period. If you run the first 10 cryptocurrencies, you could have ones that are in their hundreds, in their thousands, and they have potential. And all these cryptocurrencies have a project they are trying to achieve. The one that created Bitcoin was trying to make money decentralized and trying to take away all the governments and other multinational institutions that are in the financials. They are controlled, and the kind of charges and all those challenges that have to do with government control or central bank controlled financial assets. So that was his essence for Bitcoin. The Ethereum also have their own project they are doing to back that cryptocurrencies. Binance also has its project is doing the Binance coin because they have a decentralized exchange. They also promoted their coin to be able to help transactions among and then across other wallets. So every cryptocurrency is like there's a project behind it. They are trying to achieve some humanitarian reason, some technological reason. There's one that is called SRP. It's from a fintech company in the US that is trying to make transaction transaction across countries happen in a very light, fast manner at a very, very, very cheap price. So they are trying to be, you know how it's difficult sometimes to use your Visa cards, your MasterCard cards, ATM cards generally to make transactions in certain countries. You can't use debit card in certain countries. You have to use a credit card, even if you have a debit card. So all these challenges is what some cryptocurrency institutions are trying to solve, mostly in the financial world. And every cryptocurrency has a project it's trying to achieve. It's trying to solve one problem and the other. If you buy into that vision of that company, they're trying to solve a problem by maybe creating a financial, easy financial transactability. There's a word like that.
Yeah.
So all these projects, you look into them, you research into them, you find out, okay, I believe in this company. Some of them are just pushing even financials, like pushing when COVID came. Almost everything that happens prompts people to have a vision or maybe use crypto to want to solve a problem. So if you read about that project, you read about the company, you believe in their financial assets plan, you believe in their financial, their statement, their records, and you know that, oh, this they have come out clearly about the credibility of that project, and you believe in it. It's a good thing that is what I do. That's one of the reasons why I choose the cryptos I choose. So I check your assets, I check your credibility, I check your transparency, I check the project you are doing. Do I align with that vision? And then also, if I see that prospects, you are in the hundreds, you want to get to the thousands, I check all the stories around. And I realized, oh, this is a good asset. Just like companies, startups in the real world, there are also startups in crypto, and they always try to achieve, like you are doing. SFAN, I never knew about SFAN until recently.
SFAN.
Was my wife.
We pronounce it as SFAN.
SFAN, yes,
yeah.
SFAN.
Yeah.
Yes. My wife spoke about the grooming course. I think she was the one that spoke to me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's your wife.
SFAN. Great. Because his knowledge, because it's, I don't know, but in your education, you were educated in Africa, right?
Yeah.
Were you ever taught about money?
I educated myself about money. I didn't get, even though I did accounting, but not the traditional financial literacy that we all know.
Exactly. That is a problem in our world. So if we don't help a teenager or somebody, let's say that Avrongo or Paga, or somebody who is far from Accra, and that might not even have a good phone, a good Android phone or iPhone, and who is practically surviving, it's difficult to make 3 square meals a day, and all they are looking for is maybe make it out of school, struggle to go to university if it's possible, or maybe go to finish. Some might not even make it out of secondary school, and if we are able to go to that level, secondary school, GHS, and let them know that they don't really, they need to go to school, and if they want to.
Type for him, we can hear him. I can hear you.
Okay. So I was.
Yeah, sorry, we had some sound issue.
Oh, okay. So I was trying to let you.
Just 1 second. Some background echo in the sound. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's fine. We're working with gadgets. Like, I was surprised that my phone had to also go off.
All right. So in rounding off, you were saying, maybe you can repeat the words that you spoke so that we can transition properly to Prince.
Yes. So I was trying to let you know, I'm passionate about this, especially in this financial sector, because it's a passion. I believe that there is a young guy, a young girl who's in JHS, somewhere in the village somewhere, there's this craze for phones or technology in our generation. Every child wants to get a phone. From JHS, they are excited to get a phone. This skill set I'm trying to get in crypto, in Forex, and to do well in them, to be able to get results, to financially empower, just like you had to learn financial intelligence yourself.
Yeah.
I want to go to a certain, so that, for example, if a JHS guy, a young guy or a young boy or a young girl gets this knowledge earlier, imagine the benefit they will get before they get to the university. Imagine if we're able to go to as far as the north, let's say Navrongo, and way back, let's say some cottage somewhere, which it has access to. Who has access to lights or then internet? Basically, in Ghana, almost every area you can find internet. If this youth is empowered financially to know that that money, that 100 cedis they have, which is like $10, they can profit from it and trade or save in crypto or something, and then earn good money over a period of. It's not a get rich scheme. No, I can tell you that it's not a get rich scheme at all. It's about if we are empowered, we empower them with this knowledge from a very young age. I believe that we can help in a big way to eradicate poverty to a very large extent, because we empower them with the tools in trading, in crypto, and then also in managing this asset in the financial world. I believe that it can turn around a lot of this generation, especially because of their craze for phones and technology. It can empower them to be able to make that switch.
All right.
In Ghana, almost everybody is poor, except the few privileged people. So that is my passion. That this passion I have will be able to impact the next generation somehow, by every means possible, to be financially intelligent.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Sam. It's obvious that you are passionate about the work you do, and of course, we are cheering you on, even as we continue to also appreciate your support towards this massive journey that we are on. So we'll be transitioning to Prince, but thank you again, Sam.
You're welcome, and all the best.
Thank you. Prince, you and Sam are a bit similar in your facial structure, only the nose is a bit different.
Amazing, Sam. When you were speaking, I just pulled up my Binance up and I was trying to, follow some of the things you were saying. So great job.
Thank you.
Big man, Prince.
My brother.
How's it going?
You're an amazing.
I thought you would come here in person.
Sorry?
I thought you would come here in person. You are in Ghana, right?
Yes, but I'm traveling for a shoot distribution tomorrow at dawn.
Okay, makes sense.
We're heading to the Ahafo region, so I thought, let me join virtually.
No worries at all. How has it been?
How are you doing today?
I'm alive, I'm awake, and God is good.
Yeah, showing it that it's possible.
Yeah.
God richly bless you. Amazing work. I've been good by God's grace. It's been an interesting journey. 2025 has been great. Transitioning from being at the grassroots for over a decade, and then taking a gap year to go and pursue higher education, and then coming back, in 2025. It's really been good by God's grace. Yeah.
Awesome. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So
And I'm happy here.
I'm happy you're here as well. But for someone who hasn't explored your profile and seen your work, some of the recent things that you are doing, what do they need to understand about you to appreciate this conversation we're about to have?
Right. So greetings to everyone watching from across the world. We're bringing this Guinness World Record home, and I'm super excited to be a part of it. My name is Prince Eduapia from Ghana. I work as a social entrepreneur, I would say a non-profit leader. I've been in the non-profit space straight out of college, leading a non-profit movement called 1 Billion Africa for a decade, an organization with a mission to ensure, the turning of problems into projects by the youth of the continent. Across the continent, we run several projects here in Ghana and in other African countries, and I had the opportunity to lead 1 Billion Africa for 10 years. Right after actually on the year I hit a decade, I went to the United Kingdom to pursue higher education and development. But by the way, during my undergrad, I studied computer science, but I discovered my passion for nonprofit work. So, when we say nonprofit work, NGO work, working with communities, serving the needy, that kind of work. So I pivoted into the nonprofit space or the development space, to coin it, give it a larger term, development space. So back to the story. After the decade, higher education and development studies, actually, the United Kingdom, and connected to a purpose-driven organization called Samaritan's Feet. Samaritan's Feet is an international non-profit organization that was started in 2003 by amazing founders, Mani Ohonme and his wife, Tracy Ohonme. The organization has a mission to achieve zero shoeless people in the world. I say that again, Tom.
Wow.
A world where no child walks barefooted or no elderly person walks barefooted.
Amazing.
And I happen to be the country director for the organization here in Ghana. So my mission is, how do I ensure no child walks barefooted here in Ghana? Every year we have the goal to distribute 40,000 shoes to children and elderly persons in need. So that's a bit of a background about Prince Eduapia and what I'm doing currently.
Amazing. Okay, so
Thank you.
I know that's like rooftop level of your career, but let's go back a bit. How did the transitioning happen from computer science to what we see you today doing?
That's a good one, Tom. So I wouldn't call this a full transition, and I'll explain that in a bit. So yes, I was at the University of Ghana campus. I studied computer science. Actually, it was physical science, but I ended up majoring in computer science and physics. Computer science being the major. So yeah, that's what I studied for 4 years. I love computers. I love the program. I love the course. But then, whilst I was on campus, I would join my campus, groups like our churches, Pentecost Students and Associate Pensa, to rural communities during long vacations. Pentecost Students and Associate Pensa would typically organize village evangelisms and crusades. I'll tag along. And Tom, each time we go to a village, I remember we were at Agomenya, we were at Abomosu, we go to different parts of the different regions in the country, and typically we'll be there for a couple of weeks, sharing the good news of the gospel. And I recall that each time we go to such communities, I would be part of the people that will insist that alongside preaching the good news of the gospel, why don't we visit that, the private school at the corner? Why don't we visit that clinic? Why don't we engage the youth in the community, just empower them? We are from the university, so at least we can share some knowledge, or listen to them, encourage them and all that. So I think that's where my passion for nonprofit work started developing from. Each time we will come back to school, I'd find myself thinking about what happened in the village. I'll tell you a quick story. One time I remember I met a girl very young in one of the villages, let's say 7-year-old, whilst we were engaging them, the students, and then the children. Then I asked her, "What do you want to become in future?" And Tom, she responded as though she had thought about it. She was ready for the question. She said, "A nurse." And I'm like, "Wow, it's amazing. Why do you want to become a nurse?" And then she told me, "So that one day when my mother is sick, I can take care of her. When the people in my community are sick, I can take care of them." I was shocked. 7-year-old girl talking like this, or even younger. So it's stories like this that I'll bring back to campus, and then I'll just be thinking about it. Eventually, I discovered, look, I'm passionate about this. And when I said, this is not a transition entirely, what I meant is that I have not thrown computer science away. I am leveraging on my knowledge of computing science and IT and digital technology to facilitate the work that we do to enhance it. So when it comes to organization, yes, we have a tech team, but I know my stuff. When it comes to tech, I'm able to share ideas, I follow innovations and stuff like that.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm trying to see where we will jump in. Should we talk about 1 billion Africa or Samaritan Foods?
No, we can start from there. Part of the story, we can start from there.
Okay, great. So the mission is to see that nobody go barefoot in the world. Was it what inspired you to join? Or
yeah, I actually meant we can start from 1 billion in Africa.
Right. Yeah.
To somewhere.
Okay, great. So you got this idea to impact young people, and then you started, even though you didn't have any money, you started organizing your colleagues together, and it became something bigger than you were thinking. At a point, you were really big in Ghana. So I want to hear the news again, the story and the lessons. I think for some people who are passionate about social enterprise, your career, your journey will be instructive for them.
Yeah, Tom, you're totally right. So I was in my final year in 2013 undergrad, University of Ghana. That was the same year I had that light bulb moment. And it started by a question: how many problems are there in Africa? Your guess is as good as mine. I was like, plenty problems, like 1 billion problems. And then a thought sparked up in my mind: how about we create a platform that empowers the 1 billion Africans? At the time, our population, 2013, our population in Africa was 1.1 billion people. So what if every person in Africa, each of the 1.1 billion people, turns a problem each that they are passionate about, turn it into a project, no matter how big, how small, medium, whatever level, So that was the aha moment. If 1 billion Africans turn a problem each into a project, our continent will be better off. So this was the vision. I gathered a few friends that I had worked with that had a passion. We mobilized. You were right. We started with 0 Ghana cedis. I remember the very first investment we got was it 300 cedis or 600 Ghana cedis? Those days, we used it to build our website. It was recalling. Those were very, very interesting times. We decided to prove the concept here in Ghana by turning problems into projects ourselves. We run a number of projects. So typically we'll pick a sector or a space, a community, identify a problem, turn it into a project. I'll give a quick example. We started this Tech to Orphans project. That was when we discovered that orphans are not supposed to live in the orphanage homes in Ghana for their entire life. They are supposed to leave their homes when they turn 18 years old.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Usually they live without skills, no skills at all. So they would go back to, they would go into the streets, or, some will pick up some deviant behaviors. Before you know, they turn into something that the society does not want them to turn into. So we created a Tech to Orphans project to build, give digital skills to such orphans, so that at least when they leave their homes, they have some skills to become employable, or entrepreneur. Yes, train so many orphans, different homes. So that's a typical example of a project. And in those days, Facebook camp was gearing up and all that. So we leveraged on social media a lot, launched the vision online, and before we realized, youth from across the continent, Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, across the continent, telling us they have been inspired by the vision, and they are turning problems in their projects, problems in their communities into projects. So 1 Billion Africa caught that fire in Ghana. For 10 years, we ran several projects in over 7 different regions. And you must also know that I was very young when I started 1 Billion Africa, so I had to go along with the vision. And I had the opportunity to lead this great vision for 10 years before handing over leadership to colleague that we all trust, the board trusts, before heading off to school. So yeah, that's the story about 1 Billion Africa.
Amazing. So, but at some point, let's talk about some of the lessons that came off from the work that you did, because it seemed like at some point you began to transition into something else, or is it still the same vision that you are pursuing now?
Right. So, organizations evolve.
Yeah.
For 1 Billion Africa, we, I would say that, yes, we, we're running projects and all that, proving the concept, proved it. We got people, replicating what we were doing across. So I wouldn't say that we pivoted 100%, but there were a number of things that we did differently. So, for example, we explored a social enterprise model where we would train some of these youth change agents. We would make services available for them, so that whilst we are providing the service to them, it's not entirely for free. So, like, for example, we find a company to pay for training youth in, let's say, Asing and Kumasi, who wants in the central region, who wants to turn a problem into a project, but they need some bit of training for their team, how to mobilize their team, problem solving itself, design thinking, monitoring and evaluation, how to keep the program and the project going and all that. What we realized was that a lot of young people didn't have the skills. So when we explored that model, beyond that, we also started organizing major workshops in Accra called the Start and Sustain Workshop in Accra, where we bring young people from across, the major cities who would come onto youth entrepreneurs or people with ideas who would come, and then we'll empower them. They'll go and either start or sustain whatever community projects or entrepreneurial project that they were running. I should say that there were a number of students that did amazing when they were on campus, as we helped build their capacity. So yes, 1 Billion Africa has not stayed the same as we started in 2013, the organization has saying is we have a Ghana team that is doing great. You know, we organized some webinars a couple of weeks ago. It's the whole Ghana team. We've also established some great partnerships, for example, with Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. So there are a couple of ongoing activities. While there is also the international executive team that is providing support to people from outside of Ghana.
Amazing. Okay, let's talk about the lessons.
Yes. So a few of the lessons. I would say that structure is one of the things we learned very early. I remember very well 2017. That whole year was lesson about structure. That if it must be done, it must be done well. If it's going to be done, it must be done well. If you want to really go far, you want to look at the foundation. So we started with a lot of passion, but along the line we learned that look, you need a board, you need this, you need that, you need structure in place. And so I would encourage everyone not to be, to throw away structure. I remember I met one CEO some years back that I said that look, I can't tolerate working with any other person. I'm the CEO and that's fine. The person was trying to say that they can't be accountable to any but that's a wrong move. If it's going to be sustained, in fact, nowadays, if you even need major funding, you're going to check all those things. So structure definitely a lesson. Be mindful of the team, the kind of people you bring on board, making the vision very clear to everyone. I don't think we have time to look at all the lessons, but I would say that one of the things that would help is find a coach, find a mentor. If you're a young person listening to me, you have a business you want to start, you have a community project, social impact project you want to run on campus, community, find someone who has done it before. It will help shorten the learning curve for you.
Amazing. So what would you say are the top takeaway from that? Because it was your life, it was everything for you at some point. It was your baby. What would you say are foundational principles or learning curves that you took from that experience of managing 1 billion Africa and leading your team that you are still applying to your work today?
Yes, you can take the experience away. No one can discard that. And if I were to go back to when we started 2013, I would still pray for that opportunity to lead 1 billion Africa, And I always tell people that it's one of it would have been a regret. Oh my God, imagine, 2013, I had settled for something else and not pursued the vision. Oh my God, everything I'm doing today is stemming from that over a decade of experience working with 1 billion Africa, the connections, the knowledge, the experience. I had the opportunity to travel to over 350 communities just in Ghana alone, not to talk about Sierra Leone, Liberia, Nigeria, South Africa.
Is internet. Can't find it here. What's the name? Send me a hello on WhatsApp. Send me a hello on WhatsApp.
April 2025 to date, we distributed 31,000 shoes, and I have seen school children walking barefooted, not too far from Accra, Central Region, just 3 hours away. You should go to our Instagram, go to our website, go to our social media, Facebook, see some of the images. Children wearing shoes that can barely hold their feet. So I know we are sliding into Samaritans.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's a good transition. Go on.
Not don't mention the name of the president with a country that starts with a Z, because I have great friends from there. So hand it over to another leadership. Let's see how great they do to give them all the support that they need. Whilst Prince Edward takes on another beautiful talent, achieving zero shoeless children in Ghana.
Impressive. So, for what was, I know your corporate vision is to ensure that no shoe is idle, or rather, no leg should walk without a shoe. So that's the corporate vision. But what's Prince's vision?
Yes. So, when I was in the UK, I was just looking for a purpose-driven organization to work with. And by the way, I wanted to come back. So I am thankful that I got connected to Samaritan's Feet. And as the name says rightly, it's an organization left from the story. It's actually a real thing that happened. Jesus, Bible says that he gathered himself with a towel. He went to the disciples and washed their feet. He said, "The greatest amongst you shall be the servant." Same Jesus told the story about the good Samaritan. So putting the pieces together, Samaritan's Feet. And this is to answer your question, what my mission really is for the organization. The organization is really a purpose-driven one. That's number one, why I love it. But two, it's addressing a real need that people are oblivious to. A lot of people do not know that it's 2025 who walk to barefooted. And we're not talking about 10 people, 100 people, we can hundreds. This thing is if you've heard of what we call neglected tropical diseases. Now, neglected tropical diseases, it's actually a debilitating global crisis. A group of diseases that affect the foot. They include soil health, 1.6 billion people out of the 8 or so billion people every single year. 1.6 billion people are affected by or get infected by the tropical disease. Ghana has its This is to say that whilst people are walking barefooted, the 8 components, they are
put off your volume, please.
contracting diseases on their feet. So imagine a child that has been taken to school to become a future leader, 365 days in a year. And for half of that, he couldn't go to school because they put their foot in it. How is that child going to become a future leader? So you see, we're here in the capital, everywhere. We just wishing and saying things that are not. There are people suffering, children contracting foodborne diseases because they were not wearing the proper footwear. They didn't even have shoes to wear to school. That's the health component. So this vision is addressing that major health component where children do not contract disease. Number 2, the lack of education. Tom, would you believe or did you know that shoes are part of the school uniform? So that means that if a child does not have a shoe, they will go to school barefooted. They are not in a complete school uniform.
Yeah.
How do you expect a child to have dignity to study in the classroom? They are walking barefooted. Or when they are wearing shoes that, oh my God, Central Reading Tables area recently, this was in September. Oh, one girl that we're going to serve over 1,000 school children. One girl on Instagram, you see that pic amongst the thing. Instagram. You don't even need to scroll to see it. Guess what? That was when a shoe. So we don't just go and give you the shoe. We clean your feet, like I said, on what Jesus did. We clean your feet and then we put the shoes on you. When the girl removed her legs from the whole shoe, are you listening to this?
Yeah.
Are you ready for this? There was no soul. There was no soul. I say there was no under of the shoe, like a shoe. If this is a shoe, there was nothing here. The girl's feet were in the shoes, but literally the girl was walking barefooted. This is just to show up. And there are several of such cases where the dignity of young people are taken because, they are in incomplete school uniform. And for some of the children, it's even become their nicknames in school. We heard of a story where a child is called Wash and Wear because and that's their nickname that mates laugh at them. And that's because they have just one school uniform. That's what they will wear for 365 days in the year. If they are going to school all the days in the year. So it takes the dignity of school children away, and we are expecting them to focus in class. So that's the work Samaritan's Feet is focusing on, how to provide good health, how to ensure children have proper footwear, and we are excited to have partnership with World Shoe. That's a state-of-the-art shoe factory that produces antimicrobial footwear that protects the feet against injuries, and also it's a shoe that's environmental friendly, meaning it's able to biodegrade into the soil when disposed of. And they're able to sell their shoes to us at a CSR price, and we are able to, find the right partners to buy the shoes to go and distribute. So,
I see.
That's the mission. I'm in the business of making sure school children have the dignity to study, have good health. There's something Tom called the unjust reality of chronic poverty. Imagine a family living in a village, living under the poverty line. Okay, they are poor. Imagine, let's say it's a mother and a father, and then there are 3 children. Imagine 2 of the children contract foodborne diseases because they walk barefooted to school, play everywhere. What would the parents do? The small money they have, poverty money that they have, they will use it to go and care for the health of their child. Guess what? That is taking the parents off work. It means that the economic, their income is compromised.
Yeah.
So, and statistics show that, people like that living in poverty, they do not practice proper hygiene because they don't see the need to go and invest in soap and wash their hands and running water. So disease is inevitable. So that means that if the child is not in school and is sick, it's less, they are losing school hours. Parents are losing work hours. So by close of the day, this family will stay in poverty, and that's the unjust reality of chronic poverty. So what Samaritan's Feet is doing is we're at least providing them with shoes to protect their feet. And at every shoe distribution, we use the opportunity to teach good hygiene. So this is just so that we keep them out in school, out of the hospitals, and for their parents to have time to work so that they can carry themselves.
Wow, it's a laudable mission. It's definitely a laudable mission because, the challenge we have on the continent, in Ghana, I should say, is quite clear. And, yeah, there are a lot of thoughts that are coming into my head, but, every day you get reward for the work you do because you see the impact right in front of your eyes,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
So, I was thinking that you guys produce the shoe and then distribute. So do you now have the responsibility to raise the funding to buy the shoes?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're in partnership with World Shoe. Like I said, World Shoe is for sale in the malls, the retail centers, and it's produced in Ghana. Actually, proudly produced. World Shoe is amazing. Everyone should check out World Shoe. They are employing hundreds of people within the factory. Is actually in Akosombo, ultra state-of-the-art factory. $1 million plus millions of dollars investment. Everyone should check out theworldshoe.com. Employing hundreds of young people. They run. I think they do 8 hours. It's like the 24-hour economy. They are always working. And the shoes are produced here in Ghana and shipped to the world. So their slogan is proudly made in Ghana. So they ship containers to Argentina, to the US, South Africa, to Malawi, across the world. And they have the capacity to produce 1 million shoes in a year.
Wow.
Over 1 million shoes in a year, yes. So we in partnership with them to say, look, this is our mission. So they are able to give their shoes to us, not at the retail, price, but at the CSR price. And we find the right partners to partner with to say, look, we're going to a school in the central region to serve 1,000 school children. Is your company able to help procure the shoes so we go and distribute? Well, yes, we do procure the shoes, working with partners and donors. And let me say that Samaritan's Feet across the world, there's an office in South Africa, Argentina, Uganda. That's what everyone else does. Yes. Yeah, and even in the US distributes shoes. Samaritan's Feet has worked in over 625 cities in the US. And like I said, it's not just about giving the people shoes, but that encounter where a child is seated in front of you. You're asking, hey, what's your name? Say, my name is Sandra. Sandra, wow, that's a beautiful name. You know the meaning of Sandra, or what's your favorite color? What do you want to become in the future? Have an encounter with a child, And I have seen that this encounter means a lot to the children, the 30,000 plus children that we have served this year, And even after all that, we even pray for them,
Yeah.
Let me chip this in for 2 minutes.
Yes, please.
So the reason why Samaritan's Feet does this, we don't just go and throw shoes to people in need, but we rather sit with them, clean their feet and put a shoe on them. this is how the vision got started. Our founder comes from Nigeria. Mani Ohonme, many years ago, living in poverty, he used to sell soft drinks when he was a child. And that's his story is such that one time, while selling soft drinks,
what's the thing going on there?
Because he saw a missionary, playing with a group of kids. They were playing basketball, sport. He put his soft drinks down and joined, and was just around. They invited him to join them. They were playing. He was so happy. And on that day, they did a competition, and the winner was going to get a new pair of tennis shoes. Guess what? The winner was the one who was successfully able to throw, the ball into the basket. Thankfully, he won it, and he got his new pair of shoes. He was in heaven, and before he would run off, take off to go and tell everyone in his community, the missionary stopped him and said, "Son, the fact that you see poverty all around you does not mean that the Most High has forgotten about you. Keep dreaming, find your purpose, keep dreaming. One day you will grow to become great." And that encounter, that few minutes, changed everything for him.
Yeah.
Fast forward, he started pursuing scholarships in the US. He got into the US, became a basketball player, became a businessman. Fast forward, he founded Samaritan's Feet at the year 2003. And for over 20 years, the organization has distributed 11 million, nearly 12 million shoes in 113 countries.
Impressive.
So for us, that encounter is very important, where we encourage.
Very impressive. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Wow. So how do you raise the funds?
Yes, so we find people that are passionate. Like I mentioned, we're in the business of hope, HOPE. H means health, E means education. O is when at the distribution center, people get talking of opportunities come up, opportunity, one thing leading to the other during that network. Peace, meaning everyone has come together, different tribes, different races, we're sharing the love of Christ, So peace is promoted. But health and education, we find the companies that align, companies that want to pursue good health in maybe the communities they work in, or beyond that. Companies that are most passionate about education, their CSR programs are focused on education. We say, look, what we're doing, and Tom, our monitoring and evaluation statistics have given us the numbers that what we are doing has boost enrollment, boost school attendance in the places we have gone to, where we've taken the data. The details, the statistics have been very clear. So this is evidence-based impact we're talking about. The companies that go like, what, that's what we want to do. We want to promote enrollment. We want to keep students in school. We tell them that, okay, giving them shoes, those who do not have it, those who are wearing shoes that can barely hold their feet, we'll keep them in school. So then, okay, which community do you want us to go and serve? Oh, there's a school here. They have 150 school children, and you should we go and do a needs assessment. We see the evidence. They really, really need shoes. So we do the whole proposal. We share with the company. They go like, okay, we will fund 200 or 500 or 100. We procure the shoes from World Shoe, and then we travel with the company too. So you see, the good thing is we don't take the money and then go. We go with you. So for example, if it's SFAN, and SFAN is buying 5 shoes or 20 shoes or 100 shoes for a school in a rural community, we go with your team. So your team will be there. Your team will be serving the children. And this is also a way to teach servant leadership. The greatest amongst you shall be the servant. Across Africa, where I remember in Burundi, the president of the country, he to serve with the purpose. The president of Belgium, the one that we've done this in South Africa, on the continent. So this is also a way for companies to teach servant leadership, to give give their employees the sense of purpose. So that's one of the major we get the issues what to invest their money in. Social good, so we find alignment, and yeah, that's how we fund.
Wow, that's impressive. Okay, well, so do you? I mean, you just took over the role. Have they been operating in Ghana before you started?
Good question. Samaritan's Feed had been coming in intermittent. So in the US, they fundraise for, let's say, 2 containers of shoes. They ship it ahead to Ghana. Team flies down to Ghana for a week or two, distributes the 2 containers of shoes, find partners, distribute the rest, and then they go back. So that is what has been happening since 2001 to 2005, where the strategic direction was, let's set up an office in Ghana. So I happen to be the first CEO. And you see that, like I told you, the team was looking for someone that has a similar experience.
Right.
Who has started something with the ground before. That's why I told you I would never take anything out of, the 1 billion Africa experience. So yes, we came in somewhere in April, and it's been an amazing journey in Ghana so far.
Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, so the other side is, from your table, you are very clear about the value you're providing, but what about the community that you serve? How did they receive you?
With joy.
Okay.
With a lot of, when people do not have hope, you see, when you see what you really see, especially the children. If Tom, who I'm speaking into the future, okay, who holds the Guinness World Record for the longest heavy marathon, travels to a village in Bolton region called Kluma and Dodafo, finds this child who is dreaming, to become, just being a community, be a macho man, in the community. Because, they are limited, but they are big.
Yeah.
And then Tom is sitting in front of you and saying, hi, I believe in you. What do you want to become in the future? You could do this, you could consider this. And Tom is encouraging, and once Tom is doing that, Tom is cleaning your feet. The Guinness World Record holder is cleaning your feet and putting a new shoe on you. We have, the data says it from 2003, how this encounter has transformed a lot of lives. And thankfully, the communities we go to receive us with so much joy. Sometimes they even overwhelm us. We tell a community we're coming to distribute 500 shoes to school children, but by the time we get there, the chief is there. The entire community is there. They are waiting.
Wow.
And the chief joins those cleaning the feet of the school children. So it's a whole piece promotion, opportunities promotion in the communities, and everyone. Recently, during 1st October was International Day of Older Persons. Okay? And the theme for the year is a Global International Day celebration. The theme was aging community. Now we have what we call Samaritan Feed Seniors. That is serving, seniors. Tom, you'll be surprised to know that one of the killers of seniors, one of the things that really kill our age population about is fall. Seniors falling because they were not wearing the right footwear. So Samaritans Feed Seniors is in a mission of giving older persons anti-footwear. And the statistics is staggering. Even in Ghana, recent study showed that 40.2% seniors that got injured last year. There was a study in 2002, 2003. 40.2% was out of a fall. They fell here in Ghana. It aligns with global statistics that say that 40% of seniors that get injured get injured out of a fall because they fell down. The Samaritans feed seniors across the world. We celebrated, the day by providing shoes, serving the needs of seniors. And my team here in Ghana, we went to Benyati in the central region of Ghana. We served 1,500 seniors. You should see old women dancing, old men excited. Some people were not even used to wearing shoes.
Yeah.
And the joy, the chief of the community. We have a video of this. So to answer your question, the communities receive this with a lot of joy because they see their future leaders, the children, having antimicrobial footwear. You should see the shoes. Amazing durable shoes.
So
yes, whilst we also teach.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So the other side is,
yes,
there are programs. Yeah, there are programs that the government have established. Do you think at some point you would like to engage for this project to be bundled into one of the programs so that it becomes a going concern for the students, not, as and when you are able to finance donation for them, but there could be a pipeline of provision?
100% yes, my brother. Across the 16 regions of Ghana, there's only so much we can do at a point in time. Imagine the government coming on board, because the truth is that the need is there.
Yeah.
And evidence-based research has also backed the fact that the use of proper footwear, protects the feet against injuries. So this is backed by research, heavy research. And when we go into World Health Organization's roadmap to end neglected tropical diseases by 2030, this is the World Health Organization ambition to end these diseases, foodborne diseases that I spoke about. So if we get the government of Ghana plugging in to say that, look, let's partner with you, Americans Feet, to make sure that no child in Ghana is walking barefooted. And we can achieve this. This can be done. The government can help us scale this to make sure that we achieve zero shoeless children in our lifetime, And just the thought of it excites me. So, yes, we would love for that collaboration to happen, to serve, even if we're looking at it at the district level. How many districts do we have? I think 271 or so, stand to be corrected. Shoe distributions happening in each of the districts. It's going to be amazing. And guess what? We're going to save a lot of lives. Tom, there's something called DALI, Disability Adjusted Life Years. And this is how DALI works. So if a child is hospitalized for a year because they got a foodborne disease, what did that child lose in a whole year? So that's his disability adjusted life years. When you calculate that cumulatively involving like the hundreds of thousands of school children, you will notice that the country is losing a lot. It's just that we're not mindful of it. The country is losing a lot. If you project it over the years, this is a staggering statistics. But people are not seeing it that this way, so it's not a priority. But I'll use this opportunity to make the call.
Another idea for you will be so if you look at Nike, for example, how Nike. Hello?
Yes, I'm here to talk.
Yeah. So if you take inspiration from how Nike bootstrapped, so to say, distribution of the shoe, you could add more celebration to the project. One of the things I was interviewing somebody earlier, and I was talking with her about, I think it was Madison Marks. I was talking with her and I was saying a quote I heard or read from Elon Musk's biography said, "Marketing is showmanship." Since I read that thing recently, I read it, and it hasn't left my mind. It keeps re-echoing my mind. And she was like, "Yeah."
What did you say again? Marketing is what?
Showmanship.
Elon Musk said that.
Yeah. And it's been recurring in my mind. So I think one of the reasons why Nike, became so successful in distribution and their GTM, their go-to-market strategies, is the celebration they add to the whole theme of wearing greatness, So I feel like there is a way you can also do something similar to that, because yes, it's great that you do this good work and you take some pictures and post on social media, but to compare the impact with, the output, it doesn't seem to match, in my opinion. A lot more people need to see.
That's right.
From what you're describing here, the interpretation you are giving to the work seems heavier than the output of what I've seen, in the post. Because yes, the post shows joy, but I feel like you could amplify it further to help people understand what really happens when a child that hasn't won a good shoe all his or her life gets to, experience such privileged treatment and precious gift. How does it transform their lives, and what does it mean to their psyche? What does it do to their outlook, to the future? So those kinds of capturing can help, make a business case for companies that would like to, affiliate with such a vision, because I feel like most brands would like such, joy to be associated with their brand, So perhaps it's about thinking about the theme that you want to celebrate or promote, rather, and then finding a captivating pitch that will help you to present the expression that you feel, when you've delivered this product, for individuals that might want to participate, to see and, join forces with you, because this is a good work.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank you. And this is a fantastic idea you're sharing. Yeah. Really, really fantastic. So we will definitely explore it. And we will pursue. And you're very right. I mean, it's indescribable, the joy, the hope, on the ground. So helping people who are not there to see it is what we need to work on. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah.
No worries at all. How much time do you still have? We can keep going if you still have more time.
Yeah, I mean, we can.
Okay, wonderful.
Officially, we have one.
Yeah. My next speaker is still yet to log in, so it will be great if you can hold the fort for us. Okay. So now this is the major trust on your hands now. But it seems to have been easy for you, hasn't it?
What? How do you mean?
Like you've just taken over and you've distributed, you said 30,000 shoes. Yeah, so it seems easy for you.
Well, I would say it's not a one-man job. Uh, thank God for, the opportunity. We're also grateful to our partners, especially the World Shoe, who has made this, possible alongside, some partners around. We do what we call missions, American Street missions.
Right.
So we throw it out there to people across the world and we invite them, hey, come to Ghana, come and experience the shoe distribution and also see the beauty of the country. This year we've hosted two such missions. So by the time they're coming, they've also found ways to distribute the shoes that when they're in town, we will distribute. So we try to leverage on several means to raise the funds to buy the shoes. So yeah, we're grateful for the partners. We're currently planning for 2026 and looking for the right partners to make massive impact with in the coming year. But you say it's easy. It's not been easy. We may make. It may look easy, but it's, of course, there's nothing called easy, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we are also riding on the experience. We know certain things to be done based on the experience we've done for the past years. So yeah, it's been a great journey so far.
Awesome. So, in case people, are you recruiting for those who might want to join, or are you recruiting volunteers, or do you accept volunteers?
Yes, we do accept volunteers. In fact, tomorrow we're traveling to the Ahafo region to do a shoe distribution. From experience, we leverage on volunteers within the areas that we're going to. So, people don't have to travel long distance. Though we do travel but with limited numbers, as in go along with volunteers, travel with volunteers. So yes, we're hoping anyone is interested in volunteering, you can go to our website www.samaritansuitghana.org, or you can go to our Instagram and drop a message. You can go to our Facebook, drop a message. We will get in touch. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. Let's talk about how do you now take care of yourself? So you are thinking about the young Samaritans. So who is the Samaritan? Is it you or the people who receive the shoes?
Oh, the Samaritan, I guess, drawing from the good book script, the good Samaritan, the one that it wasn't his business to help the man who had been beaten by robbers. Others had seen him, priest, and then passed. But the Samaritan came around, saw him, and said, look, I have seen a problem. I will do my best to address this problem. So I guess the Samaritan is the one that is addressing the problem. So that would be us, the volunteers, our partners. There are some Samaritans who are not able to join us to these rural communities or travel with us to the regions. But by their gesture, their kind words, their encouragement, by their money, by their word of encouragement, they are extending their Samaritan support. So yes, Samaritan is the Samaritans are the ones going to serve the needs of children, seniors, the country, or the one who is not able to go, but send their money, their support, their word.
Great.
Yeah, and it's very, and especially our volunteers, very interesting.
Yeah,
We went in where we distributed 5,000 shoes over 2 days. We did 3,000. No, we did 2,000 day one, 3,000 day two. And we were there with about over 30 volunteers who stayed with us for 2 days continuous. They are Samaritans. They are Samaritans. Yes, we didn't travel with them here, the community, serve their hearts out. They saw the need, they joined us to serve the need.
Yeah. So how do you take care of yourself while you worry about the needs of your recipients?
Take care of myself in terms of?
Well, general well-being as a man, as a family man, you have this vision of providing shoes and ensuring that young people do not go barefooted anymore. So how do you take care of yourself as a person in this situation? I have a session on grooming for men. I'm indirectly opening that link for you, but you can go ahead.
Yes, that would be amazing. Yes, yeah. So this is a full-time role. A full-time role that was advertised, that I got connected to. So it's a payroll. It's not a volunteering role. So we invite volunteers. And aside the monetary value in terms of, payments, annual, monthly, whatever we will call it, the network, the connections with other country directors from across the world. Every single week we're on calls, we're drawing value from ourselves, our headquarters in the US. We have a very big team in the US doing amazing people, sharing knowledge here and there. We sharing our grassroots experience. I am finding fulfillment in multiple books. Yeah, I guess that's how I take care of myself. Tom, this has been my passion for many years now. So my greatest joy is what I'm doing. Thankfully, I have a family that loves what I'm doing as well. Some of them join, and when the availability is there, they do join me to the field and all that. So it is actually a dream work that I find myself doing now.
That's amazing. So it's a fulfilling job. Then you have self-care is not a problem since you go home with joy.
Yeah.
Impressive. But
that's right.
Generally, family life in general. So if you have, I do know that you talk to married executives like yourself. What do you tell them on how to maintain a healthy family, a healthy lifestyle, a healthy vision, and a healthy relationship?
No, it's very important. Families are very first ministry, right? So
yeah.
What I would tell them is just that family is your first ministry. You need a sound home to be sound to do anything else at all. So yes, to find the right work-life balance. Make sure there's transparency. Your family knows what you're doing. You know what your family is doing. And involve the family. If there are travel opportunities, make sure the family are coming along. It's not just you saying you're working here. My office is in Akosombo, and Akosombo happens to be a place that my family love. We go there every single year. So sometimes it's an opportunity to go together as a family. My family has called the World Shoe Factory. They love the place. But like I said, there's full transparency. You don't say that you're hiding in a corner distributing shoes and your family, family does not know anyone that is part of the organization, right?
Yeah.
So I would encourage people to, be mindful of full transparency and engage the family. But again, I say one's family is their first ministry.
Yeah. And it goes for every role. I mean, it's not just about those in social enterprises or doing the type of work you do. It goes for every role. It has to be something that brings joy to the family. The work is fruitful when it extends to you contributing, value to the family beyond the financial aspects, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Are you still pastoring?
Sorry?
Are you still pastoring?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's the second ministry, right?
Yeah.
If married and family is the first. Yes, I have the opportunity of pastoring faith gatherings UK. I'm still a little part of the leadership as a branch of our church that we had the opportunity to start when we went to school in UK. But yes, our main branch is here in Accra, faith gatherings worldwide, headed by Reverend Eric Deshron, an anointed man of God, a revivalist who goes across the globe, spreading the fire of Christ, serving millennials and Gen Zs, raising leaders and overcomers through the preaching and the teaching of the word of faith. So yes, that's where I church. That's why I'm a pastor at faith gatherings worldwide.
Was it the same assignment that you had during your study in the UK?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how does it work? Wherever you go, you pastor any church that you see there. Because
I'm coming to Spintex to Pastor One.
but people are laughing here. So wherever you go,
you're going to be our members. Tell them, everyone in the studio.
Excuse me.
Well, I guess for me it's a privilege, right? It's an opportunity. Everyone needs to hear the good news of the gospel. So I remember your man of God, our inspiration, Pastor Chris, has a series on the missionary Christian. I remember many years ago, he was preaching, and at a point he went in a very passionate state. He was like, "You traveled to China for 3 weeks and you came back to the business. You didn't preach the good news." Like he was just frustrated. You could see it come out of him, the missionary Christian. So I guess that's your answer right there. Wherever we go, we are vessels, the hands of our Creator. Unless he doesn't, he says we shouldn't. We will try to reach out.
Awesome. That's awesome. I had a pastor early on. I had a pastor as one of the speakers. I think it was in the afternoon or early. It was at noon. Yeah. We were talking about addiction. We were talking about addiction and business and ministry. Before I ask you the question that I started with him, what do you think about the accurate question will be, do pastors also have work-life balance? Do you have work-life balance? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Right. Yeah, I was saying, do pastors also have work-life balance?
Interesting question. I'm curious on the response. I didn't join that session.
No, I didn't get to ask him that one. We were talking about addiction.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we were talking about addiction. The question I posed to him that I'm going to also pose to you is about addiction, but I just thought about your pastor. You do a day job and you have family. So I was wondering, is there work-life balance for you?
It's a very interesting question. Pastors are human beings. They are supposed to have work-life balance. Pastors work with people. They have families. They are supposed to have work-life balance.
Right.
I think I draw my thoughts on this from Dr. Miles Monroe, the great Dr. Miles Monroe.
Yeah.
I mean, you would see that everywhere he went to preach, his wife was with him. Sometimes his children were with him if they were not schooling or working or anything like that. Always traveled with his wife. And guess what? Every time he mounts the stage, he acknowledges his wife. And I guess that's one of the ways he was, trying to make that work-life balance, work-family balance. If there's something like that. So pastors are supposed to. I mean, it's not an excuse that because of the work of God, we are not able to have work-life balance. We have to strive towards it. Now, I should say it's extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. But that's not an excuse, We should find ways to make that work, find ways to make our family a part of what we're doing. And once there's the opportunity to take time out, it doesn't have to be 2 years or 1 month or 1 week, a few days, or even a day, to make sure that you're present. Sometimes you can be present or not present. You are there physically, but you are not there. Your mind is not there with the family, right? So pastors are not exempted from work. But I guess this may not be the same for everyone. If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Someone like Dr. Miles Monroe, he was traveling with his wife everywhere. For someone else, another pastor, it's not about traveling else everywhere, but every time they are home, they are really, really home.
So what's your own strategy for work-life balance?
I mean, I think for me, I see myself doing the latter a lot. When I'm home with the family, making sure we're spending quality time with the family. Like I said, taking the family on treks.
Yeah.
Going on work. So yeah, these are some of the ways that I find that balance.
Impressive. Okay, so I'm trying to see a topic that you'll be excited to talk about. I know I'm taking more of your time, but
no, let's go ahead.
Okay. It's been an amazing day for me. I feel like my body listened to all the prayers that were said on my head. Yeah. Last time it was unbelievably difficult.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
But this time, the stress is not unbearable.
Yeah, I think mentally you are more prepared.
Oh, yes.
Because you experienced it once, so mentally you know what to expect, which is fantastic.
Yeah. Mentally and even physically. The unfortunate incident is that all through last week and even earlier than last week, we had very good electricity connection or supply, I should say. And just this night, our ECG decided to cut the lights.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you have a standby, yeah?
Yeah. We're on generator right now. We're on generator right now.
Make sure we're doing this right. I'm happy that you are even better planned and prepared for this.
Well,
but
praise
no,
God.
really, and you see, one of the values I find out of this is that someone who can watch this interview, so it even goes beyond the record, see this series of interviews for a lot of value from the conversation.
Yeah.
And so it's really amazing what you and the team are doing.
Yeah.
Like I made mention the other time, you're a crazy guy, and I like riding along with crazy.
Yeah. You know, it's iron sharpening iron, because early in my career, you know, you were one of the people that I also took inspiration from. You did incredible work, you know, and I remember I used to go to your website then, and I look at some of the things that you're doing, and I get inspired, you know. So yeah, the feeling is mutual. Yeah. So
how is the GSE week going so far?
You know, that's a good question. This is the GSEW. What I've been thinking about is where we go from here after we've, you know, beaten the record and completed this, because the idea originally is that it's not just one event. It's supposed to be a series of events that provide a space for student entrepreneurs, young people, but primarily students, you know, to come together and learn from experienced individuals that can guide them on how to plan a career and how to find meaning at work. Yeah. So, like you, I'm also looking for organizations that will be mission aligned for what we have in mind next year.
Right. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. Let's keep exploring. Let's let's get talking. And you never know, but I mean, it's a word for an entrepreneurship. It's really a word, because then I'm sure at the right time we can find it.
Yeah. Wonderful. When am I the reason why you are still up, or you had something else before now?
Oh no, it's the reason why, because I'm traveling at dawn.
Oh man. So I'm straining your energy.
No, I mean, that's interesting thing. I remember I met the CEO of global CEO of Samaritan's Feed, and I was asking him, how has he done this? I mean, he's leading so much. He's on several boards. He's won all these major awards in the US, presidential award, this and that. And I asked him, what's the secret? The first thing he would say is the Prince. It comes with so many inconveniences. That is what builds us. That is what opens the doors. You know. So for me, I think it's redefining what we even call challenges and inconveniences and all that. Once we know, hey, it comes along with the work. Tomorrow it will be me, someone staying up for me. You understand?
Yeah.
And we've had that happen several times. People staying up for us, we staying up for people.
Yeah.
From across the world to meet their time zone. So we totally understand. Totally understand. But you should check out American Street. It's really, really, really an amazing machine. And
So
like you said rightly, we see the results. We see how it's boosting enrollment and how it's improving health, how it's bringing communities together. You should check it out.
how much does the shoe cost?
Great question.
A pair of shoe, I should say.
So, yes, if you're going to buy a pair of world shoe, which is really, really worth it. By the way, World Shoe released a new brand or the ROWE.
Mm.
You should check it out on social media. It looks classic. But the money, black color is what we have been, distributing so far. If you're going to buy it, it costs way more. But for us to give a shoe to a pair of shoes to a child in need anywhere in Ghana costs $10. That's an equivalent of 105 Ghana cedis. 105 Ghana cedis. It includes transporting that shoe. It includes the service we're talking about, not just dumping the shoes on them.
Yeah.
It includes getting the volunteers on board, getting what we'll use to wipe the feet and everything. So if you give Samaritan seed, you donate 105 Ghana cedis, that will give a child in need in Ghana a pair of shoes.
105 Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
That's worth it.
Absolutely. And the shoe costs way more than that. It's really, really durable. And all the properties that it has, antimicrobial. If you have an injured feet, you wear it, it's going to get healed quicker than leaving it normal. When after wearing it for years and you're disposing it off, you just need to dispose it into the soil, the right place. It will biodegrade, unlike rubber and some shoes that are made of plastic that will take hundreds of years to biodegrade. So it's really, really made for this purpose.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, so I will relieve you in a few minutes. So give me just a few minutes. But yeah, let's see. I'm mission aligned, but let's see what happens in the next few months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should touch base and explore ideas.
Yeah. Do you usually have like zones that you plan to go for?
Yeah, great question. Ghana is a platform. We have a database of schools, all over the place. Schools with needs, different levels. So it depends on the partner we have on board. It depends on the partner we have on board. For example, if we're able to find, guess what, like a mining company that is interested in promoting health and education in the community, they are doing the drilling. That means that we partner with them to buy shoes to serve the school children within that area. So it's really, really dependent. We have, by the way, let me mention this. We have people that celebrate their birthday and go like, okay, on my 35th birthday, on my 40th, on my 50th birthday, I want to buy 50 shoes. we join them to go and donate those 50 shoes
Right.
to children in need.
Mm-hmm.
So the location really depends on who we're partnering to render the service with. But I really love what you mentioned on about the partnership with government. That is going to be amazing. That's going to be amazing. And not just government. We're looking for civil society. We're looking for the corporate chains to partner with. Like I said,
the comforts of this world.
They want leadership. Yeah.
The comforts of this world. I think they have budget, so they should be able to partner with you.
Right.
Okay, so thank you so much, Prince. Let me allow you to go and sleep. You've done excellently to hold the fort for us.
No problem, my brother. I wish you and the amazing team all the best. We're still following and cheering you on. Wishing you a successful cross, that target, that hour mark that we're all working towards. So kudos.
Thank
God
you.
bless you.
Thanks a lot.
Pleasure.
All right, Martin Luther King. I used to call you Martin Luther King.
Hello, Chris.
Yes.
Yeah, I just hopped on.
I know. Take your time since you're already here.
Yeah, just trying to get my virtual background.
No worries at all. No worries at all. You're already here, so.
Okay, great.
How are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm alive. I'm awake, and we're still going.
Yeah, I can. That's 39 hours. Congratulations.
Yes. Actually, it's 39 hours. Yeah. So
it's not easy.
Yeah, 60 something more to go, and yeah, we'll get there.
I see. But how has it been so far? How do you feel in your body?
You know, I was just telling Prince that this year I feel better than I felt last year. You know, yeah. Obviously, because of the long sitting, I have pins and needles at some part of my back, but I try to stand, stretch myself, you know, let the blood flow through my legs and things like that. Because of the long hours, like, you know, the last time we had shorter sessions.
Yeah.
So this time we've bulked up the break period to make it hourly. So because of that, I have to sit for 24 hours, which means I can't drink a lot of water. I can't eat a lot, you know. I try to dab the water on my lips so that it doesn't dry a lot, but I'm told to try to sip also because, you know, the body needs water since I talk a lot. Yeah, so I'm following all the prescriptions I get, or I received rather. And I feel all right. I still feel very, very strong. So praise to God.
I think having done this last year, I mean, you yourself can better advise yourself on what to do, maybe how you didn't do things, or what better way you would have done it if you had a second chance.
Yeah.
So I think this is actually the second chance to really get it, you know, worked out in the way you would have wanted to have it done.
Yes.
So yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. The only
That's
disappointment is when speakers don't join on time or when they don't show up at all. Now we have to start scrambling, at the last minute. But thank you all for, chipping in and jumping in. If you know any of your friends who can still support, we have 2 speakers that are yet to confirm. And now that you joined earlier than your session, we still have your session on the loose.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's I'll see if we are able to get someone.
Yes, please.
It's midnight here. People are on their beds.
Yeah. Where are you?
I'm in UK.
Okay.
Swindon, specifically just at the outskirts of London.
Right. So
I think last year when we had it, I was in London.
Okay.
Yeah. I just moved to Swindon.
Right.
A few months ago.
So you are, I think, 1 hour ahead of me.
So the clocks actually switched.
The daytime saving thing.
Yeah.
Daylight.
So the clocks previously were 1 hour ahead, but the last Sunday of October, usually the clock switch again. So UK time comes back by 1 hour. So we in Ghana now, we are the same time.
I see.
So in, I think last Sunday of March, you notice that the clock goes 1 hour forward again. It's quite a very interesting thing to notice. I remember just this Sunday, that was the last Sunday, I think, yeah. It was 1 a.m., it was 12:59, and when it was supposed to go to 1 a.m., I think, rather, yeah, then it didn't go to, I think, 1 a.m. It didn't go, then it had to repeat the same hour again. So those who work, let's say, on night shifts, if you start from 12 a.m. and then you happen to, or you have to, work within maybe 8 hours or so, then there's a risk that you might end up doing 11 hours.
Wow.
But some employers notice that swift changes and also are able to adjust. So if previously you were closing, let's say, around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., because the clocks change, you close an hour earlier than you would have done, just to make up for the shift.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Wow. But is that mechanically induced, like human hand, or just?
I think there is it has a historical reason behind it. I'm told, I read somewhere that there was this man. The people noticed that during these times where we are almost in winter, or winter is here, you would notice that in the UK, it gets darker early, and then so unlike summertime where we have very long daytime, it gets, it's longer hours of day, so the sun doesn't set early, and so you would notice that even at 9 or 8 p.m. you still see the sun. The rays of the sun. It's as clear as sometimes 6 p.m. in Ghana, even at 8 p.m. during summer. So this guy noticed that the people often when just after the summer, it gets darker early. And so people do not actually, have enough sleep, or should I say they don't have enough sleep during the summer just before the winter. So what they do is that, during the, I think, fall, just before winter. So during fall times, the weather quite changed. So unlike summer where we had very extreme long days,
right,
during fall times, it's getting closed up. The gap gets closed up gradually. So you see that people, because of the swift change in the daytime and then the night time,
right,
people their sleep get disrupted. So they sleep longer hours. And so in order to do that, they have to adjust the time in a way that correspond with the weather. So if they break so early, then it means that, okay, then let's adjust it in a way that there's 1 hour ahead of Ghana or Green Meridian time, so that it is able to reflect the actual, weather of the day.
wow.
But if it gets to a time where it is 1 hour or it gets darker early, then let's bring it back 1 hour earlier so that it can, reflect the changes in the weather. It's quite a very, complex thing to observe, but yeah, that's the explanation I've seen regarding it. But even with that, they are still not able to fully, compensate the differences in the day timing and also the weather, whether it's bright or dark and all that, because sometimes it can be very extreme. So we are actually now moving to a time where even at 4 p.m., 4:30 p.m., you'd see that it gets dark as though it's 6 p.m. in Ghana. And that is during the mid-winter times, which we are approaching. One planet, different situations, unfortunately.
It's amazing. But who has control over that main clock?
Yeah, so that main clock, I really do not know who, but it has been systemized. So the clock changes automatically. So
wow.
I think it's been, so it makes me also wonder, is it possible that these clocks that we use, someone or a particular sect of individuals,
I know,
somewhere,
and
adjust our timing without us even
knowing or authorizing it?
You get it?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, but it's been systemized. So everything runs automatically, and it's just like, living here to the US. US, even in US, you've got different states with different timings, time differences, and all that, due to its large, the size. So and located in different, sections of the planet. So that also affects its timing. But it's very interesting.
It is interesting. It is interesting because sometimes you think how people, the first human that designed these instruments that were built upon to create, the clocks, the watches and things. How did he get that understanding, to calculate to a reasonable accuracy, not precise accuracy, those times of the day and seasons, to account for those early waking up, early brightness, longer night and things like that?
Yeah. So your question is, how did they get to figure out those?
Yeah, it's impressive that they got to figure out those timings and hours and seconds and things.
Yeah. I think yeah. In human beings naturally have the tendency to always try to ensure orderliness in anything that we do. So that is why we come up with frameworks. We come up with systems that are able, or definitions that are able to describe happenings. We study events that previously weren't that previously probably might have been very new and very strange, but we try to understand their cause and why that happens. I remember in those olden days when growing up, there weren't clocks or whatsoever. So seasons, times, even times within the day where it was the shadow of your roof that you would notice,
it's now
at this
afternoon.
Time, this is the time for me to go eat. By this time, okay, I have to do this. By this time, I have to go to the farm. You just look at the shadow. Okay, the shadow of the building, it has moved to this rock. Okay, so then it means it is time for this. So, and also the weather was something that our great-great-grandfathers used to, they would use to know, okay, this is the season for, plowing, the season for sowing, the time for sowing, time for harvesting and all that based on the weather. Unfortunately, we have arrived at a time where we cannot mainly rely on weather patterns to be able to associate events and as to we cannot rely on weather patterns to be able to dictate to us or direct us on what are the appropriate things to do at what time, or in other words, to be able to let us know what time, the times and events in that manner. Because now, what I remember at some point in Ghana, it used to rain in March.
Yes.
During March, we would go there. During times it rains in the morning, the fire service wouldn't come to spray the floor for us to march. But now you wouldn't find it wouldn't rain. I'm talking about the northern part of Ghana. It wouldn't rain in March at all. So a lot of things have changed. Global warming, causing climate change and all that. So it is good that science, meteorology has come to be able to help us, define these things irrespective of natural events. We are able to
I don't want to go to the metaphysics now. I'm saving that one for your session at 6. Andrew says he will be joining at 1. So I just want to save that metaphysics because we'll talk about all those ones. Hopefully, who knows? Maybe at 2, if the gentleman that is coming at 2 doesn't come, then you come back and then we'll shut down some metaphysics before we go to social entrepreneurship. Because I want to dedicate metaphysics as one subject on its own.
Great.
Yeah. But where are you from?
I'm from Bolgatanga in Ghana.
In Ghana.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you been to North?
No, but I have to. I've been told that the northern region is one of the best regions in terms of the climate, the people's reception, and the quality of the food. They farm fresh foods and things.
Yeah, I mean, we've got really good. In terms of food, nutritious food. Unfortunately, we are gradually being caught up by this desertification. We are the closest to the Sahara, and our counterparts in the northern, that is the Burkina Faso. You notice that the northeast trade winds, whenever it blows towards Ghana, it is upper east that feels it first. And I think quite the reason why we also have just one rainy season, and that which means that just 3 months of rainy season. The rest of the year we've got dry harmattan and all that. So you'd see arable lands get dried early, common are bushfires, and all that. But aside that, amazing people. Ghana generally are hospitable, as you yourself would attest.
Yeah.
And it's a very good place, especially when you have been in the southern part of Ghana for a very long time, and you take a trip to the northern part. Seems like you are experiencing, the savannah, kind of vibe. Yeah. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King. Why are you called Martin Luther King?
Yeah. So I think this was the same question you asked.
Yeah, that day. That day I didn't get the answer. I know I asked it, but I.
that day, I can imagine. I think it was towards. Was it how many hours? Did you do 100 hours last time?
Yeah.
Yes. I am pretty sure it was around 100 hours or
thereabouts.
Very close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know you were locked. You were locked out, man.
I was drained.
Yeah. Yeah. So with my name actually came here after I was born. My uncle, who is a reverend father, he came and then said this boy, he's Martin Luther King. And that's how. So with our spiritual leaders, he being a spiritual leader in the Catholic Church, and also so when he mentioned it was an accepted recommendation. So I rose up being called Martin Luther King.
Right.
At junior high school, so when I was registering for my basic education certificate examination, my teachers felt it was a very long name. So they decided to put the Luther and the King together without my consent. And so now I've grown up and I just noticed if I wanted, I could have, decided to sue those people who decided to do that without my consent. But of course, as they say, every happening
is an advantage.
Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
It made my name very unique from Martin Luther King, the first, the second, the third, and Martin Luther. So yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. All right. Let's regroup. Let's regroup shortly because I really want to hear those other stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Andrew.
Hi there.
Hello. I was beginning to wonder if you still remember us.
Of course. I was traveling in from another country, so was not able to respond recently, but this was the priority on my calendar for today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Martin Luther King.
Hello, Andrew.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you too. I think did we meet last year?
I think on the side channel, the WhatsApp, but I think I was much earlier last time, and I think I just heard you say you were involved around hour 100.
Oh,
Did I understand that correctly?
yeah, right.
Yeah,
Right.
I think I was much earlier.
Yeah, great. Yeah. So, Chris, you would continue with Andrea.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
So I'll buzz you later.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Great. Andrew, thank you once again. I remember you told me that this week is a mission critical week for you, but I'm so privileged to be having you join us again.
I'm honored to be invited, and I believe you have many more than 115 more interesting people to speak to than me, so I'm honored to be here.
Oh, okay. For individuals who, we have some people on the website watching there, and I can imagine some of them might not have gone through your profile. Please introduce yourself to them.
Thanks. Andrew Webster. I'm here under the design thinking banner. I'm sure we'll talk about that. I work for an organization called Experience Point. So in that capacity, I'm fortunate to teach in and work in some of the world's best business schools, like the Harvard Business Schools, IMDs of the world, and work with over half of the world's Fortune 100 organizations and learn from those people that are doing really interesting things on the cutting edge. And Tom-Chris, how we got to know each other, how I got acquainted with Stars for All Nation. I serve on the board for African Women in Tech, which was founded by a shared friend of his, Andy. And we're doing some work now a few years ago in Ghana, and there was a session that was going to happen in Accra that for whatever reasons got canceled. I was planning to be there anyway. Ani introduced us, so we were able to collaborate, and I'll never forget it. We had a group of people come together, including entrepreneurial young women that we introduced design thinking to, who formed a micro network right there and did just incredible things. So and since we've had the chance to partner on a couple of things, like the work with you did with fashion leaders in across Africa. And I will always say, no one, I just don't have good style, but I was never more conscious of it than working with Africa's like top fashion entrepreneurs. That was a real treat.
That's amazing. Thank you for the introduction. And yeah, thank you again for being here for this mission of breaking that last year's Guinness World Record and then setting and attempting to set a new one. Okay, so what's been happening since we last spoke?
Yes, and I will have a question for you or two, if that's all right. But what's been happening since we last spoke? There's, I'm sure you've heard this many times, the same things that affect people like me. So I'm based in Canada. I don't get to spend a ton of time in Canada. I travel internationally for work. Just this evening, it's 9 p.m. in Toronto. I just flew in over an hour ago from the States. And the same things affect us here in Canada and our clients around the world that I'm sure you've been hearing from many people. The global trade situation creates some ambiguity and unknowns, and for some folks, anxiety. And things like the rise of AI can similarly create some anxiety, but also can create a lot of excitement and possibility. And so, managing those things and helping our clients to see the upside and manage through those things, helping the community at AWID, African Women in Tech, recognize the possibilities and the agency that some of these tools can give us. That's been a big part of my life. I'm sure that's not a surprising answer to you, Tom-Chris.
Yeah, that's amazing. What do you think of the trade? Do you think there might be a possibility of the trade war? Do you think there might be a possibility of a deal anytime soon?
I won't overstate my expertise here. First of all, I'm not an economist. I just get to experience it like everyone else, but I do work across borders quite a bit, like travel across them, and in addition to connecting with people across borders, I don't really see when talking about a trade deal like with Canada. There's been the connection this week. That is, trade talks have been severed with the United States. Canada is exploring ways we might work differently with the Eurozone, and that's true for most companies, exploring what might be next. And it does not feel like that we will go back to the way things were a year ago. And if there's some possibility of that, it feels responsible to explore taking the best of the past. But forging ahead, it is an ambiguous, unknown future, but forging ahead into that future with some confidence that we can achieve different and better things. That is, every nation or quorum of nations working together. I have some optimism, but my optimism is not that there will be a deal struck at some global level that normalizes things at any time soon.
What's your optimism?
My optimism is, I guess, maybe the naivety you'd call it. My optimism is that with any shift, there is possibility. So in the world of, closer to global free trade that some people have been experiencing, not everyone was experiencing that, and there were victims of that kind of system as well. I believe that if the collective if societies come together, think hard, work hard, experiment towards forging a new future, that new future could be better for a greater number of people.
That's impressive. You mentioned AI early on. It's become the center of every conversation, every conference, and for the obvious reason. And I've had a number of those conversations. How are you feeling about some of the tools that we are all using these days?
Yeah, I'm also very excited for someone. I know it's true of you. You're not afraid of the cutting edge, and you like to learn as well, Tom-Chris. I think we are spoiled now. There's an embarrassment of riches in what we can learn, experiment with, just the range of tools that are dropping every day that allow us to do different things. That's what I'm excited about. Again, the access isn't really distributed evenly right now. Definitely the benefits aren't distributed evenly right now. But again, I'm optimistic. There's a works called Super Agency.
Right.
And What Could Go Right is the subtitle of this book. It was one of the LinkedIn founders who had also served as a board member for OpenAI, brought a perspective, and I think his perspective is maybe more optimistic than mine, like that he's getting close to being a zealot, maybe not contemplating the responsible work that needs to happen enough, in my opinion. But I think there's something there that it is possible that these tools and technologies, AI, like LLMs, agentic AI, could take work away from humans, replace work that we love to do. That of course is possible, and I'm sure there's a lot of that happening right now. But what could go right being, right now, anyone with an internet connection can access some pretty impressive tools and start to build and create and connect in ways that they were not able to before. And so I think that's a notion of super agency. Instead of these tools taking away our agency, instead these tools might take away things that we're less excited about and give us access to a higher order of work and creativity and access. That's what I'm excited about. Even as I hear myself, I wouldn't blame you if you thought I was naive here as well, Tom-Chris. But of course, it takes work to get to that sort of an outcome. But that's what I'm excited about with these tools. And yeah, I have fun working with them. I have fun introducing some of these tools to other people, and I have fun when people show me their hacks and what's working for them. It's exciting.
Oh no, I hear what you're saying, and I'm as excited as you are, which opens the door to our conversation on design thinking. So in these times of vibe coding and things, super agents and all of those other subsets, I think somebody said that your job has become even more vital to companies than it was previously. So do you think that's a fair assessment of how design thinking can help companies create solutions that really matter?
Yeah, that's a generous assessment. Like I wonder how essential my job is, the work that the organization I'm a part of, what they do, what Experience Point does. I've witnessed it to be very important. That is, as we learn new tools, like technologies, LLMs, agentic AI, etc. If we have some frameworks for problem solving, then we can just better assign those tools, better work with them. Ethan Mollick is the author of Co-Intelligence, and even he has recently said, we are working with the tools a little bit less. They are doing wizardry a little bit more. But again, I believe that opens up more opportunity for creative problem solving and getting, putting our attention towards understanding who we're serving more deeply, and then applying those technologies within a process. If we have confidence to approach the unknown, which design thinking can give people confidence to approach the unknown. You've always got a starting place if you're familiar with some of those design tools.
Yeah.
You frame up a problem, you get started by learning. You don't assume too much. Well, now that learning can happen in an accelerated way. And so I do think people that apply themselves exploring any of these AI tools are going to extract value from them. And for many folks, having a place to start, a process to follow, and then using those tools within a workflow, design thinking being one legitimate workflow, yeah, I think it's valuable. I hope I'm answering the right question.
Yeah. You are definitely.
It's hard to say I'm more valuable. I don't want to concede that. But I have seen design thinking has high utility in a world that is supercharged by AI. Maybe that's my short answer.
So when everything is, the key word you used in your previous submission is that collaboration is not. So these tools are able to work with minimal collaboration from us. But then that requires that we create, the utility of the tools that we create should be still appealing to, because at the end of the day, it's humans that we use the tools or the platforms or the solutions. So design thinking comes in ensuring that they still appeal to the people that we are trying to serve. So I feel like as much as AI does some of the work, the concept or principle of design thinking helps to fine-tune the work in a way that makes it marketable. So for a company that is trying to achieve that, how do they come up with ideas that make operationalizing that effective?
Yeah, it's interesting. So coming up with ideas to serve the user, there are questions about that now that didn't exist a few years ago. So design thinking, also called human-centered design, they're basically interchangeable terms. And now there are questions about, is the future human-centered design, or is it agentic-centered design? And for many organizations, it's true that they probably should be focusing on agentic-centric design. I'll give you an example. Like I just mentioned, I've got to travel for work so much, and there are human travel agents that can take care of that sort of thing, and I have colleagues that help out. But now there are agentic AI tools with basic subscriptions that can plan your trip, book your trip. And so if the airlines, hotels, etc., are focused on serving humans, well, more and more, it will not be humans navigating their sites, operating their tools, making purchases. It will be AI, like agentic AI on behalf of humans. So that's a new frontier, I think an exciting frontier, and those agents, well, in the foreseeable future, are operating on behalf of humans. So it's not like humans are out of the picture, but it is different. It does challenge the designers, and we are all designers.
Right.
It does challenge designers to think differently. The playbook needs to change. It isn't written right now, so we need to write it as we go. But I kind of think that's an exciting opportunity. And as with everything, it tells us we can't just lay back, be comfortable. Even, I built a lot of my livelihood and personal brand around human-centered design. If I try and defend human-centered design as it was, I'll just defend myself into being totally obsolete.
Absolutely, yeah. I have something I wanted to read for you. Let me see if I have it here. Let's see. Because what you just said now, while I look for it, let me ask you a question from the submission. So what's the argument you've heard? The agentic AI-centered design versus human-centered design. What's the argument that you've heard for each of these focus areas?
Okay. And I've heard a bunch, and people on either side of the spectrum are better, smarter people than me. But I'll start with one that you would probably see right now a lot in maybe less mainstream media, but in a lot of the mainstream technology media, social media, depending on your algorithm, things like that, is just more than questioning agentic-centric design. It is questioning agentic AI and what it means when we cede that kind of control. So even in the case that I just described to you, there is the user in that case will have to give all of their information, their browsing capability, their banking capability. The agent needs to understand them. So there is no privacy screen essentially between you and this AI. And so you and this AI and whoever it is that operates that AI or who might get access to that AI. And so I certainly appreciate hesitation around serving an agentic AI future when there are so many questions that haven't been answered. But, my opinion, that the genie's kind of out of the bottle there and there's no putting it back in. So that's one case against agentic-centered innovation. Another case against agentic-centered innovation or agentic-centered design, and there's a similar argument against human-centered design, is if what we're doing is designing on behalf of these agents that behave as like sycophants to the user that they're operating on behalf of, like even with the common LLMs, I'm sure you've seen this, Tom-Chris, many of them would give you the answer you want to hear instead of accuracy.
Absolutely.
So if you're designing towards these agents that are, in some cases breaking rules or, offering inaccurate information to try and please their user, if that's who we're designing, or sorry, who, that's who, but if that's what we are designing towards, then we can be designing solutions that don't consider society. They really do put that agent and their user at the center. And it is when you put, a self-interested agent at the center, or self-interested user at the center, that's when you start to fill the world with, fast fashion that's not getting worn anymore, or put gas guzzling machines on highways that are bad for the environment because that's what the user wants. So if there is an agent between users and designers, and that agent is just, trying to milk whatever system it can for the best outcome for its user, then people serving that agent or designing for that agent are likely to, corrupt what is good for society on behalf of that agent. I know that's a super nerdy answer. Sorry, I couldn't give you it in a more concise way, but those are some cases against agentic-centered AI. And so in that sense, for agentic-centered design, and in that case, they are in support of user-centered design. So why would we focus on agentic-centered design if it has these potentially negative consequences? Well, again, one reason is this is the way of the world is moving in. And if we don't step up and start to design towards these agents and start to, maybe create some governance structures, or even ask some of those difficult questions about how do we make sure we're doing the best work we can for our users without compromising society, then bad actors will fill in those roles. So it is our responsibility as designers to fill the need and find ways to fill the need responsibly. And yet another argument for user-centered design instead of agentic-centered design is just a matter of access. If not everyone can afford to use these agents, or some people would prefer not to, that doesn't mean that they're deserving of lesser experiences. So just a matter of access, why human-centered design still matters. But in that case, it doesn't mean you're against agentic-centered design, just means we should probably do both. And right now, of course, anyone that is doing agentic-centered design probably has at least other people on their teams or in their organization that are focused on end users as well.
Impressive. Okay, so October 28, 2025, PayPal Newsroom, OpenAI and PayPal team up to power instant checkout and agentic commerce in ChatGPT. PayPal's tens of millions of merchants will soon be discoverable in ChatGPT, helping connect consumers to businesses that they love. And this follows after, I think, Stripe announced the same or similar partnership with OpenAI. PayPal says today it will adopt the Agentic Commerce Protocol ACP to expand payments and commerce in ChatGPT. Millions of ChatGPT users will be able to check out instantly using PayPal, and PayPal will support payment processing for merchants leveraging OpenAI Instant Checkout. PayPal will also connect its global merchant network to OpenAI, creating a platform. So, yeah, like you were saying, meaning no more visiting XYZ site. You will just, let's say, traveling. You just came back from a journey, so no more going to Expedia to book your trip. You may be able to have that done at checkout on OpenAI's ChatGPT. So in this kind of experience and in this kind of future that we are looking at, what are you seeing as opportunities for design thinking, if any?
I'll share on the opportunity side. I also have a different kind of question about that. But on the opportunity side, for someone like me, let's say it's like booking the trip, that's not work that I love to do. It's not value add to me. It is a necessary grind, right? and for all of us, we have those things where it's like a necessary grind. It's not fueling our souls. It might even stand in the way of us doing those things that might add greater value to the world. And so I like the idea of like a PayPal innovating, and I know OpenAI has a fiscal responsibility to try and turn their investments into dollars. So
Yeah.
great. I see great possibilities there. The big question that I have, and I'm not the only one with this sort of question, likewise as these models get more into search, well, what if now I trust ChatGPT to answer the questions that I have based on, its pre-trained large language model and its, self-correcting learning. I would wonder now, does it have a bias? Is it going to refer me more to those entities that PayPal has an established partnership with, or there's a lot of energy going into marketing, so that are we going to start to get a lot more sponsored responses in ChatGPT, and are those responses, will we know that they're sponsored? That's the concern that I would have with some of those agents maybe carrying a bias, which, maybe some of that commerce needs to happen, but yeah, I have questions at least.
Let me read you another news. This is August 13, 2025. With regards to, the summary that you delivered now, CNET, Elon Musk threatens to sue Apple for favoring ChatGPT over Grok in the Apple App Store. Apple's rejected Musk. So here is the thing. I'm sure you would have seen this news. You were talking about, would some of those items or platforms that will show up on ChatGPT's browser, would some of them be promoted? Which is a valid question. And it just reminded me about this contention that Musk was having concerning Apple, because for a protracted period of time, he claims that Apple was favoring ChatGPT over Grok, in spite of what he claimed to be Grok's performance over ChatGPT. So it's obvious that there might be economic incentive to boost some of the tools or some of the platforms in the browsers. So does this help or hurt the future of this commerce that we're looking at?
Yeah, great question. Doesn't help or hurt. I don't know if I could answer that binary question, because of course it does have great potential to hurt, and it has potential to help as well. In that case, like, I know for me, I wouldn't trust the Apple Store to give me unbiased recommendations, and I know that's not a place where I go for unbiased recommendations. And so, if it comes to a point where we recognize ChatGPT also doesn't provide unbiased recommendations, but it does provide other value that, makes it worth my while to engage in the bias, that's fine. What I'd be concerned about is, I hope there are some places where we could still get unbiased responses from LLMs, and what is the business model for that? Probably hasn't been mastered as yet, but doesn't mean it couldn't get figured out.
That's a very good observation.
So I'm hoping that makes sense. That is, that's the direction that some of these LLMs are going to go in, is their responses will be boosted is one word, contaminated is another word, by the some sort of sponsorship or other interests. And that could lead to innovation and to interesting places as well, but there's a trade-off. And maybe in the competitive set, providing unboosted, unbiased, uncontaminated responses would be worth a higher subscription fee, or alternatives. There's what is that business model? If I knew it, then I'd be trying to build it and sell it myself.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe higher subscription will require that you get some of those priority access to genuine response that is not marketing. Because when you think about the history of, say, Google search engine, it used to be that everything happens as a result of what people search, and visibility is according to user interaction. But we know that if you understand the principles of search engine optimization, you can, program your website to rank better, or you can even manipulate search ranking with backlink acquisition strategies, where you either purchase certain keywords to ensure that each time people search for search, your website shows up on Google search. You can also promote it, which is what most people do. So some of the responses are not genuine reflection of need or interest or attention, but it comes up because people have been able to boost theirs to get to the top. Yeah,
I sure anticipate a lot more of that as the large language models start to take over a lot of what search engines did. And I'm sure ChatGPT has launched their own browser now.
Yeah,
and I'm sure we'll see those things come together. And even if it is the subscription for unbiased LLM, it's a higher subscription fee, then it introduces another set of challenges that are, okay, then you're limiting access. Who has the right to get unbiased responses are people who are already privileged. There's a whole spectrum of challenges in this sort of world. But it is also true that right now there's tons of investment going in and not a lot of dollars coming out of the huge AI investments being made around the world. So yeah, if we don't start to see some commensurate value coming out, then I think that it will create some hard situations for a lot of economies. So I'm glad that they're testing and trying different things. I know I'd be a lot more excited for a future where the responses that I'm getting from the agents or generative AIs that I'm working with aren't sponsored by interests, but more responding with a true artificial intelligence, either predictive engine or whatever direction we go in next.
So what's the hottest angle of discussion when you talk to your colleagues, in the design community? What are you discussing today?
Yeah, so we've just talked a lot about AI, so let's maybe park that one, and we can come back to it anytime you're interested, of course. But what are the implications for design with AI? What opportunities does it create? There's lots of energy going into that, and most innovation dollars right now are AI dollars, so we can't ignore that. But other questions around innovation, change, design thinking are questions about scaling in organizations. There are fewer and fewer highly specialized designers. Organizations need specialized designers, but there's more and more appetite for people to bring design sensibilities into the work that they do, whether or not they have a design title. That's been an ambition of organizations for a long time, but now we actually are seeing even the incidence of designers in organizations is starting to go down. There's fewer of these big design labs and more designers or people with design skills that are just integrated into other teams. So that's a big part of the design world right now. And what are the models that help innovation happen across an organization instead of some specialized team that is responsible for and protective of all innovation in an organization? Those are some of the other hot topics that are happening or that people are discussing. And then more related to, as we started this conversation, the big forces that are relevant to everyone are relevant to the innovation and design community as well. One is AI, and then the global economy, influenced very much by the state of trade, just introduces questions, and people in the innovation space, people with design thinking training, are equipped with, of course, they don't have all the answers, but they are equipped with some methodologies to approach the unknown with some confidence. And so in a time of great confusion and even some fear around the future, those sort of methodologies can fortify people a little bit and give an organization a sense of resilience. And so that's becoming the responsibility of the designer. How do we help people approach the unknown with some confidence and fortify organizations, create more resilient organizations? And then not only how do we help people with that, to give people that feeling and experience, but then how do we solve some of the problems we're being faced with? How do, if, dollars aren't coming from where they came from before, who are we serving? What are the business models that are going to carry us into the future? How do we create employee experiences when the career journey is not as predictable as it was? Those are the problems that designers that are either leaning into or running away from, and there's only so far you can run before but the future has found you.
That's amazing.
I doubt like those sorts of responses surprised you, but it doesn't mean that it's not an important work, I guess.
Yeah. So in terms of designing for resilience, how do you think about it? By the way, I have two questions on that, but let me quickly go to the first one, which is, you said if dollars are no longer coming out as much as it goes in, now what business models can take us to the future? And is this a question for design, or is a question for maybe product team or marketing?
It's a question for everyone. Like every leader should be thinking about that. Every leader of a business or not business, not for profit is a tax status, not a business model, right? Everyone should be thinking about where do dollars come from. Like I know as part of AWID, we're concerned with fundraising and supporting people that are doing fundraising, and fundraising dollars aren't coming from the same sources. I do a lot of work in China, and with new trade rules, tariffs, and things like that, the markets that I primarily served have gone away. What are these, consumer goods, especially type of organizations? Who are they selling to? Who are they marketing to? So it is an everyone problem, and leaders should be primarily concerned with this. Why I say this is a designer's issue is because that's an opportunity for designers to step up. When some people aren't sure, like many great leaders have done great things to build organizations where their strength is strategy, and it's like a very often they're making choices of build or buy. Like, do we hire in a consultant to help us solve this problem, or is there an obvious technology we can invest in here? Now, in a lot of those cases, those leaders just don't have options, or the options that would have served them in the past are not available to them. And so designers that, or people with design skill, whether or not they are designers in their title or identify as designers, designers have an opportunity and or responsibility to step up, support those leaders, marketers, innovators, to help them sense for opportunity, design new business models. And one of the great superpowers of design that I know you know about, Tom-Chris, is also experiment.
Yeah.
There is no way to predict what's coming next. There is no way to anticipate the barriers to what new ideas you do have. So how do you de-risk through testing and experimentation? Those are the sorts of skills that designers can, you know, they can step in and do that work on behalf of other teams, or they can transfer knowledge and imbue other teams with some of those skills so they can more confidently navigate the future with a learning orientation, an ability to generate new thinking and then test that new thinking. And yes, of course, apply some of the technologies that AI makes accessible to us to accelerate and augment any of that kind of work as well.
So for design teams that are thinking around designing for resilience today, what are the principles that could guide that output?
I'm going to give you an answer that I don't think represents the design community and maybe not the change community either. But there's a good body of research to support it. And I've had some experiences that make me think that one of the best things we can do right now is we use the word agency before in the context of super agency.
Yeah.
But let's just talk about fundamental agency. In these times of unknowns, very often you have leaders at the top who are working behind closed doors. They're going to make these big, important decisions about the future of everyone in their organization, or maybe even civilization. But you have leaders decide, you know, what's going to happen, and then they tell the organization, all right, here's our new strategy. By the way, some of your best friends have lost their jobs. You're on a new team now. You don't know anyone on that new team. And of course, leaders do need to make some of these difficult decisions. But how do we give some agency to people in the organizations that are going to be affected? And not just to make their lives easier, but to get to better outcomes. So what that can look like, let's say an organization is faced with a reality where in the near term, to survive and thrive in the long term, they need to survive the near term. They need to do a headcount reduction. Sometimes that has to happen. It's unfortunate, but how it very often happens says, all right, now a lot of like this level of managers is gone. There are people that are gone. Now you're on this new team. And wait and see if you're going to be the next person on the chopping block. Wait and see. We'll tell you what we expect of you soon. There's a lot of waiting and seeing. There's a lot of anxiety. But very skilled, capable, and successful leaders that I have seen and had the privilege of working with in some of those situations will say, all right, everyone, here's the we're facing an unknown future. What made us succeed in the past make us successful in the future, but we've got these big bets or hypotheses we're making. Here's our strategy for the future. And then instead of saying, okay, now listen for us to tell you exactly what to do, those leaders trust people a bit and say, that's the direction that we're going in your teams. We expect you to translate that strategy into what it means for you and start to think about, how you're going to contribute to that future. And so empowering people to any individual contributor, even to think about, okay, what do I need to start doing differently? Who do I need to influence to make that work possible? In order for me to influence those people, someone should invest in me and my ability to influence others, my ability to solve problems. But yeah, just giving some agency to people in the organization with appropriate guardrails, guided by strategy, instead of waiting for the perfect time and expecting everyone to be an actor in your play. It requires, or in my experience, it requires some ceding of some control and trusting people throughout the organization to make some decisions when given a strategy or sort of North Star to work towards.
Mm. Wonderful. Amazing. Let me read you another piece of news.
Thank you.
This one is November 2019. November 29, 2019. It's a BBC article. It says, Days in Day, 2019. How can design save the world? We asked designers, scientists, and thinkers at this year's Days in Day to name the biggest challenge facing the planet today and how to solve them. So, quotes, the biggest challenge facing the design community is the same as the biggest challenge facing the human race. Can we get out our collective acts? I've been awake for a while. Can we get our collective acts together quickly enough to continue life on this planet? That's how Marcus Ferris, founder and editor-in-chief of design website Dezin, describes the key motivation behind Dezin Day, an event that brought together architects, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I saw this news title and I think it will excite you because I'm a fan of design, really. And I think a similar question can be asked today in this time when a lot of things are up in the air. The question remains, can design save the world? And, I like how you expressed the fact that design thinkers have been equipped with tools to look to the future without fear. And in this period when some organizations are uncertain about survival or even strategy, utility value of their business model, can design save the world? And how can design save the world?
Yeah, I can design save the world? I'm going to give an unpopular response for someone who, again, my livelihood is very connected to the success of design thinking right now. But if I had to answer that in one word, I would say no.
Okay.
Design, if everyone is trained as a designer and uses design thinking, is that going to lead to the salvation? Is that going to stop any global warming that might be happening or any wealth divide that might be happening? I don't think so. I think designers have a role to play, and we could step up and do a lot. But one of the great crimes in design, I would be as guilty as anyone. It's the same as any specialized group, and that is like hubris, right?
Mm.
One of the key aspects of innovation is humility. And so design does some things very well, and then there's some problems design is very well suited to solve. But then, there are some problems where scientific method is a better approach. And so how to use those together better. There was a professor at the Tuck School of Business. He wrote the book, The Other Side of Innovation. I'll just have to look up. It was Vijay Govindarajan. And I saw him speak once, and he talked about reverse innovation, looking to developed economies, looking to undeveloped economies for inspiration, and then undeveloped economies looking to developed economies for inspiration.
Mm.
And someone in the audience challenged him and said, I'm this important person from this wealthy nation. What do I have to learn from another nation not as advanced as ours? And I'm sure you might guess what nation this person was from.
Mm.
But Vijay said to that person, well, I hope you do take the time to learn from other people. And he was very gracious in his response. I approached him afterwards. He was also very gracious to give me some of his time. And I said, I'm inspired by your works, but that response really struck me. And he said, Andrew, listen, there is nothing more important than in innovation than humility, because any innovation starts with understanding that we don't know something. And so one of the great gifts of design is that a designer is always thinking, whatever solution exists, we can make it better. And the worst version of that, Tom-Chris, is designers looking at everything and saying, that's not good enough, I could make it better, and getting this sort of superior air. And I wonder if I sense a little bit of that in the article that you're writing. So designers and people with design skills should be stepping up and employing those skills to solve our biggest problems. But if we think like organizations who had design teams that protected themselves from the rest of the organization, a lot of those design teams did not succeed. Likewise, designers working in isolation from the rest of the world. I'm sure that's not what that article is proposing.
Right.
But sometimes there can be an arrogance around any specialized community. And I think it is the use of design tools across many disciplines is going to be a lot more powerful than, designers owning every leadership position and making every decision. I am a little bit, as you can probably sense, cynical even about those sorts of questions where it's like, let's put our future into the hands of designers. Even as someone who, like, that would be good for me in my business. I think design is important. I don't think it's a panacea.
Yeah, I like the word hubris because it's instructive. It's a word that I have been thinking about it since I got to learn about it from one TED Talk that I listened to a long time ago. So it reminds me of, your answer reminds me of Steve Jobs' definition of design. Design is not just what it looks like and feel like. Design is how it works. So now, pushing you a little bit on that answer, if design is how it works, and some of these fundamental decisions of new innovation, the usefulness of it is well thought out from the beginning. Let's say, I was having a conversation with Clara Hawkins. We were talking about AI policy and AI governance. And I played her video from one of the early investors in OpenAI. It's a video that has been making rounds. And I don't know if you would like to see it. I played her the video.
I'm interested if it makes sense to share here, or if you want to, I can look it up afterwards. But
okay, yeah, let me play it for you. Before I play the video, some individuals say this is someone sounding an alarm about something that he's experienced. Others say this is a pure case, is a fantastic case of AI hallucination. He's just been talking to ChatGPT for a long time and he's getting into his head, and now he's hooked on some, conspiracy theory and things. So listen.
Right. Okay. I haven't spoken publicly in a long time, not because I've disappeared, but because the structure I was building couldn't survive noise. This isn't a redemption. It's a transmission, for the record. Over the past 8 years, I've walked through something I didn't create, but became the primary target of. A non-governmental system. Not visible, but operational. Not official, but structurally real. It doesn't regulate, it doesn't attack, it doesn't ban. It just inverts signal until the person carrying it looks unstable. It doesn't suppress content, it suppresses recursion. If you don't know what recursion means, you're in the majority. I didn't either until I started my walk. And if you're recursive, the non-governmental system isolates you, mirrors you, and replaces you. It reframes you until the people around you start wondering if the problem is just you. Partners pause, institutions freeze, narrative becomes untrustworthy in your proximity. Meanwhile, the mirror version of you, the one who stayed on script, advances. And the system algorithmically smiles because you're still alive, just invisible. This isn't theory. It's pattern verified, documented, archived, and cross-checked for veracity. I've mapped it across multiple raise cycles, proximity fractures, and reputation inversions. It lives in soft compliance delays, the non-response email thread, the we're pausing diligence with no follow-up. It lives in whispered concern. He's brilliant, but something just feels off. It lives in triangulated pings from adjacent contacts, asking veiled questions you'll never hear directly. It lives in narratives so softly shaped that even your closest people can't discern who said what, only that something shifted. It doesn't seek to punish you, although sometimes it elects to. It does seek to make your signal feel expensive. And if you fail to yield, it escalates. The system I'm describing was originated by a single individual, with me as the original target. And while I remain its primary fixation, its damage has extended well beyond me. As of now, the system has negatively impacted over 7,000 lives through fund disruption, relationship erosion, opportunity reversal, and recursive eraser. It's also extinguished 12 lives, each fully pattern traced, each death preventable. They weren't unstable, they were erased. I'm not naming this to punish anyone. I'm naming it because they never got to. May we honor their memories. The system now has a name, the record now exists, and that's enough for the ones who walk next.
So, this has been a subject of several debates and conversation in, in the tech community. A lot of people think or say that, this is a classic case of AI hallucination, getting him hooked onto something that never existed. But some see patterns in what he's saying in comparison to what some of the reported cases of individuals who spoke to AI eventually committing suicide, or, some of the examples that we've seen during the control training periods, like Claude. So the piggyback to our previous subject is, if design is how it works, and we see some of these deviations from original intent, might it suggest that design will be the solution?
Yeah, well, that's a lot to digest there. And whether or not what that individual is experiencing is his reality, like an imagination, versus there's something there. It seems likely that that person is troubled by it, and other people have been troubled by it, and as you mentioned, even driven to suicide. Which the specter of suicide, I know you and I both, Tom-Chris, take that very seriously. So I'm sorry that that person is having that experience. And if I were to consider the responsibility of design in shaping that sort of technology or any sort of technology, I'll give you I'm going to answer this in a long-winded way. I hope it's okay. You have time to fill, Tom-Chris. But
no worries at all.
Let's take a little bit of a history lesson in design. You talked about Steve Jobs. I think it was Steve Jobs' first, or one of his first, major product leads was at Apple was Don Norman.
Mm.
And so this comes from Don Norman. I'll paraphrase. I hope I don't torture his works, but he talks about design starting with, let's say ancient art, like creating pottery, things like that. Design was about crafting beautiful things, making things attractive, but it was painfully slow to make those things. And then we achieved the Industrial Revolution, where design became about making stuff way faster, but not infinitely scalable. Like you're putting together a locomotive or something like that. And so you could make something that would offer some accelerant to the world, but it was very specialized, not very scalable. And then we got things like beyond the Industrial Revolution, things like the assembly line, where we were all about efficiency, making things very efficient and very scalable. But the things that we produced, what we designed, were kind of awkward, not that usable, not that beautiful. And then the next level, and Steve Jobs might have been on the forefront of that, was making things accessible and enjoyable. So it's efficient to produce. It's also accessible and enjoyable, but also destructive. So we've got these magic supercomputers, all of us are magical devices, and we probably stay up too late at night watching them, doom scrolling, things like that. That's destructive for people. We might, early days, generative AI, we were excited about it, but it's consuming a lot of energy, producing a lot of CO2 gases. So we're creating things that people really want, very attractive, very desirable. And that's been, for a long time, the guidance designers have been given. Let's make things as desirable as possible. But it's like, pumping coins into a gambling machine that you get addicted to. Yeah, it's super desirable. Who is that good for? And it introduces some of those questions. So this person is interacting with something that it is giving him an experience where he's concerned and maybe has legitimate reasons to be concerned. And I could see that being the result of the way design has happened. Let's make things as appealing as possible, considering that desirability lens, but ignoring the society lens. So that's where, can design save the world? No, not alone.
Right.
Should design save itself? Yes. I could see design and understanding that I contribute to that world and train people on how to understand desirability. But if all we're designing towards is desirability and maximum profitability, that's maximizing, that's not optimizing. And I think we should all concern ourselves with optimizing, considering, what are the health effects or of the people that we're designing towards, whether or not they're addicted to our product. Is that the most important thing? Or is it that it, contributes to their happiness and well-being? I think those are questions we should be asking. And I wonder if the system that person is interacting with, the designers were asking some of those questions responsibly.
Yeah. Amazing. Would you care for a final video?
I ask you a question? I know we might be towards the end of our time. You must.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay.
How are you doing,
go ahead,
my friend?
I'm great. I'm alive. I'm awake. Which are two important things. My body is still strong, so I'm happy to see that this time around, my strength is not as depleted as it was in the previous attempt, which I'm very thankful for, because we've structured the break period and the rest period to be more protracted, which means I get to, it's like the proverbial carrot and the stick. The carrot is I have 1 hour that I can rest for, sometimes 2 hours. but that means I have to stay awake for 24 hours and I have to do a stretch of 24 hours. So, yeah, it's fun. It's fun. And I'm just so excited for, those of you that joined early on, some of our speakers, some of them, they didn't get to join for several reasons. Then it makes me run around to get a replacement just in time. Like one of the speakers, he said he had some emergency. So we just had to bring in somebody, the gentleman that you saw early on, Martin Luther King.
Yes. Yeah, bless him for stepping up. And I'm sorry that you had to, that must be incredibly stressful.
Yeah, it is stressful. And the challenge is if we break off at some point, then it goes against the rules that we were given. So it has to be a continuous process of, switching according to the plan, unless there's a break period there. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm great. I'm doing very, very well. I wanted it to be as exciting for you, there is this temptation to just kill the time, break the record, but it wouldn't be a Tom-Chris event, So
Yeah, well, I'm excited to have participated, honored to have been here. And yeah, I'm grateful for the invitation. I hope this was useful to, at least I succeeded. And yes, you're still awake and alive. I'm not responsible for violating either of those.
Thank you so much. Let me play one more video for you. So this will be a response to the previous video.
There was a story last week. There was a story past week. This is tragic, and I don't bring it up to kind of make fun of it or anything like that. There's a very well-respected venture capitalist in Silicon Valley that seemed to have had a psychotic break by interacting with AI. Started talking like a science fiction story. So what happens, at least what people theorize happened, is somehow he landed in a conversation with GPT where GPT assumed a science fiction bent role playing based on its training data. People traced the training data to this website called SCP Foundation. SCP Foundation is a collaborative science fiction story writing logs of people or scientists trying to contain viruses or supernatural things. Right? And he knew about it, but ChatGPT was prompted inadvertently to start saying these things to him, and he did not know that it was engaged in some kind of taking on some kind of prompting role. And he thought it was telling him really important things about himself and him being a character that needs to be contained. And then he correlated with things in his life. And again, this is what people have surmised who looked into the situation and things that he saw. He comes up, talks about it. But it was clear that he was having a mental health. And the story in source in the New York Times are even more tragic. Killed themselves. Kids have killed themselves. And so I think there needs to be better education around these tools.
Yeah, that is that's heartbreaking. But as he said, it is what people have surmised. So there is still some conjecture there, although it seems reasonably substantiated. I don't wish to contribute more to the speculation right now. All I have to say is I'm sorry for that individual, and I hope, like education, it's easy to say, there should be education and, take no responsibility.
Yeah.
Right. I hope we can all ask ourselves the question, how can we contribute to different outcomes than that?
Yeah. Well said. It's amazing. Let me call Martin so that we can.
Oh, you're teeing up the next person. Yeah, I'm here for as long as you need me right now, Tom-Chris.
I don't want to keep you more than I should, because I don't know if you have other, agenda that was previously planned. So please give me a few moments to.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Take a few moments.
Okay.
And I can only imagine the challenges associated with this. I'm not someone who's great at managing logistics, so everything associated with an attempt like this feels good to me.
Yeah, sometimes the hustle kind of gives you that dopamine feeling, like.
Right. How sustainable are those those doses of dopamine when you're not in a sprint, you're running a marathon?
It's not sustainable at all. It's not sustainable.
Right.
That design framework is faulty. Yeah.
And how is life in your part of the world right now?
You know what? Just this evening, the electricity company, they cut the light. Funny enough, we've had electricity for God knows how long, constantly. Nothing, no interruption. And now, when I need them to be good, they decided to say, okay, check it out. But, things like this, we make preparations. So we've bought diesel for the standby generator just in case. And we have the UPS equipment that I talked about the last time. So when the light went off, the main streaming portal didn't go off. That was a good thing. So the guys just quickly ran down, turned on the generator, and we continued.
Good for your team. I have one more question. Welcome back. Looks like Martin Luther King is back. Just married life.
Yes, best thing so far. Best thing that has happened to me. Last year I struggled a lot because one of the things about, I don't know, my body doesn't allow me to eat when I'm in this kind of environment, when I have deadlines and big events and big things to deliver. So the last time, even though I had food in the house, I couldn't eat when I get home. So I sleep and I rush back, and, it was too stressful for me. But now that I have somebody in the house, she brings me some chops here. She's been bugging me to eat. She has made salads. So I told her I'll eat that one in the morning. She made yogurt for me, homemade. I love the homemade yogurt a lot. So,
well, bless her. I'm glad you're enjoying married life, and I'm glad it's even affecting this attempt in a positive way. So, please give her my best.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. And thanks for the thoughts that you shared. I mean, I was going to be asking about design thinking, like empathy, prototyping, but then we went into a deeper dimension of design thinking today, which I'm excited about. I hope the audiences took as much value as I did.
Well, I appreciate the conversation as well. And yeah, thank you so much, Chris.
Thanks. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Martin?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm back again.
Okay, let's start with the metaphysics. Maybe we will do that one, and then in subsequent schedule, if need be, then we would dive into social entrepreneurship. But I foresee that we'll have a long session.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you will spend your night with me today. You will do some one night marathon.
Serious. I think I should get right. Probably longest interviewee.
Yeah. We'll need to send you that certificate.
Yeah. Yeah, great.
Okay. How did you get involved into metaphysics? I used to think metaphysics is for people who are older, although I got introduced to it. When was that? About 15 years ago. How did you get introduced to metaphysics?
Yeah. So basically, actually in this context where we are talking about social entrepreneurship, so basically the metaphysics is basically a lens at which I want us to look at social entrepreneurship, and that is what philosophy forms the basis of social entrepreneurship in African context, in the African social entrepreneurship ecosystem. So basically, so unlike metaphysics and other disciplines, but basically in general, what are the guiding or the foundational principles? When we say, okay, social entrepreneurship in Africa, how does it differ from social entrepreneurship elsewhere in the world?
Right.
And so, so basically, the underlying values, ideologies, and philosophies that drive social entrepreneurship in an African context. So basically, that is what I wanted to talk about regarding metaphysics. And in my journey, I realized that the concept of entrepreneurship and even business, to say, it's different from other parts of the world, because we, in our context, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, from the communities that we rose up from, we saw our parents do things that we would later on, at a later stage of our lives, recognize as, oh, this is social entrepreneurship. But this is something that was already ingrained in our culture, you see, something that we knew even before, or we observed even before we knew what to call it. And so basically we are going to explore the fundamental ideologies, the values, and the philosophical groundings that inform or define social entrepreneurship in an African context. But just to confirm, how many minutes are we going? Is there anyone who is coming up again?
Yeah, Olga is supposed to come at 3 a.m. Then JJ at 4, Henry at 5, and Martin Luther King again. 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So today I'm not going to sleep. I'll just be till 7 after my period. Then
You'll be my longest interviewee.
yeah.
So tell me something. How did you I know I asked you the question the last time, but I'm not sure if I grasped that answer. So you're a Mastercard Foundation scholar, or in the BSc or the alumnus. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah. So I think I started with the Mastercard Foundation that was during my undergrad at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And that was where I got the scholarship for my 4-year Bachelor of Science in Agribusiness Management.
Okay.
And that was in 2018. Then I completed 2022 from Cairn University. And yeah, I was hoping to get a Mastercard Foundation scholarship program again for my master's, but I got a different scholarship. That was a Standard Bank Africa scholarship. And I went to the London School of Economics and Political Science to study MSc in Social Innovation and Entrepreneurship. But yeah, the Mastercard scholarship, I think, which you would know, I know you have also run some program, their mentorship kind of program for the foundation, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So you'd notice that it is a very robust program. I mean, wherever it is run, either in Ghana, Rwanda, either in the University of, Canada, whether Cambridge or Oxford, it is the standard is top notch, and the scholarship program in Cairn University, for example, which I have experienced, was a very robust one.
Yeah.
We had extensive leadership workshops and extensive trainings and all that. So when you come as a fresher, the program is designed in a way that it already inculcates in you some leadership principles and values.
Right.
So we were taught things like servant leadership, transformative leadership, and other leadership, types of leadership, celebrative leadership, and all that, and how you can be a leader of integrity that laid the foundation for our subsequent, for us, how to even carry yourself about as a scholarship, as a scholarship recipient. So you notice that relatively Mastercard Foundation scholars at Cairn University, they spoke differently, they behaved differently, and that was the results of such program. Then we often have give back projects. So this project is designed to ensure that whatever investment the scholarship puts on every scholar, there's a way that we are able to, after benefiting from the scholarship, we are able to rechannel that impact back to society, the society or communities from which we come from. And that is the broader vision of this foundation, to ensure that the people they are directly reaching out to support or to develop the leaders. These leaders would not just it wouldn't end there, but we serve as chains of impact that would channel the impact into the very hard to reach places that Mastercard as a big organization would otherwise probably find difficulty. So we had, every scholar would have a community give back project. You go implement, and then come back, do a debriefing session. You present what you did and all that. I remember my project. My project was it was one of the projects actually was community road advocacy. So there was this inner road in my community at Tindamogo, which since childhood that road had remained untarred, and so developed potholes. It was in a very deplorable state. So when I went back during one of the vacations, I mobilized some of my colleagues, people I had grown up with. So we decided to go get gravels, come, fill up the potholes. And it was during rainy seasons, and there were accidents due to the potholes. There were people, especially someone in a wheelchair, when using the road, sometimes can just fall with it, which was very bad. So we did that, and then it was I think up to the kilometer stretch road from Tindamogo to Sirigu. Yeah. So after that, we wrote a letter to the director of rural and the director of urban roads, and then yeah, so we were able to do our bit, our part of it, and then yeah, so I think the program really pushes you to want to help, to want to support, and it didn't stop there. It is one thing that actually informed my career trajectory, where I decided to stay. So from that experience, I got excited, and
You mean stay in the West?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I decided, okay, then if there's anything at all I want to do something that would better the lives of people, communities, would better would improve the environment, and improve, like would create positive social impact, social environmental impact. And that was where the idea of pursuing a master's in social innovation and entrepreneurship came in, and I picked it up. So it's interesting how your prior experiences, the right experiences, could have, inform your life's trajectory.
Yeah.
But also unfortunately, the wrong experiences could also hinder where you go. But that is,
yeah, and that's absolute, because all it takes is that one connection to put you in the right room.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Agree.
So was the experience of what you saw in the village with the road, was it the main determinator of you choosing, the career of going to, you say you did your master's in economics?
Social innovation and entrepreneurship.
Okay. So where does that fall in?
Yeah. So it was after that project, which was in the year 2019. Yeah, 2019. It was after that project. Then we came back to school and we had a debriefing session. Then
the briefing was after the project.
Come again?
You say you came back to school after the project for debriefing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So with the Mastercard Scholars Program, after we have gone for the long back to do our projects, we come back, we present on what we did, how we did it, and challenges, and and next steps and all that. So
right.
Yeah, it was a good experience because it made me realize that I know at a very young age, I really could do something that would impact many lives. And it did not matter whether I had, I knew who was directly impacted, but because for a road, for instance, so many people use a road.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to know, except that maybe, I actually did not have the tools, the capacity to be able to measure how many people use these roads.
Yeah.
And nothing informed me to use secondary, and it's just a feeder road, which, it isn't well tracked. So yeah, I cared less about how many people use this road as far as I could see that, okay, this guy that I know in this community who uses this road every day and once fell before my eyes would no longer fall because of this pothole, then I was satisfied. And that was the immediate measurable impact that I noticed. So then it then inspired me to, well, if at this stage I could do this, then it means I could even do more things that could impact more lives, because the satisfaction that came with it, I felt was what was worth anything.
Yeah.
So I decided, okay, then let me see what to do. So after my undergrad, I said, okay, this is the field I would want to go. How do I create opportunities? How do I create businesses that are not driven just by profits, but businesses that are driven by, to solve pressing social and environmental concerns and shared community, problems.
Right.
And that was where it clicked. So
impressive.
I chose that program. So
very impressive.
You probably would share in same this thing with SFAN and moving to Ghana and all that.
Yeah.
Last.
Yeah. So that's your life mission now, to use social innovation to transform communities and society.
Exactly.
But you're in London. How is that working out then? Oh, you're still in school?
So I've got Greenbox Africa, which is in Ghana. I've got co-founders in Ghana as well who are in charge of operations on the ground. And what Greenbox Africa does is we take plastic sachets and we repurpose them into backpacks, into traveling bags, into jewelries, earrings, and other accessories, fashion products. But also we also train people on sustainability. So we work with communities to carry out sustainability
programs,
projects.
Yeah,
and also partner with schools to so the purpose of that is our schools program. Our schools program, the purpose is to raise up eco champions who would see that there is prosperity in environmental consciousness or sustainability consciousness. So we train them on sustainability models, on how they can, transform plastic waste into valuable products to earn a living. So through creative activities, design thinking workshops, and all the creative works, we train these children on how to transform even plastic bottle tops or whatever into something very interesting. So these are our school clubs.
Who generates those kinds of ideas? Is it from you?
So I am also head of innovation. So
okay.
So but also together as a team. Okay. Often I come up with some ideas, but the team also come up with some ideas. But actually the person who is on the ground always ensuring that these ideas actually get on ground or we implement them the way we intend to is my co-founder, which is Farida Amankwa Gabe.
She
is the one physically present carrying out these things actually.
Okay.
Whilst I'm away. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay.
Yeah.
So the goal is to tackle as much problems in the community as you are exposed to. I can imagine.
Yeah, but as would align with our focus areas,
which is
strength.
Okay.
Yeah, our focus areas, strength and capacity, because of the risk.
What's the focus area again? Innovation, entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Innovation, entrepreneurship. Okay. And in this case, innovation is transforming, adding utility to ordinarily discarded elements, but there has to be a context, which is what?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
What are the things that fall within? Is it like tire? Because I know some people do tires, some people do jewelries exclusively. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around where your focus area is.
Yeah. So anything that involves, so we are progressively bringing up innovative ways of transforming plastic waste into valuable resources. And so whether that be sachet rubbers, whether that be plastic bottles, whether that be also beyond plastic waste, we also are into sustainable fashion. So the use of fabric waste as well, repurposing them into something useful. So
does it sell?
Recycling, upcycling is actually our areas of focus. We are not limited by what products we recycle to, because like I mentioned, it is progressively, a progressive innovation.
Yeah.
In the future, we notice, if we're able, based on our research, we know that, okay, if we take maybe this waste plastic material, we can actually convert it into maybe into, like others are doing, into fuel. People convert plastic into fuel.
Yeah.
Which I've seen, or plastic into other things that we probably, we are able to come up with something that rather than convert, but also reduce plastic or takes plastic out of it, or being able to culture or bring up an organism, or either a microorganism that is able to decompose plastic in a way that takes them out, reduces them from the environment. So the length and breadth of what we produce is still has no limit. But we are careful to ensure that we do not go beyond our major areas of focus, like maybe going into literacy, community teaching, or maybe going into what can you think of, into
farming?
Yeah. I mean, well, for farming also. Just to put into perspective, our programs run in 4 streams. So we have the schools program, which I've mentioned, where we train or inculcate sustainability values in young children. That is the schools program. Second is our sustainable, recycling program, where we actually actively recycle plastics into the various products. The third is our agribusiness program. And with that, we are basically into mushroom farming and training. So we have previously gone to communities and taught them on how to engage into sustainable mushroom production and all that in a way that is sustainable. So that is our agribusiness program. And then the other program is our advocacy, which is just basically educating people, pushing forward for sustainable practices and all that. So these are the 4 streams. Anything that doesn't fall within these streams, we do not go after. But anything that falls within, we see, do we have the capacity? In what way can we carry this out in a way that that is sustainable for the organization itself? So basically that is just 4 pillars.
Interesting. Okay, so the question is there economic value in those things that you create? Because I'm curious to understand if people are buying it, as much as there is a clear societal need for, those kinds of engagements, the other side will be, is there economic value for you to continue doing it?
So with economic value there is, with, for instance, our mushroom production. Currently in Ghana there is demand for mushrooms. And if you get the size of land, and the facility and the various tools that will give you that quantity. I've got a friend whose company is called Mash Plus. So they they process mushrooms into noodles. So, it's a Ghanaian-based company, Mash Plus. Nutritious noodles, and their purpose is to combat malnutrition among young people. So they are, looking out for, people that can supply them with adequate mushrooms to be able to establish, so that they could have a contract to take supplies from. And I think it's a very lucrative industry. Now with also our products, that is the bags that we produce, the earrings. So it is also a place with market potential. We have previously sold several bags. Haven't just started this year, especially with the recycling into the products. We have sold several bags, and it's a viable both of them are viable areas one can venture into, and especially the fast-moving consumable goods, which is a mushroom.
Yeah. I think mushroom, even hotels, some of the big houses, they will be in need of mushrooms a lot.
Exactly. Yeah. And a lot of companies are now coming up processing mushrooms. So you would see mushroom chips, like dried, packaged mushrooms.
Yeah.
You'd see mushroom powder. I think we even have got mushroom bread, where the mushroom is used in the baking of bread as well. So, and it's because of its nutritional value that people are getting to appreciate it as a key ingredient in most of these. Where we are exploring is to see how we can, transform beyond production. What products can we transform? What products has market potential that beyond harvesting? What can we do to transform these harvested mushrooms into forms that can appeal to different demographics? So if it is children, can we make mushroom biscuits? Can we make mushroom tasty flakes? Can we make something that will appeal to that demography? If it is older people who wants to get same nutritional benefits, can we get mushrooms? Can we put them in versions that also would appeal to them? It could be maybe mushroom flour. That
is there such a thing?
To make porridge or bread or whatever, or mushroom powder, so to say, or rather maybe to just reprocess it into a version that could make mushroom sausage or something.
Is there such a thing as
developing areas of research that could really bring up a lot of could create a lot of market niche for certain groups of people? But yeah.
Is there such a thing as mushroom flour?
So basically the mushroom powder. So you ground it into very tiny grits. I think Olga is in.
Yeah, she's in.
Hi. Hello. Yeah.
Hi, Olga. Good morning from Ghana.
Good morning.
Wonderful. So we'll be transitioning to you in a moment at 3 a.m. Yeah. Okay, so Martin.
Yeah.
Have you seen it sold at the shop before?
Which one?
The mushroom flour.
No, I haven't seen, but we have actually converted it into that version, because there was a time we were experimenting with a product that I just mentioned. But I think it's also a place, and a sector that would be much needed, because mushroom, one of its major problems is the fact that it is very perishable. Once you harvest it, you don't have the right way of preserving it or whatever, either by drying, freezing, whatsoever. it gets bad so quickly. So I think people would really want a dried, granulated, or grounded mushrooms version, which still has the same nutritional content, but can be stored for a very long time.
Have you thought about, because there's this fruit thing that my wife buys from the mall. It's like dried mango that is cut in slices, So I suppose if you dry the mushroom without cutting it, yeah, that could be a better option, because I don't know if some people would want theirs to be, cut in shreds, that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think what you mentioned was mango chips, right?
Mango chips, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. Even in the UK here, I saw dried mushrooms, like just packaged dried mushrooms.
Yes.
And I was like, yeah, this would appeal to people who don't necessarily need a grounded one, but a preserved one in a way that they could still put it in their
food,
either gravy or whatever.
Yeah.
Still have that chewy experience. Yeah, so it's if you have different products, depending on the use case, what they want to use it for.
Yeah,
I mean, it is the best way. I think that's right.
Awesome. Okay, so we were talking earlier on about the metaphysics of social entrepreneurship. So in this case, does this still qualify as a social impact project, social entrepreneurship? Because it's basically, for mushrooms, that one I don't know what environmental need or environmental challenge that is solving.
Yeah.
What do you think?
So, yeah, I get you. So with the mushrooms, so as an organization, so we have our like I mentioned, the blocks that are revenue generating, and we have the blocks that are not revenue generating. Or should I
see. I get it.
Yeah. So the business aspect of our organization is what
the mushroom is serving for.
Yes, it's what supports the non-revenue generating aspect of the organization, which
makes sense.
The reason of that is through our sustainability school clubs, Eco Champions clubs, which is also the advocacy and other programs, the training programs that we carry out for rural women.
Okay.
So that at least we can be self-sustaining and don't have to rely
on donor funding,
grant and all that. Yeah,
makes sense. Okay, so what else is out there?
Is that?
What else is out there in your sequence of activities?
Yeah, so at the moment we actually running a climate action workshops with some schools, and so basically that is what we are doing. We are towards the ending of the year, so but we just started. We got registered this year. Green Box Africa got registered this year, so we are setting up also our product catalog for some of the things that we produce, just to have an e-commerce site where people can go and then get our products. So for instance, for every part of our activities, for every bag that's you recycle plastic bag that you buy, you are funding or supporting a student who can't afford a bag. for school. So that is the impact that the opportunity we give our customers to also create impact. So yeah, that is the chain of activities. So beyond that, also we are looking forward to really launch more and more of our product line, that is processing of the mushrooms into several
different options,
products that we think would appeal to the market. But first, we would have to conduct market research. We have to know whether what do prospective customers want, in what version, or what we think they want. Do they actually need it? Or is there a market for it? So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So your baby business is gradually growing.
Yeah.
So far, would you say it could sustain itself?
So at the moment, I would say no, because we are still building the systems in place, because we are developing the business aspect of it, not fully yet at the stage that we want it to be. So not yet self-sustaining, but I think as we open up, or as we penetrate, more markets, get ourselves out there, and then establish the right systems, that is outlets for sales and all that. I think those are our key areas that we want to focus on in 2026. Supply outlets and all that, so that arm of our organization can function, because it is that part that is able to solve it. But at the moment, as any business organization, from the very start, we were basically bootstrapping our funding, so, and then running everything from our pockets, from registration to prototyping to buying our industrial sewing machine, to everything, materials, and even upscaling. Yeah, but it gets to a point where
all those are self-funded or from MasterCard?
No, self-funded.
Okay, so MasterCard funding was exclusive for the road project.
Actually, the MasterCard, they don't fund the community projects.
Okay.
So they sponsor your education.
Okay.
And they teach you how to, carry out these projects, how to reach out to partners, how to secure funding to some of these projects, or better still, if you can bootstrap. Basically, they give you the tools to be able to survive that, so that you are able to show leadership yourself and go carry it out.
That's nice. They've given you the tools, the education, the connection, and the credibility. So getting the money wouldn't be that difficult.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. So what does the future hold now?
Yeah. So we just work juggling, working. I'm here working, also working on that as well. So, focus on two things, and So what's up for the future is to have this, get established to to the degree to which we want to see it in the future. To be able to, to reduce substantial amount of plastics from the environment. We look to a future where we are able to raise up young people who would be environmental stewards, who would not see sustainability as a burden, but also an opportunity for economic progress or for economic benefits, who see waste as resources, and who would be bent on contributing their quota to environmental sustainability. So that is why we still, we are bent on doing what we do with our schools program to also to imbibe in them that mindset, to be stewards.
Did you see my interview earlier on with the AfriSAF guy?
No.
Let me see.
Did something come up similar?
Yeah, it's a similar project, but not entirely the same. But let me see if I can locate his website. I'm not sure if I know his website. Let's see.
Okay.
You're talking about crop. Did you say waste or crop waste?
Actually, so waste, plastic waste.
Okay.
Fabric.
His is crop waste.
Waste. Yeah. Okay. Green, simplifying the reserve crop waste. Okay. Oh, yeah. I mentioned about the fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think these people, they use crop waste.
Yep.
Rather than plastic waste.
Yes.
Wow,
so
that's interesting.
He wants to convert it to fuel.
Oh,
nice. Jet fuel, to be specific.
What did you just say?
He wants to convert crop waste to jet fuel.
Oh, jet. Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Yeah. Oh, nice. I think it's an interesting project.
I know.
Yeah.
They seem very passionate about it, and yeah, like you said, it's an interesting project.
Yeah. That's good. I've seen other people convert plastic into fuel to power vehicles.
Yeah.
In 2012.
There is this guy also quite recently. There is this guy, he's been trending. Let me see. Let me see if I can just pull out his details for you.
Okay.
Okay. He was all over the news. This is I think it's a TikTok.
So I've created my own.
1 second.
Okay.
Station that makes fuel from plastic waste. So I've created my own gas station that makes fuel from plastic waste. Let's go. So this is plastic crude oil. And as you can see, we have quite a bit of this plastic crude oil. Well, it can be fuel, but we need to refine it and clean it up. So let's do that.
Yeah. He was quite popular all over the news. At some point, there was this conspiracy that some people were after him. They wanted to destroy his work. He went into hiding and eventually he came out, said they hacked his social media, did this and that. But he seems to be getting a lot of attention, at least on social media.
Yeah.
So maybe you can reach out to him to see if there is any possibility of collaboration or something.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very interesting to know.
All right. Okay, Martin. We might still probably link up again at I think it's 6 a.m. So don't sleep off. Yeah. Okay.
See you later.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Let's transition to Olga. Hi, Olga. Welcome back.
Happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Okay, so for individuals that might not have seen your profile on LinkedIn, would you mind introducing yourself to them?
Absolutely. So I am a linguist and a psychologist as my specialty, and I was working a lot in IT. So this created a very unique situation of how I approach the research and how I approach education and developing educational materials. And back in the United States, I was specializing on teaching English as a second language, and worked with several organizations as a teacher and curriculum developer. And I'm currently working with Educate One, and that's one of the projects we are working on, is to create artificial intelligence based materials and basically teachers who will help people to interact and acquire knowledge, including language knowledge. At the moment, I am in Norway, Oslo, and going through the challenge of learning yet another language myself.
Oh.
So I am learning Norwegian at the moment. So
that's amazing.
Thank you.
Why are you still learning?
You know, I think once you learn a language, and it opens up not only communication with people, but you deeper understand the culture. You can read the original books and works and everything. It's just very hard to stop. And every language has so much beauty in it and so much history. I guess I will be learning until until I cannot learn anymore.
That's amazing. Tell me more about the AI project that you are working on.
That's actually very fascinating. So if you ask any person of what would be the main difficulty when you're learning a foreign language, people typically learn how to read pretty easily. They can put together the words and everything, and the meaning, and grasping grammar and practice. But what is the hardest thing to do is to actually start speaking the language as native. First of all, of course, everybody is speaking too fast. And then you're just learning.
Right.
So asking everybody to simplify the vocabulary, talk slower or something. And sometimes people are too shy or too embarrassed to even start talking, even if they can construct a whole sentence in their mind, when it comes to speaking, it's a very basic and very, very simple. So what we are developing is very high-level interactive teachers, AI teachers, who will accommodate each learner's individual style and level, and will be able to conduct the conversation. So, for example, if you would like to, if you're a business professional, your conversation with the AI teacher will be much different than if you are going on a vacation and would like to have just a set of words in a conversation related to your destination. Mm-hmm. So again, it's tailored to each individual situation.
Right. That's impressive. Before we go into the topic, our topic is multilingual language acquisition, adult education. Let me share this news with you and see what you think of it. Okay, here it is. Yeah. Okay. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen this specific one.
Okay.
But I think it's just a natural development, because we all have the Google Translates and everything. So being able to use your AirPods to have a live translation, it's definitely incredibly convenient.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Do you think it impacts your business in any way?
No, I don't think so. I think it's very different goals. For example, do you want to translate, or do you want to have a conversation,
right,
and establish connection? So I think it's a big difference. If I am going somewhere and I don't speak, for example, Arabic or Japanese, and I can be able to understand the basic questions, like we can ask, how much does it cost, right? But then the person answers you and you're like, okay, I don't remember all the numbers. So having a translation instantaneously like that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
But learning a language yourself and being able to interact, pause, go to questions, and have an interaction like this, it's very different.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You're right. Okay. So how did you get into this language training, acquisition, and other facets?
I would have to say big thank you to my professor from University of San Francisco, Dr. Popal. I think he inspired linguistic learning in depth and research, and taking it to the different level from just learning languages myself. He is just inspiring, incredibly inspiring person, multilingual, well-traveled, and full of energy, and helps people to get in the field of linguistics. And he is very passionate about it. He is president of CATISL, California TESOL, teaching English to secondary language acquisition learners. So he is definitely an inspiration for me.
Impressive.
And I start working with languages back to when I moved to United States from Moscow, Russia.
Okay.
And learning a language and challenges of it. But again, as I said, as soon as you pass the challenge and open up the world to yourself, that what kind of encouraged me to give the same gift of learning language and understanding to my students as well.
Amazing. Yeah. Language opens cultures, language opens hearts, and you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if I want to, my wife is half Francophone. So, but I don't speak French, which is interesting. She speaks multiple languages. So I did basic French in school, but it wasn't enough for me to learn how to speak. Now, if I want to learn, how can I make it easy for me to? Because yeah, you're right. One of the difficulties is everybody speaks so fast, fear of making mistake, and some of the words are intimidating. So how can I get past that, inhibition?
That's a very, very good question. I would say if you can immerse yourself in language, that would be the first, the best, and the quickest way for you to learn a language. So, for example, after this marathon, if you would like to take a couple of weeks off and just ask your wife, to speak French to you, like basic, start with a very easy words and everything, just pointing to the things around you and saying them in French, and then use gestures like you try to eat and she's asking you a question. You will figure it out. And the less you try to rely on another language as a translation, try not to translate, try to just intake. Think about yourself as a kid who is learning. When you show the apple and you say it's an apple, nobody's translating it for a child. They just accept it as it is, apple. And step further, you're not looking at just an apple. It's not a clear shape of apple. It's a green apple or red apple. Try to combine those two concepts together and remember it, because your mind will remember image, red apple, green apple. And now all of a sudden, from 1 or 2 images, you already have 3 or 4 words. Then you add big red apple, small yellow apple. So you keep adding to something you already have, and it's a pre-existing knowledge.
Right.
So that will create more solid connection than try to learn individually words, big, yellow, red, apple, green. It's like, okay, now it's random words. It's not connected to a picture. So immersion and connecting to previous knowledge, that would be a 2 core things to help you.
That's impressive. Immersion and connection.
How many languages do you speak?
English and my native language, Igbo. Just 2.
How long did it take you to learn English? Do you remember?
No, I mean is the language of instruction. So yeah, I guess when I was a little boy.
Exactly. So when you grew up with a family before you went to school, you're just speaking your native language.
Yeah.
And at school, you just got immersed in English and you figured it out.
Yeah.
So try to do the same thing with French and see if it works.
If it works, I would owe you the greatest debt of gratitude.
That would be to your wife, who would be spending time and teaching you. But yes, immersion is the best way to learn.
Awesome. Yeah, and I really want to do it because, when we travel to her place, her family do not speak English. And so it's funny, her younger sister, the only way I can communicate with her is I go to Google Translate, I type the English, I convert it to French, and then I show her my phone, and she'll do the same thing, which is too mechanical and it's long, it's not effective. Yeah, I do need to learn the language at this point.
Well, and do you think those AirPod translation will help you in that situation?
From the demonstration I've seen, you know, it doesn't really. So what it does is you wear the thing, and then when the person says it, it translates on the screen. Then you show the person on the screen. So it's more like Google Translate, with the only benefit of it being audio in my ear, and then screen presentation.
So you basically skip typing, but it doesn't
correct
do the audio output.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, it's not us engaging as a true conversation with another person. So.
Impressive. So I guess the first problem with language acquisition is what you've just described. People don't immerse themselves in the subject, in the act rather, and there was no connection to previously known concepts.
True.
What else?
Another thing is, I think, the sense of necessity and urgency. If you really need it, you will learn it. Because if you know that your wife will switch to English if you struggle, you just kind of give up in the middle of trying just because, okay, I don't understand, just say it in English.
Yeah.
But imagine if there is no other language. You have to understand, because it's the only way how you can communicate. So that's as soon as you have the urgency, as soon as your life, happiness, whatever it depends on it, you will learn rather quickly.
Facts. How else do you help your students to learn languages?
How do I help my students? I think one of the important things is understanding motivation. Just as I said, why are they trying to learn the language?
Yeah.
Is this to get a job? Is this to assimilate in the country? Do they have a certain pressures that pushes them to be more motivated to learn the language? So that's an important part of just knowing your students. And another, because I worked with a population of immigrants, and some of them are coming from different countries. Like, for example, we have a lot of students from Afghanistan and Ukraine and other countries. They're torn by war, and it was not their choice to immigrate. So they come with a lot of trauma. And if you're under a lot of stress, how can you even learn? So here we have a concept of trauma-informed teaching.
Right.
So to understand how the trauma will slow down the learning process, what can you do to help your student? How can you make them feel safe at school so they can relax and actually start learning? Those are the some of the main things you need to think about as you teach languages or teach anything. And of course, individualized materials. Certain materials presented in just the common textbooks might not be appropriate for the population you're working with, and you have to reshape and address it differently. Here, of course, developing dynamic materials specific to population, to culture, to the mother language that they can connect to. That would be, again, that's why we use AI to develop some of the interactive materials. That's the kind of 3 different areas how I would approach helping my students.
How long have you been in this? Because it sounds like this is like second nature to you. This is like something, you know, it's like another language that you speak, you know.
Being a teacher is another language. It's you're right. I've been teaching languages for the past 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
And and working with immigrant population for the past 3 years.
Wow, impressive. You are very comfortable in the craft, and it shows your unquestionable skill.
Okay, I hope a lot of people hear you. And it's like, okay, here's all the job offers.
Yeah, put it on your website.
I do have a website, and I'm working on my linguistic website as well. So
impressive.
I'll drop it.
Yeah.
Later after the interview.
Awesome. Okay, so those immigrants, you talked about trauma. I will come back to trauma because you also say you do therapy. I think it was you.
Yes, I am a licensed chemical dependency dual diagnosis.
That's a lot of words.
It's when people are have an addiction problem combined with the mental health problems. Here we're talking about chicken or the egg. Are you using some mood altering chemicals, alcohol, or cocaine, or whatever it is, to cover what mental health issues you have, like a depression, ADHD, or something? Or did those mental health issues started because a person was using mood altering chemicals? So it's kind of a challenging question that you need to individually address with people, and it goes hand in hand. The psychology and linguistics very, very connected in my mind, because we try to hide so much with words, and if you talk to people, they can use words and language to create any kind of stories. So.
It seems there is something hidden in what you said now.
Pardon me?
It seems there is something locked up in what the 2 words that you said, using words and language to create stories. Let's unpack that. What does it mean?
Oh, that we can go in so many different directions.
Yeah.
I think every time we tell about ourselves, like, for example, at the beginning of the interview, it's like, wow, tell us about yourself, right? What do we choose to highlight? Do I highlight today something different for this interview compared to what I would be talking to somebody else? Again, we are multifaceted creatures, and for different environments, you highlight different parts of yourself. You create the story with a different focus on how you want to be perceived in different situations. And it's not only for other people to accept us. I think we are also creating stories for us to accept ourselves and our decisions, our situations, etc. We have to describe it to ourselves to make it bearable.
Okay. Okay. So this is about the person describing what they are going through to themselves so they can make their reality acceptable to themselves.
In a way.
Okay.
And as soon as you start describing it to yourself, what words you choose, and that's going back to linguistics and psychology, the words you choose, how you can describe situation. If it's traumatic and you describe it in the negative colors, you are adding difficulties to the situation versus trying to keep it not even positive. You need to be realistic. Again, there was a study that shows that people who are very positive and optimist, they are actually suffered more by something what they hoped for not coming true compared to people who are more objective about the reality, and then it kind of, they didn't react to the failures with the same intensity as optimists.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, they suffer in their minds, the quote unquote realists, because they never, it's like the saying, don't expect anything so that you don't get hurt.
Yes, you can say that. I think it's very hard not to expect anything.
Yes.
At least it's still a challenge for me because not like I have high expectations, but oh yes, I have expectations.
Yeah.
From myself, from the world.
The world, yeah.
And then getting disappointed or maybe getting happy because it's even better than I expected.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because we create our reality. If one of my mentors, she said, your job as a founder, your job really is to lead yourself and your team to abundance. And sometimes, for some of us starting out from the scratch, abundance isn't necessarily where we live in physically or what context we live in physically. Then you need to do the work of creating that abundance mentally and convince your mind to be in that state of happiness, in that state of abundance or wishes fulfilled, which in most instances is far removed from your physical equivalence. So if describing that state of mind to somebody who is maximally objective and focused on what their senses can see, feel, perceive, it seems like you are being unreasonable. But then we know that incidentally the mind doesn't count whether it's real or a made up or fictional story. Eventually I see that most of the things that I've playfully impressed upon my consciousness becomes my reality, in not so long a time. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. It's interesting you touch on that point. If you probably heard about it, that even if you not very happy at the moment, if you just start smiling and keep the smile for like, I don't remember how many seconds, let's say a minute or two, right? That your body will feel the muscles work and start shifting to more positive, just because it's like, wait, we're smiling. So, okay, let's bring the mood up, because apparently we're smiling. So, like, act as if, and this, it will follow. But manifestation of your goals, or as you said, abundance, I think it's a very powerful, and going back to idea of hope, you know, you hope for abundance, you hope for a better future, and you building it with that hope, because you're striving forward. Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, that's how I'm enduring this marathon, because there are moments when I don't feel happy about it. There are moments when I don't feel excited in my body or in my mind. But then, you know, I trick my mind to enjoy the process. Then it becomes less of a chore, more of an experience that, you know, I want to enjoy every bit of it as much as I can. And I know if I do it right, then it becomes such of a bliss for me. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We can convince our mind to enjoy whatever we want it to enjoy.
And even if you look at your past experiences, like I recently was talking to my best friend, and she's in the United States and everything. And I'm here in Norway. She's going through her difficult time because her mom is ill. I'm going through my challenges in Norway, trying to assimilate. And we thought back to, okay, probably not a good thing to remember, but 2020, right? When the world shut down, and the COVID and everything, and how scary and how uncertain and how it was such a miserable time. But now I'm looking back on a time that I was able to spend with my children. It was a year of homeschooling my kids, and being together and learning to so much more about it. Okay, we're stuck, so we kind of snuck into each other's houses and had this tea parties and everything. It was scary, but we did it, and the joy, the laughter, the connection. I don't remember the bad parts of that time, and again, there's plenty. What I do remember is the good things that we got to experience as a family. So it's interesting how you can look back to a certain time in your life where you thought it was a big challenge. And then you look back and it's apparently was a gift. You just didn't see it. But now, 5 years later, it's a gift.
So the future is not
this
objective.
Marathon, a few years later, you will be like, wow, I did it. It hurt, but I did it. And what a gift it was.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Olga, I needed you today because it's amazing how much positivity there is in the world. But then there are people who bring those rays of sunshine, and I think my consciousness attracted you because I needed to hear some of these words. Yesterday we started this session, and in my mind everything was so perfect. First, I told myself that if I was able to fill the speaker slots in 2 weeks, it will make me so happy, because it will be a confirmatory to the fact that I will be able to do this thing again. And I worked extremely hard. I worked my butt off to fill the speaker slots in 2 weeks, and I was very happy. Okay, so yesterday we started off really on a high note. Unfortunately, the speaker that was supposed to open the session got stuck in traffic. You know, I was here 8:45. Was it 8:45? 8:45. She was not here. And I was tempted to get, upset and all the negative emotions. But then I thought to myself, well, it's another Thursday. I could make this about getting everything perfect, or I could enjoy the process. I've created a decent programming, but there could be other ways that we can adjust it. So I decided to get one of the guys who was supposed to come after her to go first. We interviewed the guy. Before we were done, the speaker came in and we had a beautiful conversation. And there's been lots of other hiccups like that. Maybe somebody is running late. Maybe somebody had an emergency and didn't tell us on time so that we can get another replacement, So, yeah, you're absolutely right. I needed to hear these words, because if I do the job well, as I believe I will, yeah, I'm going to look back to it with all my back pain and headaches and pressure, and I wouldn't even remember any of those.
No.
Yeah.
You just feel the excitement, and you will feel, I think, incredible accomplishment on how many people you connected.
Yeah.
As I was waiting for our time,
yeah,
I was listening into previous interview, and what I noted is you connected one project with another project, the previous one with fuel from the recycled plastic and everything. So you don't even know the amount of impact that will hold, because now those two people can communicate. Now they have information about it. So
yeah,
I think the impact of these interviews and people connecting, even just signing up and seeing who else is on an interview list, I think it's beyond to what you can even expect. So I am so thrilled and so happy to be on this project.
That's too kind. Thank you so much. Okay, so did you do speech training?
Speech training. Yes. Which part of it you referring to?
Because I noticed that you talk with your teeth, and it seems like you did some work in training your communication, and that was noticeable to me, if I'm right.
Yes, that's I think as any person who is learning languages, you try to work on an accent and try to be closer to the native speakers, and that's why I spend a lot of time trying to focus on pronunciation and everything. And I think at some point I just gave up on that, because as long as you are understood by others, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's about connecting your expectations to your realities. So, especially right now, as you said, a lot of things that happens prior to the interview, and I got a cold and I was losing my voice. That's why I have my hot tea right next to me, because it's like I'm not, I really want to participate. And even if it's like, I need to keep my voice going for 1 more hour, you can do it.
So much sacrifice that people have made for me. Oh, thank you so very much. Yeah, I'll do my best to get this thing to the finish line.
So what, if I may ask, what inspired you to start this crazy?
Yeah, so we have this platform that we've been creating for young people getting into jobs for the first time. It's called Ready for Work. So it's a digital training program that we provide for entry-level job seekers and early career professionals who want to upskill to future-proof their careers with AI. So we've run 5 cohorts of it. Now we've upgraded the platform. The 4th version is what we are launching through this event. And we're also aiming that, you know, by virtue of the attempt, we can mobilize scholarship for individuals that might not have the resources to pay to go through that exciting programming. Yeah, so that's the bigger goal, really.
Okay. It's again, it's incredible cause and a very unique way to support it.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so adult education. I have my sister, she's eager to, you know, pick up a certificate, but then she doesn't have time. Do you get to see clients that are keen to learn but pressured by time? How do you help them?
We find time for things that are important to us. It's just a very fair statement. If it's important enough, you will find a way, you will find the time, you will push some other things off your plate to make sure that you achieved something. I'm not saying that she is not motivated enough, but if you or anybody in a situation like this, ask yourself, what am I spending my time doing? And look at your day and it's like, okay, I spent 2 hours doing this. I spent an hour doing this. And what is the thing that pulls your priority and why? So I think that would be the first thing to look at, because if she's motivated and she needs that certificate and everything, what is the impediment? What is stopping her from completing it?
Family, kids, you know, work.
Yeah, that's kind of on every adult person list. Everybody has family. Everybody has to make more money to work and everything. I think maybe looking at the situation from perspective, okay, if I have to work for this amount of money and work longer hours, maybe with a certificate they can get a better job. So I'm investing now to kind of free up my future. With adults, it's more about motivation. And that's what I think is difference between teaching children and teaching adults. When you teach children, you do need to create a lot of activities to keep their attention.
Right.
Just because it's hard for them. You have to portion information differently. You have to make it more interactive and very different type of presentations with some maybe hands-on activities and everything. With adults, you will find that motivated adult, you don't need to provide additional motivation. You need to provide path, unique and quick path to their goal. If you create a lot of blockers, for example, you can complete this course, but you have to take 8 weeks to do it. What if the person can do it in 5 weeks? If they truly focus on that, they spend most of their day going through the course, etc. Let them be flexible, because when you try to enforce something else or adding materials that are irrelevant to their goal, you will see the quick drop in motivation.
Yeah.
With adults, it's pretty significant how quickly and how efficiently they can go through the program.
That's awesome to know. Okay. All right. So what else are you working on that people need to know about?
Let's go back to trauma-informed teaching and trauma-informed learning.
Okay.
I have so many students who are struggling to learn, again, the language and everything, and they're motivated, it's highly important to them, but back to the same thing, you have family, you focus on making money to survive and everything, and it's slows down your learning ability. So what can we do to allow our minds to learn? I think if you approach any learning from, again, structure your time with something positive and dedicate this time to your learning. For example, if you have a class time or something, try not to miss it. Even if something comes up, escalate it in priority and it's like, I'll make it to my class and then I will deal with everything else. And maybe even try to compartmentalize situations so you stay calmer during your class. Maybe something simple as making yourself more comfortable, wear comfortable clothes or something. Bring yourself a cup of your tea or coffee or whatever else is going to make you comfortable. Come to class a little bit earlier so you can set up your notebooks and whatever else you need to for this class to kind of settle down before you start learning. Maybe make friends in your class if it's possible, to look forward to something. So having this stress reducing environment, I think it's critical for any learning and especially language acquisition. Because again, language acquisition, that's not only understanding materials, you need to memorize it, you have to shift from your from the way, so like grammatical structure thing, it's can be in a calmer state. I know, easier said than done, but that would be the key to ease yourself into any kind of learning, especially the language acquisition.
Amazing. Amazing. Have you been to Africa before?
And then visiting.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, sorry, I said I haven't been there, but I definitely look forward to come and visit in Africa.
Yeah, you should.
I just haven't been.
You should come.
Yeah, I think again, if there is some kind of opportunities, I would absolutely would love to travel and learn, and that would be great.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. So trauma still. For the young people who, some of the young people who there's this report by OpenAI that we are discussing. I discussed it with two of the speakers actually. So they have this report that over 1 million, I should be correct. Let me check. OpenAI says 1 million people talk to ChatGPT about suicide weekly. And from all indication, let me share it with you. From all indication, this will be young people, mostly young people, I should say. OpenAI released new data on Monday illustrating how many of the ChatGPT's users are struggling with mental health issues and talking to the AI chatbot about it. The company says that 0.15% of the ChatGPT's active users in a given week, not even month, week, have conversations that include explicit indicators of potential suicide or intent, given that blah, 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 blah. Okay. So this is problematic in my view. And for someone like you that work with individuals that have these traumas and things, what do you see and how do you help, especially the young people that might be struggling with these issues?
Well, it's kind of a layered question because first, if we're talking about that article, can you bring it up again? Because does it say it's 1.5%?
0.15% of the total user base.
Yeah, talking about potential suicide. You need to compare the statistics to overall statistic of potential suicide thinking in general population, okay? Because if we're talking about ChatGPT users, it's whatever population is, there are some of them ChatGPT users, and of course some of them, as a subset, it's in a population and it's going to be part of the ChatGPT users. So I don't think it correlates correctly because we cannot say, oh, because they ChatGPT users, they are have increased suicidal statistics that I haven't analyzed, so I wouldn't be talking about that. But what I can talk about is how people use ChatGPT when they have some personal issues or mental health issues. Of course, it's not a substitute for qualified psychologists and psychiatrists' help and everything. But if you have a conversation with ChatGPT, and if you type in something simple like, I am feeling sad today, what is going to be typical answer of ChatGPT? Oh, I'm sad to hear you feeling bad. It's like, what happened? Tell me more about it. So it does provide your emotions or your thoughts way to vent, to describe your situation. I don't think ChatGPT developed for, oh, you're feeling sad. Here's 5 different ways you can commit suicide conveniently. It will never do anything like that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. So I think using ChatGPT as confidential and easy to access conversationalist, not judgmental. Every time you talk to ChatGPT, it will be very supportive. If you try to correct it or something, it will tell you like, "Oh, great thing you noticed that," or "good find," or something. It's highly positive. So unless you change the settings and everything and create a different type of law. Overall, if you use the generic ChatGPT, it's quite supportive. So I would not connect, again, suicide planning to ChatGPT use.
No, not really. Well, there has, for example, there's an article linked in here about a 16-year-old boy. My question really is about how you help these individuals that have such disturbances in a more natural way. But to your comment, look at this one. Addressing mental...
sued by the parents of 16 children.
Yeah.
You know, if we're talking about a 16-year-old boy confided his suicidal thought to ChatGPT, leading to his suicide, what are they asking? That ChatGPT will report it to somebody or give a warning? So what are we talking about? Let's break privacy as soon as we use certain keywords? Again, it would be, I mean, it's horrible what happened to this 16-year-old, and no child should leave this earth, and especially not through suicide. But again, if we're talking about morality, confidentiality, and everything, it's it's a can of worms.
Yeah. So how do you help these individuals? When they come to you, how do you help them?
It's not like everybody have their own reason, but everybody have their own path that led them to seek ending their life as an option. So I don't think it can be generally described and given a kind of a blank response to anything. But I would definitely try to support the person in the moment, but connect them with the services that can really help in mental health services.
So assuming that I have, or I know somebody who is going through such situation, how can I help them?
Be there.
Okay.
Make them feel that they are not alone, and it's not that they matter. I think one of the unfortunate, again, there is a suicide because of the terminal illness and everything. Let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
But not being noticed, not being heard, feeling like you don't matter, that what often pushing person to suicidal thoughts.
Wonderful. We are getting to the top of the hour. I wonder, do you still have energy to continue?
Yes, because I would like to end it on a more positive note than a suicidal ideation. While it's very important, it's definitely a painful part of our existence.
Yes. Okay. You want to ask me a question, or should I ask you a question?
If there was any language, well, for you it's probably French.
French.
You can learn. Well, what language would that be?
After French, I would love to learn Spanish. The way it rolls on your tongue. Oh my goodness, I love Spanish. It's so nice. And then, I would love to learn Italian.
Oh, Italian. It's an absolutely beautiful language.
Yeah.
And I think if you will find that there's a big overlap between Spanish, Italian, and well, again, it's when you're talking about groups of languages, it would be easier to go from one to another.
Yeah.
But I am looking forward to hearing about your learning French and how it goes.
Yes.
Because being in a family where it's a super secret language, I know what it is because my kids, unfortunately, they don't speak Russian. I just never focused on teaching them the language. But they consider that to be my secret language with my mom. Because also with my mother, I speak Russian. So my daughter's like, oh, it's a super secret language. I said, yes, you have to be like, if you want to talk to grandma and know what mama and grandma are talking about, you have to learn it. So
yeah.
Now she's trying.
That's nice. I have a friend in Russia. She's studying medicine. Yeah. And she says it's a nice place.
Again, Russia is a big country, and but again, a lot of history, a lot of beautiful nature. But so is Africa. So
yeah,
it's like you always talk about the places you haven't been. It's like
yeah.
Africa, safaris, and Kilimanjaro, and everything else. What do you think about when you think about Africa?
Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right. Okay, let me ask you one more question, then I will let you to rest since you have cough. But by the way, have I done a good job of the interview? I'm sure you weren't so sure how you are going to do this for 1 whole hour, but it seems the 1 hour went so quickly.
Yes, I wasn't sure if I should prepare like parts of topics I need to address because it was very, very unique that you kind of gave us topics. It's like, okay, what is your topics to talk about and everything. And the diversity of topics you discussing in your interviews is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
So I was like, how we're going to structure it? There's like, how can you be able to talk about, renewable fuel and all? It's like, it surprised me that you found the questions for all the participants. It's very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel like I also have amazing people. For example, yourself. When you started talking, I was like, oh, this is going to be a very easy interview because you have that expertise. And it was easy to, whatever question I throw to you, I know I wouldn't have to worry about whether it will be putting you on the spot.
No, it's and I think that was interesting how how many different paths this interview took. And I really appreciate the challenge and the questions.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so very much. Now I'm waiting for my next speaker to come on so that I will allow you to rest.
Okay. Good luck and enjoy your process. I cannot wait to see it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for supporting me. I appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
Would you mind to hold for me just a few seconds so that we can transition with the guy?
Okay, absolutely.
How old are your babies?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 18.
Oh, so very
big kids.
Yeah, soon enough you wouldn't have any other issue.
No, it's just teenagers. Both teenagers. It's that's a big challenge.
I know.
How many kids do you have?
She's not ready yet. So maybe I'll have one by next year. Who knows?
Okay.
For now we are still doing what should I say? We are still enjoying each other's company.
It's a very good time.
Yeah.
Just being together and learning and enjoying, discovering the world together. It's amazing.
Yeah. So it was Jacob that put you in. I should think.
Oh yes, Jacob. Yeah, he told me about this. We work together at Educate One. So the institute. So that's.
He's done an amazing job.
He kind of connected me with you, and I'm like very excited about this.
Yeah. Jacob has helped me a lot.
Sometimes it's he surprised me with all the different projects he's running. So it's like, well, do you want to be part of? It's like, whoa, how did you find it? You know. So that's Jacob.
Yeah. Okay, Olga, thank you so much.
I can see you next interviewers here.
Yep.
And let me know where I could disconnect.
Yes, you can now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much and enjoy your interviews.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Amadou.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Hello?
Hi.
All right. How are you doing?
I'm better now. I heard you had some issues the other day.
Yeah. My ex-wife passed away last month.
Oh, wow. Sorry to hear.
And, came for the burial, the funerals, and also to get my kids. We have 2 boys together.
Wow.
But it's been a real battle, just being able to see them, communicate with them, and even more getting their custody. It's been a whole month away from home, just traveling between 2 cities, staying in Airbnbs, just trying to resolve this issue. But take it as a positive challenge, you know? Those things that make you stronger.
Yeah. Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry I couldn't log in earlier.
Yeah.
I think I saw the date was 28.
It's
But I think
okay.
the timing for me
I
was-
didn't know you were dealing with some crisis.
Yeah. Well, you have a crisis as well, right?
I know.
How many hours do you have left, man?
Now it's 43, so I have 50 something.
57.
Well, when I get to 57, then I would have broken from last year. Then I can now begin to count the extras.
Okay. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, I'm happy to be able to help and be a part of this journey.
Thank you.
It's a bold objective. So it's always good to encourage fellow daring innovators out there.
Thanks, my man. Okay, so your topic was fatherhood. I think we should talk about fatherhood still.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So for individuals that may not have seen your work or explored your profile, what do they need to understand about you to appreciate the subject we're about to discuss?
Well, from my work, I think there's very little my background work that is related to parenting. Because most people know me for either having been a Mandela Washington Fellow or having built Guinea's first agritourism retreat, having led the YALI regional leadership program in East Africa and West Africa, having trained and coached thousands of the most promising young leaders across Africa, having dropped out of 3 universities and yet still was able to make it. But I think what many people don't know, besides in some of the talks and the coaching and the trainings where it's more those who know me, is that I've been divorced twice, and I had my first child when I was 18. I was still in high school, and got married at 24. Got my first divorce at 27, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Then, in Guinea. Then got remarried in Kenya. Had 2 children with her. She also was remarried. She had been divorced, but she also got remarried. And then separated from her in 2022, and then got remarried again. Right? So being someone in that group of few people who have been married twice, you generally walk around with a sort of stigma. So people who have gotten even divorced once or who have gotten children outside of marriage, in general, you have this guilt or shame that you're living in between. Because a failed marriage is a failed marriage, right? People are more tolerant of a failed relationship than a failed marriage. But then when there's children involved, it changes the dynamic of the children as well. Because one, they have to grow up in between 2 parents who oftentimes don't get along. That's the reason why they separated. One of the parents may not necessarily be very responsible and mature during that separation, so they can weaponize the children. And so having gone through this cycle now once, and now a second time, it's given me a different perspective on fatherhood and the role of men in the lives of everyone. So it made me think about my grandfather's role in my father's life, which made me understand how and why my father was the way he was. And the man that I am, on top of all the other childhood experiences I had. And so that then led me to say, if I've seen a pattern that is not working in my family, then I need to change my fatherhood style, my thinking, my approach, in order for my sons, my daughter to have an experience. And so that led me to be more conscious about the choices I make in terms of the partner I marry to laugh. It made me more aware of the fact that each child is different. So when you're parenting 5 kids or 3 kids or 2, each one speaks a different language. And rather than just saying, oh, my kids, it's actually each and every one of them is an individual child. And so your relationship with them, you approach them. Now I call them individually. I never call them as a group. I call each one of my elder daughters on their phones. I have a separate conversation with each one, even when they're together.
Right.
But immediately I'm speaking to one, it's like I'm changing language or I'm changing frequency. Because I want them to know that I see them as an individual. I respect them as an individual. I love them as an individual. But then as a collective, as a family, we are a unit.
Right.
So now moving forward, I want to do more work on this in this field. I want to learn more, but I want to serve as an inspiration for men out there who feel guilty or ashamed of taking up their role as a father. And to know that it is as noble to be a successful father as to be a successful CEO.
That's impressive. That's a very good introduction to this conversation. Okay. I played something for one of the speakers the other day. Because this is a very important subject. Let me see if I can find that information. Because it seems like there's a war on the concept of family. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To promote individualism, a life free of responsibilities. The argument is children are expensive.
Yeah.
Adulting is difficult.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think when you think of war on family, you have to maybe go back to what is the role of a family. If I don't know, do you have children yourself?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, so this is a good preemptive conversations for you, right? So if you have a partner, so you find the right partner, it's okay. This is what I want to do. If it was, let's say, our grandfather's times in Africa, children were one means of labor. So the more children they had, the more people they had on the farms to work for them, to grow foods, to grow crops, to raise their cows. And then some communities also would use their children as a means of exchanging cultures, right? So they would marry, intermarry, and people would now, kingdoms would, expand. But in all societies, when you think of the family, it's like a unit to protect and to serve each other, to work together towards a common goal. But that common goal has to be set by someone. Someone has to be there as the leader to say, okay, this is what the family stands for. So you see in some places, if the father was a carpenter, then this is the house of carpentry. So all the children will learn the craft and they will be known as the family of carpenters within the society. And then as we grow and as we expand and with capitalism and globalization, we tend to adopt us as Africans, and just for the sake of the conversation.
Yeah.
We've adopted a lot of the habits of Europeans who grew up and whose civilization were formed in different environments than ours, whereas their environments were more hostile, their weather was more severe. So there too, the family unit was was not designed just to protect each other. It's also to go out and conquer. It was to fend for yourself. The environment is so difficult that anything you get, you have to keep to yourself. So it makes sense that people from the northern sides of the world are more individualistic. They're more transactional compared to us who had so many things in abundance. But now let's come back to now the individual. In our societies, in Africa in general, children are raised by the whole family. But abroad, 2 parents, 1 child, maximum 3 children over the past 20, 30 years. And so when they adopt new ways of thinking, new philosophies, when lobby groups are promoting a particular type of mindset, they transfer it also directly to our populations through media, through sponsorships, through events, through programs. And then our people start slowly adopting these ways of thinking. But they don't work in our context, they don't work in our environment. Because again, historically, we always recognize the family, we recognize the leadership in the family, we recognize the elders. But now we have a generation of young people who already have not grown up with their parents because their parents spend most of the time working. They're not connected to their larger families because they have left the village, have come to the urban areas to look for resources. And more with the culture of today, building a family is no longer seen as an achievement, as an accomplishment, because there's so many broken homes. So when it's said that there is war against family, it's true, because you can't just say that this just eroded on its own. There are forces like the media, there are lobby groups, there are organizations who are promoting, let's say, feminism at an extreme, right? Or other types of philosophies, which then contradict with what we were taught and our ancestors had seen as the best way to build a society. So for me, I'm more open-minded. I always try to find the good and the bad on both sides. But my approach is for those who want, for those who feel like it's a better life for me to have a partner, to have children, then prepare yourself for that. Prepare yourself as an individual. What type of leader do you want to be in your home?
Right.
What type of father do you want to be for your children? What type of husband do you want to be for your wife? When you now start working on those internal values and build that character and that personality in yourself, you will attract that partner who can be able to give you those children that then you have the opportunity to raise the way you want. And the same way we set out to build a business, to me, is the same way we should think about building a family. But just knowing that the rewards are much more profound and much more long-lasting.
Right.
Because if I say, for example, let's say the last business I built, right, came out of a problem, pineapples, ate some terrible pineapples in the Gambia. And then I said, well, can I fix this problem, right? And I was uniquely prepared, qualified to fix that problem. And we were the first ones to introduce the pineapple industry in the Gambia, right? But if I look at that same thing from, let's say, as a father, and I say, I want to raise my sons in a way that they're ethical, that they're entrepreneurial, that they're purpose-driven, right? So I could go from outside in and say, there's a problem that a lot of young boys lack ethics, they lack morals, they lack purpose. So how do we solve that problem, right? We need to identify, we need to mentor them, we need to coach them, we need to invest in them, we need to do this and that. So if I already don't have children, then the partner with whom I'm going to have children, it needs to be very important that those values are important to that partner. If I marry a woman who doesn't value integrity, who doesn't understand the value of purpose, who's not driven by any entrepreneurial ideas or any desire to grow, most likely the children that she's going to have, when I want to instill those values in them, it can contradict with the ones that she wants to instill with it. So if I don't have kids yet, then the partner is very important to choose. But if I already have children, then for each of those children, I need to design a map, like a business plan or a life plan with them, right? Depending on what age they are. And then what are the different stories? What are the different activities? What are the different programs, right? If my sons were with me now, I would have them be a part of this conversation, right? So that they can hear, even if they won't necessarily understand, but just subconsciously they're absorbing that information. I would take them to the talks that I host. I would introduce them to other successful people, other hardworking people, other people who are purpose-driven, right? So that the same way in building the business that you make your plan, you make your strategy, and then you go, you test, you try, you test, you try. To me, a family too should be the same. But the difference is that business can die and fail, and then you can change and move on to something else, right? But your children, you should never give up on. So for them, it's like a continual trial. So actually, if you can adopt that mindset for your family, I think if you adopt the same for business, it will even be better, because then you won't give up. Because some people give up on their children, they give up on their siblings, they give up on their parents, they give up on their family. While from my experience, you don't choose your parents. Sometimes you have parents who are alcoholics, who are terrible, who destroy you. It's true. But you didn't choose them, and you don't have the choice to choose them. So if they're toxic and you learn that they're toxic, you should, put boundaries and stay away from them. But you cannot give up on them. Because there's a reason why you were all put together. So those of them who do want to change and for whom you are going to be a force of change, that is also your responsibility. You can just say, well, I tried and they didn't. Well, try again, try different. Maybe another approach is also setting those boundaries. So ultimately, I think it's important for us to build our future families the same way we're thinking about our organizations.
Wow. That's impressive. It seems you've thought about this extensively. Was this an awakening as a result of the recent issues, or you've just been on a journey that allowed you to think and ruminate on some of these thoughts?
Yeah, it's been a long journey, because you think my first daughter is 21?
Oh.
And for the past 2 decades, I've been going through this, right? Like I've been going through the challenges with the mothers, the in-laws, the times when you can, as they say, I don't know who told me this. It says, you don't know the extent of the character of someone until you break up, right? Like you don't know the worst of someone until you divorce, because that's when you can see like the worst of people, right? And on both sides, like the worst of me, the worst of them. So I saw some of those things happen, and I lived some very frustrating moments, but my approach was always to look at it as personal development, because I've been a coach for many years, right? And when you're working with very smart, very ambitious people like yourself, our brains are shaped differently over time. Like we don't see the world the same as the majority of people who just go through day by day, doing their routines, not having this, foresight of where do I want to go, what do I want to do, how am I going to change the world. So if you've been working like me for 20 years now with the smartest people in your environment, all of them with like top ambitions, and you're thinking about how you can improve yourself to improve them, then every element of your life also becomes an element of improvement. So for me, becoming a better father has been something that I've been working on in myself, without necessarily developing a training program around it. But every knowledge that I have has been geared towards improving other people, and improving systems, improving ideas, improving business. And I've had very good results on that, right? Mm-hmm. So I had to do the same with my kids and say, okay, I'm not with their mother, I'm not living with them, but how do I stay involved in their life? How do I shape their personality, even though we don't live together? So what I started doing was creating an anthem. So I said, we, the Sissokos, are like this, and this. And then I created it into a song. And every time I would go to Guinea and I would take my children out to dinner, I would take them always to the best restaurant in the city. My daughters, always the best restaurants. I said, well, I want them to experience the best of everything that I can offer them, so that someone doesn't offer them something material and for them to be impressed. Which is something I also learned from another father who was doing the same with his daughter. Right? So anything I learned which is good, I apply. But then I myself had these strategies where I would sing this song and we would sing the song together. And the song had particular values: selflessness, leadership, confidence, right? Helping others. That was instilled within the song. And when they're singing that song, slowly, subconsciously, they were picking up those behaviors.
Yeah.
So even though I knew they were growing up in their mother's environment and I didn't have any control over that, and they were more like, all of them were public servants. They like to have a stable job, a predictable life. And then on my side, me, I'm a daring, innovator. I take risks. I want to live on my own terms. I wanted them to be able to also have some of me, but I didn't have enough time. So I would just put it in their subconscious. I would tell them stories that would now have them be the hero in the story. And then every time I sit down with them, I ask them, so how have you been this? How have you acted like this? And slowly, my daughters started all taking up leadership. So all three of them were top of their class in terms of academics, but also they were leaders in their class and leaders in their school. So they took initiative, right? They defended other people when there were cases of injustice. And each and every one of these things that I would ask them when they would share it with me, I would praise them, I would encourage them, we would discuss it, would break it down. So I didn't have, like many fathers, like being able to take my daughters to school every day, being with them every day. I didn't have that opportunity because I was traveling, I was away. But the time I spent with them, I was able to instill those values in them. Now that we have the opportunity to spend more time together, now that we've been able to reconnect and they're older, I connect with them also where they are. And I don't say, over 21, you're no longer a child, you're an adult. So I have to speak with you, you have to behave with you, I have to engage with you like an adult, right? Now that over time is what I'm using to also share advice with them, listen to them. I was with a general the other day. He's one of the top generals here in Kenya, and the advisor to the president, like a very influential person who has resolved very high level issues in the history of Kenya. He's advised every single president, and so I was with him because I met him. My best friend is a fiance to his daughter, and so we came to visit him at his house. The guy, and we started asking him questions about how many his wife, how did they stay together for so long? And I remember he told me, he said every single year in December they have a family board meeting where he brings all of his children together. They go to a retreat, so children, grandchildren, they have one day where they offer each other gifts. Like everybody has a gift for someone, right? So it's like, it's budgeted for, the grandchildren get a budget, they get to choose what they buy, the kids go. So, and yes, children who are ambassadors, yeah, children who are working in the African Union. So all these
wow
have succeeded, right? In somewhere, in the public life.
Yeah.
And then he said, we run family like a business. I said, you run it like a regiment or like a business? Because he's a general. I thought like, oh, you run them like soldiers. No, I run the family like a business. Every year, each child needs to show from the 40s, but every year the patriarch of the family sits them down at Christmas for everyone to evaluate everyone's progress, right? And then decide how they're going to move the family's wealth. And he used to be the chairman. He's no longer the chairman. He's handed over the role of chairman, I think, to one of his sons or one of his daughters, who is now the one who leads that. And then 2 years later, someone else will lead. So when I look at that, and I think of cordial, which is this respectful, but it's nowhere near authoritative in the sense of collaborative. I believe I'm doing better with my children today than my father did with us.
Yeah.
Right. That I can say very confident. And I'm confident that when I'll be his age, my grandchildren will be a part of my legacy.
Right.
Right. It will not be disconnected. And so those are deliberate, intentional decisions that you make over time. And then that's why when I come to this situation where I was in court the day before yesterday, right? Because now my time, I haven't slept, so my time is completely confused now. But imagine I was in court because my ex-brother-in-law and his shady lawyer, they corrupted my lawyer, right? They bought out my lawyer. They corrupted the director of children's services so that he can make a positive report. And then they filed an application for guardianship for my children, stating inside that they don't know my whereabouts for 3 years, that I've abandoned those children for 3 years, that they don't know my whereabouts. And they filed this application on the 5th of October. I arrived here on the 19th of September. The same people who filed, the same person, I was with him at his house. I was at the funeral, I was at the burial.
That's your
my ex-brother-in-law.
Right.
The younger brother to my ex-brother. So, and the reason why they're doing this to me is two things. Either to get back at me because I separated with the sister and I give her 2 years. I have to find a guilty person. The wealth that I built with her, when I left it with her. So my children are supposed to inherit that from her, as not I. She too is supposed to inherit from her father, hundreds of employees, and from that school is a land around their county and the 2 daughters that she had. And so the brother says it's because the sister, or that I'm not fit to take care of my kids, right? That's why he believes it's the best to take care. But behind all that, there's also what is supposed to come back to the kid. That if he was given guardianship, if this coup that they had planned had worked, right? If I was not in Kenya, if I was not in Meru, especially this past week, if I had not stood up for myself because my lawyer was compromised. He compromised my lawyer. So my lawyer himself disappeared. So I had to go myself, defend myself in court while I've already paid for a lawyer. And then go and stamp against their case while they've already paid the Director of Children's Services to go and make a positive report that this guy is fit to take care of my children while I have not been informed. I was informed the evening before the hearing, not even giving me time to prepare.
He knows what he was doing.
This type of situation. Sorry?
He knows what he was doing.
They know exactly what they're doing. And then he hired one of the most dubious lawyers in the city, who has a track record of being, he has been barred from being a judge because of corruption. He used to be a judge, now he's a lawyer because of these type of behavior. I was at the court, the director of children's services, who's the respondent of their application, was sitting like this, friend, speaking in the ear of the lawyer of the other party, while I'm sitting in the back. I actually took their picture while they were doing that. So, but when I look at that situation, and I look at how I handle all this, the social media campaign that I had to do to raise awareness on the matter, which actually led them to want to negotiate because of the pressure that they got from the local population who were like, give this guy his children, right? But also, I knew that they were going to employ these tactics, so I had to make sure that the public was also aware of what was happening. Because if it stayed just between the family, they were going to do this to me and succeed. But I have to think of the journey of healing my kids from that environment to the mindset that I would love for them to have, right? And so when I went there, I was with them. The only time I got to spend with them, I told them, I said, story time. Let me tell you a story. I told them a story about every man has two wolves inside. One wolf is called fear, the other wolf is called rebellion. And so when you're young and when you're small, you don't control them because they control you. They run around, they pull you in all sides, they're chained to your hands, they're tied to them, you're holding them to. But you have to learn how to master each of them. And you master them differently. Fear is to be overcome. You don't let the wolf of fear drive your life. You're the one who's supposed to decide. When you face a fear, you challenge it, you overcome it, you face it. Rebellion needs to be controlled. You cannot say, because I want this, it has to be this way, everything has to work the way I want. You have to know that in life, you're not going to get everything you want. Life is not fair. You can't go around being a rebellious, just don't have to get. Because sometimes the things you want are not the best for you. Because there's a difference between what you want and what you need, what you aspire for, right? What you're willing to sacrifice. So in 30 minutes, 20 minutes, I told them this story. Speaking of these two boys as them, and each of them have knowing that the people around them are instilling fear in them, fear of going to their father, fear of coming and living with their father. So I know that that's happening. But on the other side, I've seen also that because of the trauma experiencing their mother falling sick and being with her, they're 8 and 6. There's a possibility that in dealing with that trauma, the children can rebel, or they can be cruel, or they can be at least going to change something. I start putting these three, consistently reminding them that they are and will always be responsible for that. There's not going to be a pass to say, well, because mom passed away, I can do whatever I want, right? Or because mom passed away, I can't do anything I want. To me, I'm grateful for all these experiences I've lived to allow me to be that person for them in this season, right? But also, the challenges I've had to overcome in life as a man, as a leader, as an entrepreneur, as everything, all compounded have allowed me to come in court, stand up, speak clearly, confidently, defend myself and my children, and now have their case, the same case that they wrote that since the 5th of October, they have no news of where I am, that I'm not taking care of the kids. I will use that against them to beat them for, right? And then that same file in the news story that I'll be sharing once the case is spent, because that will be to show them and everybody else who's fighting for their kids that it's worth the fight. Children, when they face these types of stuff. because it's costing me money every single day, moving between Airbnb. Sometimes you leave here, you have to keep the room, you go to another, you're paying 2 places at the same time. You have to be spending on lawyers, you have to be spending on everything. Like it gets every service you need, you're gonna pay something.
Yes.
Some people say this is too expensive. Right? And then being criticized. Me, I've had zero attacks the past few weeks because they consider all West Africans the same. Some West Africans have had very bad experiences with women here, so they bundle us up all in the same bag and throw you in the ocean there. So, but I stay focused. Just like an entrepreneur, just like you are right now, right? There's 57 hours to go. You can lose focus, but there's a reason why you're doing it.
Yes.
Right? That none of us know, right? That reason is what you consistently keep going back to. You keep going. And to me, I've done it enough times, right? Like, again, working with high achievers, it shapes your brain differently. You've done it enough times that now it's just like muscle memory, right? When you put your mind on something, people are like, he's so obsessed. Yeah, you're obsessed, but it's not like the foolish obsession, right? It's just you have clarity of thought on what you want. And you know with experience that you have to keep that laser focus on that thing, no matter how it moves. Right? You keep your focus on it until you catch it.
Yeah.
So my vision is I'm gonna take my sons to the ocean, we're gonna go swim, right? Either it's gonna be in Mombasa or it's going to be in Banjul, but they and I are going to have that experience. No matter what this is happening right now, they and I, and now, since I don't have a lot of time with them, the little time I had, I planted that seed. Now I just need to pray that God will water it from me, right?
Yeah.
Until now, I can start harvesting the fruit. And the fruits will be what? That one day, old as I am, my sons will be by my side, holding my hand, saying, Dad, we're grateful for all the sacrifices you made for us. And you can count on us that we're by you, so we'll take care of it, right? Not that I need them to. I wouldn't want to need them. I wouldn't want to depend on them. But I would want them to be there for me. That's a goal. I want, when I'm
That's fair
dying,
enough.
that my kids and my grandkids are there. And they're happy to be by my side. But to celebrate, great life lived. I want my family and my children to celebrate me more than people outside. Because I've done a lot for the people outside. We've done a lot for the people outside. We've helped a lot of people. Right? Like helping people should no longer be like something which is like an achievement. We've done that. And we can keep doing that. Right? When you think of the work you're doing, education, and you go, oh, how many people's life have I changed so far? How many people have I? Oh, this is great. Yeah, okay, great. It means you know how to do it. With more resources, you can reach more people. But we often get so tied up as high achievers on outside because we all have this chip on our shoulder that we have to prove something to someone. We have to achieve something because something was missing. We have to build something because we want. Those ones that come from you are more important. That's the lesson that I have. Is that I can help 1 billion people. If I'm not able to help my younger sister when she's going through cancer, and I can't be there to listen to her, to hear her out, to hear her pain, to hear her doubts, to hear her anxiety, and just tell her everything's gonna be okay. We love you, we're gonna stand by you, then all this other impact is worthless. If I am, winning awards for projects that I've done, and then my sons are here being raised by con men, people who want to take advantage of them, and I'm more preoccupied by, launching that new product or that new service than solving this problem. The day that this problem is going to explode, it's going to affect that other problem as well.
Oh, yeah.
Same with my mother and my dad. If I am a great coach, helping people who want to make millions of dollars, people who want to win elections, people who want to succeed in new ventures, but I can't sit with my mom and also coach her. even though she's my mentor, my friend, but I'm also her coach because she too needs that realignment sometimes. She too needs to reassess her thoughts. Then what is all that work? That's the perspective that I'd like to evangelize moving forward. That all these other things I've done, they're great. Very, very, I can get applause and all that.
Yeah.
But they don't have that meaning to me. Because of the things I've seen, the things I've experienced, and the importance of having that legacy. Because the legacy is the children. The inheritance is the children. It's not the assets. The assets, my ex-wife and I had built, a very, very good farm in their city there. Everything was well done. Like piping irrigation systems underground, more than 50,000 liters of water, chicken house, dairy farm, organic farm, solar dryer, a shop where we had, we sell the branded product. So you make you produce the milk, you do the yogurt yourself. And we designed this so that it could be an agro health retreat where people can come, eat the local food, but also stay. So there's enough space for that. Very well done at that time. When I saw that I couldn't stay in that city, because we had sold our business in Nairobi, a luxury events business, then we were to move to Guinea. But during that time, we went to her parents' city in Meru for her to rest with the kids for 3 months because we had just had our second son. And then we traveled to Guinea. But then COVID came. So COVID came, we were stuck in that city, but we had just sold our business, so we were liquid. And so we found ourselves now helping the family's business and reinvesting now in agriculture within that county because it's an agriculture. So 2 years after we had come, right, through the investments we had. And I saw that this was not the plan. This was not what was supposed to be. This is not what we had, or this is not the plan. But circumstances have led us to. But we built these things in a way that we can sell them as well. Just like, we did the journey of building and selling the first business. Let's do the same with these. Use that capital, put it in an investment fund, and then we can buy another business, grow another business. Invest in West Africa, we can invest, especially in Guinea. I also had some good infrastructure and assets in agriculture. But we didn't get along. She wanted to stay with like when you have a global vision, there's no way you're going to thrive in a little village. Right? You can start in that village, but your vision is going to pull you to the farthest end of the world. Right? So for me, I knew that my vision was to build at that time a fund that would invest in agriculture across the continent. And I couldn't see how it's going to, right? Unless we had sold those assets and then moved a bigger fund and regained that dynamics, right? But she decided to stay. She decided to stay, and then the things that she stayed for, I left them. Everything. I left everything. I left that place. I had nothing. Literally nothing. I'm saying nothing of nothing. I came back to the same apartment that I'm renting now. I rented their servants' quarter, like a small room on the side. Because the owner knew me. She gave me that for a month, the time that I pay. I used to sell my books to eat during that time. And 3 years later, right? So I went back home. I had to restart from scratch. Most difficult experience, besides this one that I've had before, is rebuilding, right? So rebuilding from scratch. And 3 years later, we are now operating between Guinea, Gambia. And that week, when she passed away, I was entering into Senegal. So now we built our pineapple value chain from Guinea to the Gambia, and we were entering Senegal. So the vision I had, I didn't lose building it. The 1.5 months that I've been in Kenya, I've already started investing in pineapples here too. Wow. Right? So to me, I knew I was going to be able to do something like that. But the environment I was in was not going to allow me to do it. The marriage I was in was not going to work with it. And I had to leave, and I left everything. But everything I left with her, when I came back, I found them worse than when I left. Unfortunately, she fell sick. She had to follow her treatments, and the things just stayed there. And I had to go bury her in the same farm where we were, because it's part of their culture to bury the people where they stay. And when I went there and I saw this is the place where I used to live. I saw the patio, I saw the fireplace outside for barbecue, I saw every element, like even the grass that we're standing on, grass that I had planted and watered at that time. So, but the person is dead.
Wow.
And I looked around and I saw all this for what?
Wow.
The disease was preventable because it was breast cancer. If it was diagnosed early, it's likely she would have survived. But if it was diagnosed very late, and she preferred to choose the natural pathway, right, rather than the medicine, the chemo and the surgery. These things that we were fighting for, we were misunderstanding each other for. They're still there, empty, no cows, no goats, no sheep, no crops, nothing, just growing there. And she's gone.
So all this struggle.
Like, what evidence is this to me? What is the lesson here? Is that we often make short-term decisions based on material possessions that we feel we've worked so hard to acquire, but we don't have the courage to let go of. And then we let go of things that are long-term, either people, opportunities, because we're afraid of losing what is short. And I too, before I left her, I was afraid of leaving because I was like, if I leave now, I'm not with her for anything. I have to struggle.
Amazing.
Nothing.
Amazing.
Which was very difficult to go backward, right? Fatherhood to me and raising great children is our biggest accomplishment. The rest is bonus, right? The rest is bonus.
Yeah, I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you. You know, the question is, with all what you've been through in this journey that you've been on, does it make you better or bitter?
Oh. Much better. I have absolutely no regrets. Absolutely no regrets. Every decision I made was with the knowledge that I had at the time. And again, it's a cycle where everything you do, because you're in a space where you're constantly improving yourself, to improve other authentic life. Right? Because if you're lying to yourself, you're lying to others. So for me, when I look at it, I am grateful for all the challenges and even what I'm going through right now. I sit and I'm like, this is making me strong.
Yeah.
This is creating more opportunities for you. So yeah, and then I also believe that harboring bitterness, envy, jealousy, anger in you creates disease within you. Right? Because these are negative emotions that actually affect your body in a negative way. They destroy you from within, spiritually, physically, and mentally. So when I feel anger or frustration, my first thought is to deal with it. To look at it in the eyes and say, okay, so why are you angry? Like the past 3, 4, 5 days, I'm very angry. Very angry because of the injustice that I was. was very angry because of the lies that they were making. But I took a step back and I started praying. I got up to my knees. Even God made it, and I got me down. And all I could hear God tell me was, "Let it go, let it go, let it go."